Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Head-on Confrontation. The earth was wailing. The scrapped vehicle shield in Lin Qun's hand was quickly shattered under the dense firepower of the Bastions. But Lin Qun behind was almost unscathed. At most there were layers of craters on his armor. In the process, almost all the Bastions fell. No one of the Bastion infantry soldiers fighting with the chariots could escape Lin Qun's death gaze. Especially now that Lin Qun's current energy has exceeded the upper limit and doubled. He used it without scruples, wantonly, and madly slaughtered. If someone ran to one side, Lin Qun simply sent justice from heaven and made an indescribable call, directly turning the fleeing Bastion into a Bastion deep diver on the spot, so that they turned their heads and pounced on their companions. At the same time, Lin Qun had also crashed into the first Bastion tank. Their tanks are much larger than humans, and driving on the road is like a mobile war fortress. But it was also helpless when Lin Qun got close to it. Lin Qun's terrifying power erupted. He directly lifted up the front of the first Bastion tank in front of him and turned it over to the ground like a turtle. With a strength value of more than 80 points, he was like a monster. It was easy for him to lift the vehicle directly, but lifting this tank still made Lin Qun feel a little power. After transforming into the armored titan, Lin Qun was able to confront this small-scale Bastion armored force head-on. Titans are mobile war weapons on the battlefield, especially Lin Qun, the armored titan, who also has multiple bonuses such as the headshot girl ability and Mario ability. The shortcomings of the armored titan's short arms and mobility are almost all made up. Once the rhythm of the battle begins, Lin Qun can't stop. He overturned the tank here, and when he turned his head, he saw the remaining Bastion airship in front of him quickly rising in height and sweeping around him. He simply let out a war cry, and the Mario jump started, and his huge body staged a dryland pulling onion. With a height of 15 meters, the maximum jumping height is 90 meters. 2 consecutive jumps in the air, that is a full 180 meters. Lin Qun jumped onto an airship, and his huge body and weight directly pressed the airship down. Lin Qun did not use the skill of the headshot girl. After standing up, he raised his hands high and smashed them down suddenly. With a bang, the relatively fragile airship was smashed into pieces by Lin Qun in midair, and the Bastion people inside were almost shaken to death. The physical fitness of Bastion people is generally between 14 to 15, and the stronger ones may be 16 to 18. Facing more than 80 points of strength, Lin Qun can kill one with a slap. Not to mention, at this moment, Lin Qun's huge body, the pure power of the blow with inertia, far exceeds his panel value. For the strength attribute, the panel value is just the panel value. The attribute strength of the real battle fluctuates around this panel value. In this regard, the strength attribute is very special. But Lin Qun's footsteps did not stop. He stomped on the wreckage of the airship under his feet, took advantage of the force to jump again in the air, and killed madly in midair. He turned into a terrifying human cannonball, flying around in the air with a giant body. The protective power of the armored titan made him more and more unscrupulous. His fighting style became extremely tough and wild, with big moves and crazy moves. The armored titan can fly to the sky, so what else can these Bastions do? The entire Bastion armed forces were killed and routed by him alone. This is a crazy massacre. Chu Yaoi was a little dumbfounded. This Lin Qun seems to be more powerful than in the previous battle. Did he digest the contribution points he got from that battle? But what's wrong with this giant body? And his injuries? It's so serious. How can he jump up and down and kill like crazy all of a sudden? Lin Qun opened fire at full power, showing more than one ability. Chu Yaoi was terrified, but at the same time, she was puzzled. So many abilities don't seem to be exchangeable from the contribution point mall. There is no attack on Titan Anim on Blue Star, so she couldn't have known that Lin Qun's ability was extracted from the anim. However, Chu Yaoi didn't forget her duty, even though she was surprised. There were many Bakatans present, and no matter how fierce Lin Qun was, he couldn't be all powerful, especially after the Bakatans had been killed by Lin Qun and had no will to fight anymore and fled frantically. Chu Yaoi strangled them around to ensure that all the Bakatans were annihilated. Chu Yaoi was also a little excited. Although she also had considerable strength, she had always been suppressed by the Bakatans. 2 people against a Bakatan armed force, even if it was only a small scale, was unimaginable to her, and now all this happened. Seeing the Bakatans being killed and fleeing in embarrassment, she felt a sense of relief. However, this battle broke out quickly and ended quickly. The number of this Bakatan armed force was not large, only about 60 or 70 in total, and Lin Qun was so fierce that he strangled them quickly. At the end of the sky, a deafening roar had already sounded. It was the high-speed flying of the Bakatan V-shaped fighters. They instantly locked onto the huge humanoid giant on the ground and immediately launched missiles. The missiles flew out at high speed and quickly attacked Lin Qun on the ground. At this time, Lin Qun was standing in the ruins of the war and turned his head to look at this scene. A look. The first look in front of him exploded directly. Lin Qun was shocked by a glance. But the second missile was not so lucky. It penetrated the flames of the first missile explosion and landed on the street where Lin Qun was, causing a large area of fire. Half of the street was submerged and Lin Qun's 15-meter tall body was also swallowed up. Then, 2 V-shaped fighters flew through at high speed, dropping more missiles. The entire battlefield was turned into a sea of fire, and the surrounding buildings collapsed in the explosion. Chu Yaoi retreated step by step. She had retreated to a safe distance and watched this scene with fear and trembling, almost thinking that Lin Qun was finished. But at this moment, she suddenly noticed something, and her eyes moved to one side. In the alley on one side, a figure was standing quietly. It was not Lin Qun, but who else could it be? He was unharmed, and the original injuries on his body had recovered as the giant form ended. In fact, before the second missile hit him, he had already lifted the giant form and used Mario Jump to quickly leave the battlefield. Now is the time to retreat quietly, and the contribution points in Lin Qun's hand have once again exceeded the 50 mark, and he can draw a card again. However, there is no rush for this moment. Leaving here now is the right way. They quickly got away, and on the other side, everything that happened here was quickly reported by the Bakatans. It was passed to Bakayan's ears. At this moment, 3 warships were stationed 2 kilometers outside the survivor base of the 6th prison, and Bakayan was in one of the warships. Chapter 102, Siege. 2 kilometers outside the 6th prison survivor base, 3 Bakatan sailing ships are lying here. The shadows they cast are covering the ruins of the city below. Facing the 6th prison survivor base in the distance, neither side opened fire, and there was almost no movement. At this moment, inside the central sailing ship, on the bridge, Bakayan was receiving news from the distant battlefield in the east. A team responsible for searching for the powerful human who can grow bigger seemed to have encountered the target, and was wiped out in a very short time. The video footage has been transmitted back, and the footage comes from the multi-angle footage recorded by the Bakatan warriors battlefield recorder. Although it was chaotic and shaking, it basically recorded what happened. Sir, this giant human target that appeared on the battlefield has changed from the last time, but his abilities are still the same. It is almost certain that he is the powerful human who killed Lord Jilinu and sank our battleship number 16. He is indeed in that direction. On one side, Bakatan's consultant spoke carefully and said, "We replayed and compared the data of this human several battles and analyzed them with the help of our battlefield verification system. This human is suspected to have multiple abilities. The first is the most obvious ability to become huge. The second is the ability to jump. His jump is definitely not a simple jump. He can achieve a second jump in the air without support. Until now, we have not studied clearly how he violated the laws of physics. The third is a hidden ability to kill instantly. At present, it manifests as a direct headshot of the target creature. We guess that the triggering condition is visual or facing. Lord Jilinu was killed instantly in this way. But according to the information provided by you, sir, this ability of his is not something that everyone can kill. It seems that there is an upper limit to his ability." "Do you mean that he has at least 3 abilities?" Bakayan stared at the survivor base of the 6th prison in the distance and asked without looking back. Yes, sir, this human is very special. We guess either his ability is strange and can derive multiple abilities, or he has unknown secrets. The Bakatan consultant who was reporting behind answered tremblingly. It also knew how incredible its conclusion was. Because according to the rules, each of these Blue Star natives can only get one talent, that is, one ability, but that human has at least 3 abilities. But Bakayan did not mean to blame it. On the contrary, it recognized the consultant's answer. It lowered its eyelid slightly, and its 4 eyes looked a little weird. After a long silence, it slowly said, I know, continue to track him, and search for him. As long as you find his location, tell me immediately. I will go there in person. This time, I must kill him. I understand, sir, but he disappeared soon after he appeared this time. I think he should also know that you are looking for him. He dare not stay in the East District, let alone return to the human survivor base surrounded by us. It is very likely that he has fled to other areas. While the consultant responded, he was also a little frightened. It had never seen its own Lord Bakayan pay so much attention to a human being. You know, before this, it had publicly stated that the individual strength of humans was not to be feared. They were all ants, and there was no need to waste resources to specifically find a human to eliminate. But now, its attitude has changed dramatically. It can be seen that it attaches great importance to this human. The consultant quietly retreated, and Bakayan's eyes fell back on the battle scene in front of him. In it, the giant human was like a god of war, crushing one of their armored forces with great ease. Although it was only a small force, Bakayan had to admit it. This human seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. And what really surprised Bakayan was, how long has it been? Not even a Blue Star day. He looked in the video. Not only did his injuries heal, but his strength also increased. Such a speed of progress made Bakayan feel a little dreadful in his heart. If this human is left alone, he will become a huge threat, and a large number of Bakatans will die in vain in his hands. However, with the strength shown by this human in the video, he is still far from being his opponent. Find him and kill him. A cold light flashed in Bakayan's 4 eyes. In the distance, the survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City was also preparing for war. At this moment, the survivor base was no longer crowded as it was 10 hours ago. The military acted according to the plan. Before the Bakatan army began to move here, they had already launched the survivor base evacuation plan, evacuating most of the survivors and transferring talents, experts, etc. to a few key protected personnel to a safe shelter. The remaining soldiers will stay at the survivor base and fight to the death with the Bakatan people. This will be the last resistance of the human military. At this moment, the survivor base is armed to the teeth. All the military soldiers are in place, and all the missile launchers in the survivor base are ready. Once the war starts, they will receive firepower reinforcement from the military base outside the suburbs of the Magic City. In the entire survivor base, a large number of soldiers ran around, and everyone's face was written with an expression of being ready to die. However, it is not only the army that stays, but also a large number of survivors. Faced with the evacuation plan, some survivors chose to flee, and they would run. As long as they were evacuated, some survivors were determined to stay and fight to the death. They had understood the significance behind the evacuation plan. For them, it was better to give it a try here than to flee and be killed in the end. Ni Wensheng and Liui both chose to stay. At the front line of the base, Ni Wensheng looked out at the 3 Bakatan sailing ships and couldn't help saying, you could have a place in the arc plan, but where will the hair stay if the skin is gone? Liui shook his head and said, this is my choice. Ni Wensheng smiled, looking at the Bakatan warships outside. He couldn't help asking, why don't they attack yet? They are gathering troops and preparing weapons. Liui narrowed his eyes. They didn't suffer no losses in the last battle. But there is also a possibility that they may choose to surround but not attack. Surround but not attack? Ni Wensheng frowned. Yes, this is the possibility I heard from platoon leaders. Liui said. The survivor base has limited supplies, and the food in the contribution point mall is refined black technology food, which cannot be purchased in large quantities. If they are willing to spend time and surround us without attacking, we will run out of ammunition and food, and they can harvest the entire survivor base without spending a single soldier. In that case, we can only fight it out ourselves. Liui was very calm. He said softly, that's nothing. At most, the number of Bakatans we can replace will decrease. If our army retreats, it's just a war with them outside. Ni Wensheng looked at him for a long time before saying, do you think he will come back? Liui was slightly stunned for a moment, and then realized who Ni Wensheng was talking about. He was silent for a moment and said, I don't know, but the current situation is that the defeat of the survivor base of the 6th prison is the end. Mr. Lin is different from us. If we die here, we will be doomed to fail. He has unlimited possibilities. It would be stupid for him to die here. He shouldn't come back. Ni Wensheng said, I heard that the Bakatans have identified him as a target and are looking for him all over the East District. I hope he can get away. And King, she is not dead either, but no one knows where she is now. The total number of contribution points has not increased and has dropped to 13th place. The rescue team sent by the 6th prison survivor base did not find Lin Qun and King, and the news they brought back was very bad. It said that Baka Yun personally took action and carried out a street level bombing. But despite this, Yiying is still ranked first on the East District human ranking. Now, it is no secret that Yiying is Lin Qun. Those of them who know Lin Qun in a small circle and the senior leaders such as Captain Chu and Division Commander Fu Kai are all very clear. Although the person has not been found, such a long time has passed and Yiying has not disappeared from the rankings, which proves that Lin Qun is not dead. It's just that the situation has changed. Ni Wensheng and Liui both know that perhaps they will never see that Mr. Lin again. Of course, they know that the military is holding on to this is not a place to wait for death. Heavy defense facilities have been arranged. In the suburbs of Magic City, the artillery unit has been on the move and is ready to provide fire support at any time. The 6th prison survivor base will fight the Bakatans to the death. And in the survivor base, Li Ji did not leave. At this time, he was inside the survivor base. He was the 2nd tier survivor defense team, and Li Xing was behind. They are now on standby and still in their cells. But at this time, there are no more survivors in front and behind their cells. The military distributed weapons and ammunition to them, and those things have replaced the original supplies. And here, Li Ji and others are on standby. Li Ji looked at Li Xing with a complicated look. Actually, you can also go with Zhao Wen, Qian Yingying and others. Lin Qun's whereabouts are unknown, but the promises made by Captain Chu and Commander Fu are still valid, and the 4 of them all have a place in the Ark project. In the end, Zhao Wen and Qian Yingying were sent to the secret base of the Ark project with the first batch of experts, but Li Ji and Li Xing chose to stay. Li Ji was still surprised that Li Xing would stay. In his impression, Li Xing was a guy who was a little afraid of death. Is the Ark base really safe? Li Xing shook his head and smiled faintly. Maybe it's safe now, and it will even be safe for the next 10 days, but what about in the future? Even if I can survive 30 days, will it really be better to leave the Magic City? My talent level is high, but it's useless for self-protection. I've run enough, and don't want to run anymore. I've caused a lot of trouble to the big guy. He is still alive, but I'm embarrassed to look for him. I don't think I can find the big guy with my strength. I may die on the way to find the big guy. So, this is my best choice. Li Ji realized that this was Li Xing's inner thoughts, so he fell silent. Li Xing looked at him, hesitated, and couldn't help saying, as for you, although your talent level is not as good as mine, it is a good skill that can keep you alive. You don't have to stay. Even if you don't go with Qian Yingying and the others, you should go find the boss. He is still alive. He is still the number 1 in our human ranking. His contribution points have changed before. He should be somewhere out there. After listening to Li Xing's words, Li Ji was silent for a while before answering the question irrelevantly. There is no need. I don't have much pursuit. I used to study hard and work hard for my parents, but now, don't look at me telling Brother Lin every day that I want to go back to find my parents, but I know in my heart that I'm living such a hard life. My parents may Besides, our magic city is separated from my hometown by half of China. How can I possibly go there? After reuniting with brother Lin, I thought that brother Lin was my only relative. If we work hard together, it would be good to be alive. To be honest, although this period of time was quite dangerous, I also felt it was okay. But the scene of that day appeared in front of his eyes. He could not forget the helplessness. He felt indescribable in his heart. After a long time, he said, I shouldn't follow brother Lin. I can't help him. He was already a burden to Lin Qun. Li Ji wanted to help Lin Qun, but now, he couldn't help. In his heart, staying here might be his best destination. In fact, he had nowhere to go. Maybe the boss doesn't think so? Li Jing felt a little uncomfortable, and said, and Ying, didn't you finally catch up with her? Do you think she really likes me and follows me? Li Ji asked with a wry smile. Li Jing was stunned by this question, and didn't say a word for a long time. Li Jing looked at Li Ji. He used to think that Li Ji was silly and a little bit confused like a college graduate, but only now did he realize that Li Ji saw these things clearly in his heart. Li Jing was silent for a moment and just said, it's okay, brother, let's work together to kill a few more of his Bakatons. If we can hold on here, we can survive together. Your strength is not bad, and I'm also a nurse. We are evenly matched and no one will drag anyone down. It's just right to form a team. What do you think? Li Ji looked at him and laughed. I think you are dreaming. The two of them joked around, and their relationship became closer than ever before. But Li Ji instinctively cast his eyes outside the cell. In his heart, although he felt that Lin Qun would not come back, he still had a little expectation. He thought that maybe in the next second, Lin Qun would come in from outside the door like in the past, and share with them how to hunt the Bakaton people today, just like a few days ago. But there was no familiar shadow outside, just a team of military soldiers striding past, busy. Li Ji fell silent. He knew that, although Lin Qun asked him to go back to the survivor base to wait for him, at that time Lin Qun and the others did not know that the Bakaton people would besiege the city so quickly. Under the current circumstances, even if Lin Qun is alive, he should not appear in the 6th prison survivor base. Li Ji does not want his brother Lin to appear here. This is a dangerous place. Outside the 6th prison survivor base, behind the 3 Bakaton sailing ships, a large number of Bakaton ground forces are gathering on the ground, and they are going to surround the 6th prison survivor base from several directions. Humanity is losing ground and the general situation is over. The military's insistence on a decisive battle is a helpless and desperate choice. They do not seek victory or even survival, but just want to kill as many Bakatons as possible to buy some time for the survivors in the East District to hide. Everyone can see this. Therefore, the Bakatons were in high spirits and were ready to kill all the humans in the Magic City. They temporarily ignored the humans who were evacuated, and their target was the survivor base of the 6th prison. First, they would defeat the manpower of the humans in the East District, and the remaining human survivors would not be a threat to them. At most, it would be troublesome and time-consuming to find those hiding humans and kill them one by one. The Magic City is so big, and the East District is so big, where can they hide? In 30 days, even if there are a few fish that slip through the net, it is nothing. Of course, in the current plan of the Magic City military, those fish that slip through the net that the Bakatons look down upon are their priority at the moment. The little hope they are trying to fight for. If the Demon City is destined to lose the war, all they can do is to do everything possible to ensure that at the end of the 30 days, there will be more survivors of the few who survived the sweep and mopping up of the Bakatons. There is a sense of desolation and despair behind this, but it is also the unyielding resistance of the human military and human survivors. One more person alive means one more spark, one more hope for a comeback. In despair, fight for a little glimmer of light. At the 6th prison survivor base, Division Commander Fu Kai climbed up to look into the distance, with fire flickering in his eyes. Behind him, Captain Chu advised, Division Commander, you don't have to stay, we are enough here. I'm old, why should I take up a place in the Ark project? If I don't go to the Ark, where can I go by myself? I will stay here and live and die with my survivor base and my soldiers. If the 6th survivor base is doomed to perish, I want to see them break through our defense line with my own eyes. We soldiers are the thorns in the eyes of the Bacatans. They will not let us go. We must die, but we must also play our role. We must use blood to tell all the survivors who have been evacuated that maybe 99% of the people in the Magic City will die, but we should also work for the overall interests of the humans in the Magic City. Someone will survive because of our efforts, and someone who survives will be able to leave the Magic City. Someone who leaves the Magic City will be able to avenge us and bloodbath the Bacatans. Fukaya's voice was sonorous. Captain Chu behind him was shocked and said nothing. Behind them, the military soldiers of the 6th prison survivor base were deploying intensively, strengthening defenses, and preparing to hold here and fight to the end with the Bacatans. The Bacatans were in high spirits, but the soldiers at the 6th prison survivor base who were determined to die also sang generously. And more than a dozen kilometers away in the core area of the central city, a number of Bacatans' peculiarly shaped gunboats were majestically rising, adjusting their directions, ready to bombard the East District 6th prison survivor base at any time. Below it, the missile silos deployed by Bacatan were also being prepared, pointing their swords at the east of the Magic City. At this moment, Lin Qun and Chu Yaoi were passing through the East District, on their way to the 6th prison survivor base. The battle in the East District was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 103. The place you are going to is a dead end. At the same time, Lin Qun and Chu Yaoi were crossing the street quickly. 2 blocks away, Baccatan's V-shaped fighter planes roared past. At this time, the sky was already bright. They seemed to have increased the tracking team. We may be able to use this. You are strong enough, so we may not have to be so careful. Chu Yaoi was looking at a motorcycle that was overturned on the side of the road in the corner. She wanted to ride the motorcycle directly to the 6th prison survivor base. The area they are in now is still a long way from the 6th prison survivor base. There are tall buildings all around, and it is impossible to see the situation over there. Lin Qun shook his head. It seems that it is not possible to kill all the way. If I really kill all the way, I don't have much combat power. I don't seem to be at the point where I won't get tired, even if I kill people all day. And I can't ride a motorcycle. Lin Qun looked at the motorcycle and showed a helpless bitter smile. Chu Yaoi was slightly stunned, but she quickly said, "It's okay, I can take you." Chu Yaoi is really an all-arounder. Not only is she a workplace elite, she also knows first aid knowledge, can even dispense medicine and give injections, and can ride a motorcycle. How can she be a workplace elite? She is just like a female agent. She is the real master. As a fellow master, Lin Qun felt as if he had brought shame to the circle of masters. But his concerns were also true. He estimated that with his physical condition, he should be able to use the armored titan skills 4 times a day. If he really killed his way through, he would be exhausted before reaching the survivor base of the 6th prison. No matter how high his combat power is, Lin Qun is not at the point where he can ignore physical energy consumption. At the moment, they discussed and decided to walk first, and it would not be too late to choose a means of transportation after leaving this area, because there are many Bacatans searching in this area. After Lin Qun's previous round of attacks, the Bacatans obviously sent more people here, but this made the direction of the hospital completely safe. I hope Xia King can truly regain her life. Chu Yaoi and Lin Qun moved forward quickly. V-shaped fighters flew in the air. They urgently evaded into the shadows, but the fighter plane almost flew over their heads. Lin Qun tensed up, ready to attack at any time. Even if they were hidden, the reconnaissance equipment of the V-shaped fighter plane would probably find them. Chu Yaoi grabbed Lin Qun and said, "Stay close to me. My ability can block their detection. Neither telekinesis nor their electronic equipment is effective against me. But the distance is only 3 meters. Sure enough, the V-shaped plane flew over their heads, but disappeared in the blink of an eye. Obviously, it did not find the 2 humans hiding below. Chu Yaoi nodded to Lin Qun and continued to move forward. No wonder she was able to lead her away from the eyes of Baccayan and the Bacatan army. It turns out that her ability has this effect. Lin Qun followed closely behind. He was also a little curious about Chu Yaoi's ability. What kind of ability is it? But Lin Qun also knew the limits. If Chu Yaoi didn't say it herself, he wouldn't ask. They moved forward quickly and occasionally encountered 1 or 2 Bacatans who were alone, and then they quickly moved forward and killed them quickly. With the blessing of Lin Qun's headshot girl skill, killing 2 Bakatans was faster than mowing the grass with Washang. One of them was killed with a glance. Although Bakayan dispatched a lot of troops to surround and search for Lin Qun, they were unable to catch any trace of Lin Qun. They successfully broke out from here and moved forward, getting closer and closer to the 6th prison survivor base. Dark clouds gradually rose in the sky. The number of Bakatans around also decreased, and large forces and fighter planes were moving rapidly towards the 6th prison survivor base. The Bakatans only had 30 days, and now there are only more than 20 days left. They are moving very fast, and I'm afraid they have already surrounded the 6th prison survivor base. Chu Yaowei made a judgment. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes slightly. Chu Yaowei's judgment was similar to his. According to this situation, the 6th prison survivor base should have launched an evacuation plan. Sure enough, they moved forward for a distance and met a group of survivors who were evacuated from the 6th prison survivor base in a building in front. They were just a group of ordinary people who were rummaging in a small supermarket. Seeing Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, 2 strangers approaching, they all showed nervousness and vigilance. The man even raised the gun in his hand and said half threateningly and half fearfully, "We found this place first. You go somewhere else. I have killed Bakatan people. You'd better not mess with us." His wife and children hid behind him. His child was a little boy, probably only 7 or 8 years old, standing behind holding his father's legs, looking at Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei timidly. Lin Qun shook his head and said, "I don't mean to compete with you. I just want to ask, what's the situation with the 6th prison survivor base? What's the situation now?" The man was slightly stunned and said, "What else can I do? It has been surrounded to death. The military wants to fight to the death. No one cares about us anymore." As expected, Lin Qun and the other man looked at each other and stopped disturbing them. They were ready to move forward. Seeing the direction they were heading, the man was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you going to the 6th prison survivor base?" "Well, we are going to join the war." The father realized that Lin Qun and the others were not going to snatch supplies from them, and his attitude obviously eased. Hearing this, he frowned and instinctively reminded them, "Brother, I didn't lie to you. The 6th prison survivor base has been surrounded to death. The military wants to fight to the death. That means killing as many Bakatans as possible. It will be the next Xing Xing Square. If you go there now, you are not joining the war. You are looking for death. This is a dead end." "I understand. I know. So I will go. Thank you." Lin Qun didn't mean to say anything more. The situation at the 6th prison survivor base was urgent. Now they didn't know whether the war had started. They didn't want to delay any longer and had to speed up. Watching Lin Qun and the other 2 leave, the survivors of that family looked at each other, all showing puzzled and surprised expressions. Only the little boy tugged at his father's trousers, watching Lin Qun's disappearing back, his eyes sparkling, wondering what he was thinking. Moving forward, Lin Qun and his team also began to encounter large groups of Bakatan ground forces. Since the early landing, Lin Qun has been active on small-scale battlefields. The largest scale combat he has participated in was after he joined the military. This time, he saw an unprecedented number of Bakatans. On a street, more than 300 Bakatan warriors whizzed past, and the giant troop carriers were loaded with fully armed Bakatan warriors. Behind them, Bakatan airships flew low. In addition, there were a large number of Bakatan armed civilians, also moving around to join the war. And here, Lin Qun finally saw 3 sailing ships that stretched outside the survivor base of the 6th prison. Under the protection of layers of airships, the Bakatan warriors under their feet dispersed and advanced, like a dark torrent. Approaching a kilometer from the sailing ship and 3 kilometers from the 6th prison survivor base, Lin Qun and his team stopped and took shelter in a hotel temporarily. Although the Bakatan army arrived, they only surrounded, but did not attack, and Lin Qun and his team had no intention of taking action immediately. Chu Yaowei opened the curtains and carefully observed the situation outside, saying, "This is a siege without attacking. I don't know what the Bakatans mean by this. Have they changed their tactics this time?" During the attack and defense of the Xing Xing Square survivor base, I have been hovering on the edge. At that time, Bakayan directly ordered an attack. "If they don't fight, we won't move." Lin Qun was also observing. Bakatan has gathered a lot of troops. The Air Force and ground forces have surrounded the 6th prison survivor base from several directions, but they did not launch an attack immediately. Chu Yaowei pondered and said, do you think they want to keep surrounding it until the food in the survivor base is exhausted, so that our military can run out by themselves? It's possible. Lin Qun frowned, but something is not right. They should be anxious. The sooner they take down the survivor base, the better it will be for them, but I don't know either. He and Chu Yaowei are not professionals, and they can't see any clues from the deployment of the Bacatans, so they can only rely on their own guesses and inferences. Chu Yaowei said, what is our plan? The battle between the two armies is not a small battlefield, and the 3 sailing ships are not the one you killed before. There are a large number of Bacatan troops around them to assist in defense, and it is not easy to sink any of them. And with the firepower of the Bacatans here, as long as we are discovered, we will be killed by a round of missile salvos. In the battle for the survivor base in Xing Square, Chu Yaowei also looked for opportunities on the edge, but unfortunately she did not find any opportunity until the north of Xing Square was breached. She knew that, if one's lips are gone, the other's teeth will be cold. She wanted to join the war and help defend the survivors' base, but the reality was that no matter how strong her individual strength was, it would not be enough on a real large-scale battlefield. A round of salvos would blow up several streets. Unless you could teleport, you couldn't even run away. The firepower of the small-scale Bacatan armored forces and several V-shaped battleships they encountered before was nothing compared to this. I understand that modern battlefields are no joke. We are not facing a mob of Bacatans now, so, Lin Qun said, we have to wait for the military to open fire, or the Bacatans to open fire, before we take action. Once the melee starts, we will take action directly. It's impossible for us to kill all the Bacatans here by ourselves, so my target is the 3 sailing ships and the Bacatan inside. Chu Yaowei was horrified when she heard this. Lin Qun's plan was crazy, and his target was actually the toughest bone to chew on the battlefield. The core of the Bacatan Legion, 3 huge sailing ships and Bacatan, the strongest of the Bacatan people in the East District. Chu Yaowei even wanted to ask, isn't this really looking for death? But along the way, she has gotten to know Lin Qun a little, and since she chose to follow, she was also prepared for a desperate fight. In the end, she said solemnly, okay, I will cooperate with you to the fullest. If you can kill Bacatan and sink the 3 huge sailing ships among thousands of troops, the Bacatan army will surely be defeated. But I also want to say, in advance that Xia King and I are different. I believe in keeping the Green Mountains. There will be no worries about firewood. If you die, or the situation is not right, I will abandon you and retreat immediately. It's a pity that we can't contact the military of the survivor base of the 6th prison. Otherwise, with their cooperation, our success rate will be higher. Chapter 104, Fire Talisman? Fire Talisman. Lin Qun just nodded to Chu Yaowei's words. He understood Chu Yaowei's choice. Chu Yaowei didn't want to die either. She took the initiative to join the war for her own consideration. Lin Qun and she actually had similar ideas on this point, so he agreed. However, in Lin Qun's view, it made no difference whether he contacted the military of the survivor base of the 6th prison or not, because his confidence came from the Superman transformation card. That was his biggest trump card. Once the Man of Steel came out, no matter how strong the firepower of the Bacatans on the field was, who could stop him? The only problem was that Lin Qun's Superman transformation card could only last about 3.5 minutes, and he didn't know how much of Superman's ability he could exert, let alone whether he could adapt to super senses. Therefore, he couldn't transform at the edge of the battlefield. The closer he was to the 3 sailing ships and Bacatan, the better. In that way, he could devote more transformation time to the bloody battle. Not a second was wasted. Moreover, if the general commander of the Bacatan army made any reaction, he should also have some transformation time left to deal with it, so that he could meet the enemy head on. This is the safest option. It can take into account before, during, and after the war. Lin Qun can only choose the safest option. It would be great to transform and rush in now, but even if there is only a slight deviation, the battle will end before the end. Lin Qun will not be able to exert all the power of Superman and fail to achieve tactical expectations within a limited time, which may lead to irreversible consequences. This may be just a mistake for Lin Qun. He can leave and wait for the next opportunity to transform, but the entire survivor base of the 6th prison will be flattened by the Bastions. And this requires the military and the Bastions to officially exchange fire. Once the exchange of fire begins, his chance will come. He can kill from the side and head straight for the 3 Bastion sailing ships and back in. But now, he can only wait. Waiting for the military or the Bastions to make a move. Lin Qun retracted his gaze. There are many Bastions around, so he and Chu Yaowei have been in a close position. He guessed that Chu Yaowei's shielding ability seemed to be some kind of passive ability, otherwise, ordinary talents could not be activated continuously for 24 hours. Time passed quietly in silence. The sky gradually darkened, and the gathering of the Bastions was almost complete. The 6th survivor base was already full of Bastions in several directions. One of the 3 sailing ships began to move and headed in another direction. Seeing the change in position, the purpose seemed to be to seal another entrance and exit of the 6th prison survivor base. They were worried about the humans inside breaking out. However, the direction of the 6th prison survivor base was also particularly quiet. The sky gradually darkened, and the atmosphere was almost suppressed to the freezing point. Whether it was the Bastions, the human warriors in the survivor base, or the survivors left behind, they were all extremely nervous, because no one knew when the war would suddenly start. The top leaders on both sides were making plans, and those plans were impossible for those soldiers at the bottom to know. When the battlefield was in operation, each individual would be extremely small, just an insignificant atom or molecule. They did not need to know what the ultimate plan was, they just needed to obey orders. And Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei also spent their time in boring waiting. Neither of them spoke, closing their eyes to rest, trying to restore their bodies to the best condition possible. Lin Qun's energy was full again. As time passed, he suddenly opened his eyes. Chu Yaowei cast a curious look. Lin Qun took out those strange embroidered shoes, incense and hairpins one by one, and was very mysterious. This was the end of the cooling time of the Pharaoh's gaze. Lin Qun set up the array and began to pray. He still had a batch of contribution points in his hand. He had kept them without drawing cards, just waiting for the cooling time of the Pharaoh's gaze to end so that he could draw cards. With the increase of Lin Qun's cards, these seemingly unrelated cards of his could combine and influence each other, forming an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This is also another hidden strength of his Super S level talent. A card alone may not be a big deal, but the combination of the effects of cards is extremely amazing. Chu Yaowei just frowned slightly. Lin Qun's incense gave off some scent, which made her feel a little disgusted for no reason. Fortunately, this time, it was still extremely lucky. Lin Qun was excited. This fairy is really generous. 2 consecutive good lucks. She thinks highly of me. However, although good luck has come, just like last time, Lin Qun still didn't feel any fairy's eyes on him. Lin Qun immediately collected the things on the ground. He noticed Chu Yaowei's frown, and then started to draw cards. 2 minutes can't be delayed. Great strength can make miracles. This time Lin Qun was not nervous. With good luck, good cards will definitely come out. What is there to be afraid of? The process of drawing cards is already familiar. Soon, the card emerged. Is this a secret book card? Name, Fire Talisman Art. Type, secret card grade, C level. Description, this is a secret book on the method of refining fire talismans. After using it, it can be directly engraved into the mind. According to this method, prepare materials, carve talismans, and seal in vitality. You can make a magic fire talisman. Special note, the power of the fire talisman is related to the level of the talisman maker. This is a spell to make a fire talisman. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. He had drawn the fire talisman before, which was very cruel, and this time, he actually drew out the method of making the fire talisman, which directly changed from giving a man a fish to teaching a man how to fish. With this spell, as long as the materials are sufficient, wouldn't I be able to grab a handful of fire talismans and scatter them like flowers? One person can bomb an area. However, according to the description, it is necessary to seal in the vital energy to make a fire talisman. Lin Qun guessed that dark energy might be this kind of vital energy. I just don't know how much dark energy is needed to make a fire talisman. Lin Qun suppressed his excitement and quietly used this card. Soon, there was a buzzing sound in his head, and a waterfall of information emerged. But at this time, he suddenly realized something, turned his head and looked, and met Chu Yaowei's eyes. Chu Yaowei asked, "Are you praying? Praying before the battle?" Lin Qun was stunned for a moment, and did not explain too much. He just smiled and said, "You can understand it this way." Chu Yaowei tilted her head to look at him, looking a little cute. Lin Qun was curious about her ability, but she was also extremely curious about Lin Qun. But everyone was sensible, and no one asked too many questions. Chu Yaowei continued to remain silent. She took out the bread from her pocket, and ate it in small bites. It was already dinner time. Lin Qun quickly browsed through it in his mind. This fire talisman and the concentration technique are similar. They are both spells in the world of cultivation. However, the concentration technique is a skill card that can be used after loading. This fire talisman is different. By loading, Lin Qun can master the method of making the fire talisman in an instant, but if he wants to make a real fire talisman, he still needs his own practical operation. Perhaps this is why this fire talisman is classified as a secret card. However, Lin Qun browsed all the way, and found that the production of this fire talisman did not seem to be demanding. There are two ways to write the fire talisman in this fire talisman technique. One is the normal way that Lin Qun is familiar with, yellow paper, cinnabar, etc. The other one only needs ordinary paper, pure and without words, plus blood. That is enough. It's just that the talisman itself is a bit complicated, and Lin Qun doesn't know if he can draw it clearly. However, they are hiding in a hotel now. Where can they get any yellow paper? You can use the second way of drawing the talisman, ordinary A4 paper, as long as it is clean. As for blood, this talisman does not require much blood. When Lin Qun left the hospital before, he put a few blood bags in his relative Kayankan bag just in case, which came in handy at this time. Do it as soon as you think of it. This fire talisman technique is very useful. It is best to make a large number of fire talismans before the war, which will undoubtedly directly improve Lin Qun's combat capability or Lin Qun's current shortcoming of group injury combat capability. At that moment, Lin Qun stood up and discussed with Chu Yaowei to go out to find paper. Chu Yaowei was startled and instinctively asked, "Paper? What are you looking for paper for? Who needs paper at this time?" Lin Qun answered bluntly, "I'm going to draw a talisman." Chu Yaowei listened to Lin Qun's words and looked at Lin Qun's serious expression. She felt dazed and almost thought she had walked into the wrong set. What surprised Chu Yaowei even more was that Lin Qun really wanted to do what he said. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The mobilization and deployment of the Bakutens forces had almost been completed. There were no large numbers of Bakutens around the hotel where they were hiding. Only some patrol teams of Bakutens passed by. Lin Qun and his team were moving in the hotel building, and they would not alarm the Bakutens. The hotel was not small in scale. Lin Qun quickly found a pack of A4, a full 500 sheets. Lin Qun's eyes lit up. These were 500 fire talismans. Lin Qun did not shy away. At this time, he had no need to be shy or hide. In front of Chu Yaowei, he began to draw talismans quickly. Of course, he still hid the Kayankan bag and pretended to take the blood bag out of his backpack. He also got this backpack from the hospital. He deliberately carried it on his back when he set out, deliberately creating a sleight of hand. Chu Yaowei was stunned and confused. This situation seems wrong. Isn't this a global battlefield? Isn't this a war? Why is this person drawing a talisman? Although Lin Qun has mastered the secret book of fire talisman technique directly through the cards, there is still a difference in actual operation. He failed in the first few cards until the fifth one. After the talisman was successfully drawn, Lin Qun felt the dark energy flow of his physical energy. About half of the dark energy flowed into this fire talisman. Sure enough, his dark energy value became the 9th of May 10. In the past few hours, Lin Qun had hardly used dark energy, and the dark energy had naturally recovered to full. After it was full, the dark energy stopped increasing. A little dark energy can make 2 fire talismans. Throwing out a fire talisman can at least kill 1 Bakuten, right? The price-performance ratio is extremely high. Moreover, since the dark energy will not increase after it is full, he can take advantage of this and draw talismans whenever he can, which can not only keep the dark energy at a high level, but also continue to draw talismans, making a huge profit with almost no loss. Looking at the fire talisman in his hand, Lin Qun was very excited, as if he had seen the scene of himself using the fire talisman to scatter flowers. But watching this scene, Chu Yaowei was silent. After a long time, she couldn't help but say, "Lin Qun, if you are under too much pressure and are not sure, we can leave. There is no need to drive yourself crazy." She saw Lin Qun excitedly drawing talismans here, as if she felt that Lin Qun was under too much pressure before the battle and was crazy. Chapter 105 The Beginning of War. It is not easy for Chu Yaowei to say such words given her personality. Or rather, she already feels it is very outrageous. Otherwise, such words would not come out of her mouth. Lin Qun listened, and his hands froze for a moment. He was happily drawing talismans here, but he understood Chu Yaowei's good intentions. He looked up at her and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not crazy yet. The things I drew can be used on the battlefield. You will know when the battle begins." Chu Yaowei looked at him suspiciously. Obviously, she still didn't believe what Lin Qun said. What a joke, who can believe this? But Chu Yaowei didn't say anything else. The sentence just now was all she had to say. After all, she and Lin Qun were not familiar with each other, and they only acted together and appeared here for survival. If Lin Qun was really crazy, he would be useless to her and the battle in the magic city. She might even abandon Lin Qun and leave. At that moment, she no longer paid attention to Lin Qun, nor was she interested in Lin Qun's scribbles. She quietly walked to the corner and sat down, closing her eyes to rest. The war could break out at any time, and it was impossible for her to say that she was not nervous. She didn't know what Lin Qun's plan was, but maintaining sufficient physical strength and spirit was undoubtedly the best choice, so she took the time to rest. On the other side, Lin Qun kept writing and drawing talismans. He was very excited. The fire talisman, that originally required 10 contribution points to draw, now he spent 1.5 dark energy, a little blood and 3 A4 papers to draw it. How could he stop? It was as if he earned 10 contribution points for every 3 he drew. Of course, this was because the fire talisman was really useful. Lin Qun's ability tended to be targeted killing, and he lacked range skills. This fire talisman could make up for it, and it was low cost and extremely easy to use. While Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei were preparing for the battle in their own way, the Bastions were accelerating their mobilization on the battlefield outside their hiding place. Bastion stood in the bridge of the sailing ship, staring coldly at the human survivor base in the distance. The electromagnetic deflection shields of the 3 Bastion sailing ships have all been turned on, and the horn of war is about to sound. For Bastion, this human survivor base will be another merit of his. He knows that most of the survivors in this survivor base have been evacuated, but he doesn't care. After eating up the main force of humans, the remaining human civilians, even if they have natural abilities, are just lambs to be slaughtered. They can be killed as they want. The demon city must be in the pocket of the Bastions. The morale of the entire Bastion army is shaking. In contrast to the confidence of the Bastions, there is a tense atmosphere in the survivor base of the 6th prison. From military soldiers to survivor soldiers, they are all very nervous and tense, not knowing when the battle will start. 8:15 p.m. The survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City, the underground command center. Fu Kai was sitting in the command center in person, staring at the central screen of the command center with a grim expression. On the main screen, there were 2 huge sailing ships of the Bastion. The other one had moved to another direction a few hours ago, blocking the 2 entrances and exits of the survivor base of the 6th prison. On the other split screens, there were the situations of the ground forces of the Bastions. They had surrounded the survivor base, and the 2 sides were 2 kilometers apart, with a ruined city in the middle. The city debris had become a natural barrier, and the Bastion troops were dormant in it. From the screen, only part of the enemy troops could be seen. So far, the Bastions have not moved at all. The military advisory team and reconnaissance troops have been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Bastions and analyzing their possible next moves. Some soldiers felt uneasy. They were ready to die, but the horn of war had not been blown for a long time, which made many people feel some tension and panic that they should not have. Fukai once again confirmed the food situation with the logistics manager. Although the supplies in the survivor base were insufficient, another round was distributed before the evacuation, but there are not so many people here now. If they are used sparingly, they can at least last for 3 days. 3 days. Fukai murmured. There was a light flickering in his eyes. This doesn't sound long, but it is actually the limit of their estimation. With Bastion in charge, it would be the best case scenario to be able to hold out for 3 days under the siege. The greater possibility is that it can't hold out that long. At this time, Captain Chu walked in from outside and whispered, "Division Commander, the Sky Curtain defense system we bought and assembled in the system mall has been activated. Because it is not a direct purchase, we can only activate about 50% of the Sky Curtain's effectiveness, but it should be enough. The Bastion should not think of destroying us with the bull lightning that destroyed the survivor base in Xing Xing Square." Captain Chu did this personally and came to report in person, which shows the importance of this matter. They may also understand this truth. Fukai said, "That's why they are reluctant to attack." Captain Chu said, "I have read the analysis of the headquarters. They have come up with several possibilities. There are only 2 most likely behaviors of the Bastions now. The first is to surround but not attack, waiting for us to eat up all the food and go out to die. The second is that they are preparing for some other attack. If it is the former, it is a good thing for us. If we can delay for 3 to 4 days, we will have completed the task well." Fukai spoke slowly. He was staring at the Bastion troops in the picture, as if he wanted to see the true intentions of these Bastions from the clues. But as he said, if the Bastions surrounded, but did not attack, it would also be their victory. Because for the Bastions, 3 or 4 days is extremely precious. The 30 days of blockade of the Magic City were exchanged for their 5 million contribution points. On the contrary, for humans, if they can delay the large Bastion troops in the East District for 3 or 4 days, it will be a blessing for the entire East District and even the entire Magic City battlefield. At this stage, the military strategic plan has completely changed. It is not to defeat the Bastions, but to delay time. Only about half of the group army of the Magic City was blocked in the Magic City, so the military strength of the Magic City was seriously insufficient, and it was very difficult to garrison the huge Magic City. As for the military base outside the Magic City, half of it was stuck inside the blockade and half was stuck outside. At the beginning, it was still able to fight against the Bastions, but as time went on, more and more Bastions came through the gate above their heads to reinforce, and defeat would be inevitable. The question is whether they can survive these 30 days before being completely defeated. This is also the reason why the survivors of the 6th prison did not open fire first. Their task is not only to fight the Bastions to death, but also to hold on for a long enough time. Even if it is 1 more day or a few hours, when the 30 days arrive, someone may benefit from it and survive. As long as someone can survive, their sacrifice is not completely meaningless. Captain Chu heard the implication of Fukai's words and whispered, "Commander, you mean that the Bastions are preparing another attack plan?" "Maybe." Fukai stamped his feet and said, "They won't attack from the front, or from the sky, they may come from below." "You mean?" "The Bastions are very smart. They should be able to guess that we are on guard against their bull lightning. They used it once at the survivor base in Xing Xing Square. Unless we are very stupid, it is impossible not to be on guard against this weapon." Captain Chu's face sank slightly when he heard it. If they really come from below, it will be troublesome. We'd better find them in advance and intercept them, otherwise. Fukai's eyes moved, and finally slowly moved away from the screen, and his eyes fell on Captain Chu. "So, I have another task for you." Captain Chu's expression was stern. He glanced at everyone in the command center and knew that Fukai had only told him about this matter. He immediately said, "The division commander has ordered, and our unit will do its best to fulfill it. Prepare a batch of explosives, but do not move the garrison on the front. Mobilize the survivors, and keep it strictly confidential. Humans are fragile. Even if the soldiers and survivors here are ready to fight to the death, when the situation gets out of control and the real war begins, no one will not be afraid. and fear will make people weak. What we have to do is to keep our people as confident as possible and reduce fear before the war begins. I understand. I'll prepare it now. Captain Chu nodded and retreated quickly. From the command center to the entire 6th prison survivor base, everyone was busy. Reinforcement of fortifications, transportation of supplies. Every soldier and survivor has been mobilized. And at 11:27 tonight, the 6th prison survivor base sounded a shrill air defense alarm. A large number of soldiers and survivors urgently moved to the prison's underground air defense facilities to evade. The Bakatans blew the horn of attack. When the missiles rose from the end of the sky, Fukai understood that his judgment was correct. Even if encirclement without attacking could minimize the Bakatans' losses in personnel and armaments in their attack on the 6th prison survivor base, they could not afford to lose time. He was a little disappointed, but also felt a sense of relief. He immediately gave an order: call the artillery array outside the city. The Bakatans have opened fire. We request missile support cover the Bakatan encirclement position. At the same time, 3 kilometers away from the 6th prison survivor base, and 1 kilometer behind the Bakatan army, Lin Qun stood in front of the window and witnessed this scene. Meteors rose from the central city and the suburbs, passing through the red night sky in destructive arcs, flying towards each other, piercing and crossing each other in the air, and then falling to the battlefield close at hand. The prelude to the war was thus opened. Chapter 106 is here. When the shooting stars of both sides passed through the sky, Li Ji and Li Xing had already moved to the air defense equipment under the prison. They were arranged in the 7th Auxiliary Defense Group of the 2nd level, which was behind the 1st level military front. At this moment, a large number of survivors and soldiers were holding weapons. They could not see the situation above, but could only feel the rumbling vibrations and loud noises, and the dust above their heads rolled down. Li Ji was also a little frightened. He was worried that the dome would collapse and they would be buried alive under it without firing a single shot. That was the most aggrieved way to die. This kind of waiting was more unsettling than going directly to the battlefield to fight with real swords and guns. Li Ji looked at the time. The two sides' heavy bombing of each other lasted for nearly 7 minutes. Then, he heard an order from the front. Then, the crowd rushed forward, and Li Ji and his team followed their team leader forward. There were people all around, and the air was filled with an unknown smell mixed with sweat. Li Ji didn't know what it was, and he thought it was the smell of tension. It was not, until they rushed out of the air raid shelter, that their vision suddenly became clear, and the smell of pungent gunpowder filled their noses. He still did not see the enemy, but only saw that half of the high wall in front of the prison had collapsed, and the ground was riddled with holes. The prison cell building where they lived was almost blown to pieces, with smoke and fire everywhere. But the damage was not as serious as imagined. Li Ji thought that with such a large bombing, the ground buildings of the entire survivor base would be razed to the ground. There were faint light spots flickering in the sky, and it seemed that some kind of device was activated in many locations of the ruins in the prison before the bombing. It was the Sky Curtain electromagnetic interference defense system that the military split and purchased from the Contribution Point Mall. Li Ji and his team's captain was also an old acquaintance. It was Ni Wensheng. He directly accepted the military's orders and dispatched, and then led his team members to get ready according to the situation. The first round of bombing was over, and the Bakatans began to shrink the encirclement and move forward to encircle and suppress. Their casualties did not seem to be as serious as imagined. Gunshots rang out from all directions, and V-shaped fighters lined up in the air to bomb. Only then did Li Ji understand the role of the luminous device Sky Curtain. When the Bakatan missiles flew down from the sky, they were detonated in the air before they landed, and exploded into huge fireworks above their heads. The scene was grand and spectacular, but it was a miserable flower of death. Sparks and debris fell into the survivors' base like raindrops. Li Ji quickly passed under the flower of death, followed by Li Xing. Both of them were ready for a desperate battle, but unfortunately, they seemed to be unable to see the enemy. As survivors, they were at the back of the battle sequence, and even if the war started, they were at the back of the battlefield. Their position was relatively backward, and they could only see the occasional fighter plane flying by here, and heard the dense gunfire from the fortifications in front, but they could hardly see the Bacatans, and they didn't even have the opportunity to shoot. Li Ji blinked his eyes. The most exciting scene he could see from his position was the anti-aircraft missile system in the camp tracking and locking onto the V-shaped battleship. Our air force was almost wiped out in the past few days. Ni Wensheng in front of him whispered. Perhaps because he thought Li Ji was also a master, or perhaps to give Lin Qun face, he paid close attention to Li Ji and Li Xing. When the early landing began, the Magic City military air force once fiercely clashed with the Bacatans, and almost lost everything in those days. Are we just waiting here? Li Xing asked in a daze. The current situation was different from what they imagined. He thought that this offensive and defensive battle should be everyone shouting and rushing forward to fight the Bacatans. But in fact, it was not. The current firing was mainly automated equipment and long-range heavy firepower weapons controlled by the military, and the survivors could not even see the shadow of the Bacatans. Ni Wensheng held a cigarette in his mouth and said, "Of course, what do you think this is? The military and the Bacatans are exchanging fire, so why would they need us? If we go up, we will either be killed or cause trouble. In modern warfare, those who have not received training will just talk nonsense. Unless we are as strong as a big boss like Brother Lin, people like us, even LIUI, will be no different from small soldiers. The weak ones can only cause trouble. On the battlefield, there are no bayonets to fight. So, we are the last line of defense. When all the troops in front are dead and the Bacatans start to clean up, it is time for us to take action." After hearing this, Li Ji and Li Xing were somewhat silent. On the battlefield, large-scale combat is completely different from their previous hunting of the Bacatans. It is not at the same level at all. It is not time for them to go to war yet. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound from the ground in the distance. The ground outside the survivor base of the 6th prison suddenly exploded. In the terrifying loud noise, a huge, shield-like, but more militarized drilling equipment was suddenly blown out of the ground. In the flames and smoke, it was like a giant beast lurking under the ground, suddenly revealing its hideous true appearance from deep in the soil. Its outer armor was extremely strong, and with the cushioning of the stratum, its way forward was blocked, but it hardly shrank, and rushed towards the 6th prison survivor base. But the 6th prison survivor base was well prepared. The rocket launcher system set up fired 20 rockets every half a minute. The rockets that rushed out of the muzzle at high speed looked like fireworks flying close to the ground. The moment the 20th rocket rushed out of the muzzle, the first rocket had hit. Then the next 19 rockets penetrated in succession, directly blowing up this roaring steel monster. Of course, Li Ji and his team could not see this scene at all from this position. Guns and cannons were flying on the battlefield, and it was no longer aimed with the naked eye. The soldiers on both sides basically could not see each other's figures, and they relied entirely on modern equipment to attack. At the underground command center, seeing the first drilling device destroyed, Captain Chu immediately connected. "Master Fu, your guess is right. The Bacatans really want to break in from underground. If they really dig in and attack from the inside, we will probably lose all our positions in less than 3 hours. Don't take it lightly. There are still 3 drilling devices. If the Bacatans want to sneak in, we will break their teeth underground." On the radar screen of the battlefield, the other 3 directions of the survivor base of the 6th prison also showed a huge red dot, which was rapidly moving underground and approaching the survivor base. If we respond hastily, it will be too late. Fortunately, the survivor base has already made preparations to destroy the remaining 3. The ground exploded, the soil flew, and the smoke and dust rolled. The battlefield entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. At the same time, deep in the Bacatan sailing ship, Baccayan was also staring at this scene expressionlessly. News from the battlefield was coming like raindrops. "Sir, our underground plan has failed. Humans have already prepared defenses, and all our underground attack facilities have been destroyed. Sir, we are tracking the location of the human missile forces outside the city. We must not let them escape this time." The underground attack plan failed, but Baccayan was not depressed, because he knew very well that once the horn of war was sounded, it would only be a matter of time before this survivor base was captured. All their efforts were just a dying and futile struggle. However, at this moment, a Bastion staff member in the bridge suddenly said urgently, "Sir, report. A giant target appeared behind us, suspected to be the human target, to kill Lord Gelino." Bastion heard this, and his expression finally moved, and he turned back coldly. "Where is he? Give me his position in the picture. Look at this direction. He is coming towards me." It glanced at the picture, and its 4 eyes narrowed. "I didn't look for you, but you dared to come to my door yourself. Pass the order down. The rear formation. Dispatch a square formation of people, to encircle and suppress him. I will reward him with 1,000 contribution points for killing this human. It is very cautious. On the chaotic battlefield, it will never leave the range of a sailing ship. Of course, if this human really has the ability to kill it, it will personally kill it." The Bastion people below responded loudly. On the battlefield, dispatching is being done at a rapid speed. If you look from a bird's eye view, the ground is like a millstone. The Bastion army is mobilizing rapidly, but it is difficult to detect it from the ground. The intricate buildings are the best cover. At the same time, the underground command center of the survivor base of the 6th prison of mankind. Information was also transmitted to Fukai at a rapid speed. "Commander Fu, we found a giant human target in the rear of the Bastion front. This person is suspected to be Lin Qun, who disappeared in the last local rescue operation. Is it him? Quick, give me the picture." Fukai was shocked, but soon his heart sank. Why did he come back at this time? The Bastion army is surrounded, and there is even a Bastion here. Isn't this courting death? The first person Fukai thought of was Kiza-chun. Kiza-chun is the pride of the East District. He himself came from the military. When he went to battle in Xingxing Square, many people had high hopes for him, and some even believed that he could kill Bastion. That day, Kiza-chun's last battle was the last hope for everyone in the survivor base of Xingxing Square that was besieged. But the result of the facts taught everyone a lesson. Kiza-chun, the strongest human in the East District in their minds, couldn't even hurt Bastion. It was an absolute crushing. Hope was shattered. And the result of the previous confrontation between Lin Qun and Bastion was also very clear. Lin Qun is not Bastion's opponent. What's more, Bastion is now in the center of the Bastion army. Lin Qun came out from behind alone. No matter how strong his personal strength is, he is looking for death. Lin Qun is the most promising human being Fukai has ever seen. Lin Qun disappeared after being in danger. Fukai was very anxious and even a little regretful. If it weren't for the situation, he would not have sent such a talent to fight. Later, it was confirmed through the rankings that Lin Qun should not be dead, and it seemed to be safe, so Fukai was relieved. They can die here, but Lin Qun can't. He is a talent who may grow to fight against the Bastion army on his own. Therefore, seeing Lin Qun appear again at this moment, and appearing in the battlefield of the 6th prison survivor base that was almost certain to fall, Fukai's face changed slightly and said, "Contact Lin Qun immediately. No matter what method you use, tell him not to be stupid and retreat immediately. As long as he grows up, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him back." Lin Qun's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the high-level battlefield leaders of both sides. Chapter 107. His fire talismans are all real. When the meteor passed through the sky, Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei observed it immediately. Here it comes. The opportunity they were waiting for has come. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei prepared to set off immediately. Of course, they couldn't run away when the missiles of both sides were firing at each other. That would not be joining the war, but seeking death. They might even be killed by their own missiles. After all, the bombardment of the Bastion front came from the human side. And Lin Qun also witnessed with his own eyes the method used by the Bastion to deal with semi-saturation bombing. On the battlefield, the Bastion's telekinetic brain vehicles scattered on the ground all emitted light. Under the guidance of the telekinetic brain vehicles, their interception systems were extremely accurate, and every shot was sure to hit the target. Only a small number of the intensive attacks by humans successfully landed, but they also killed large groups of Bastion people. The technological level of the Bastion civilization is actually not much different from that of humans, but they have some digested and absorbed contribution point exchange technology, which makes them ahead of humans in some aspects of technology. Not only that, the unique telekinetic technology of the Bastion is also applied to every corner of their war system. Lin Qun obviously noticed that the rankings of some military IDs on the leaderboard changed rapidly. That was the credit of the missiles. However, when Lin Qun was at the survivor base, he had heard that if multiple people operated missiles and used this weapon to launch an attack, the contribution points would be equally divided among all operators, and there were other coefficient algorithms, which was very intelligent. The global battlefield will not treat anyone unfairly. When the missiles finished washing the ground, the horn of war was officially sounded on the battlefield, and the ground forces of Bastion began to advance. Lin Qun knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally come. He and Chu Yaowei began to move quickly, starting from the edge of the battlefield and behind the Bastions and approaching forward. Lin Qun did not activate the armored titan immediately. It is very cruel to transform into the armored titan, but the target is too obvious. Especially on this kind of battlefield, you will become a live target in an instant. The moment he activated the armored titan's transformation, it was the moment when he killed the core of the battlefield all the way and activated the Superman transformation card. Once he made a move, it was thunder. He was also observing the situation on the battlefield and looking for the best route. Moreover, at that time, the war had not yet entered a stalemate. At this moment, they were also far away from the rear troops of Bastion, and it seemed a little too early for any of them to transform. The first thing they encountered was a group of Bastion warriors in the rear. Their task was to guard the rear and patrol, to prevent human reinforcement from coming from behind. They were a little dissatisfied with this, and felt that they had missed a good opportunity to go to the front line, to kill the enemy and gain contribution points. They didn't think that there would be any human reinforcement. The humans in the East District have been beaten to this extent. Are there reinforcement? Why didn't they come earlier? Until they met Lin Qun. At first, they thought they were just two lost humans, but out of caution, they still wanted to shoot them quickly, until Lin Qun showed his fangs. The first Bastion who discovered Lin Qun had not fired a shot before his head exploded. Then, in the horrified eyes of the other Bastions, Lin Qun's body quickly expanded in front of them and turned into a terrifying giant as high as 15 meters. The armored titan transformed successfully. All his attributes were instantly improved. The energy value instantly broke through the sky, breaking through the upper limit. And this time, Lin Qun had an idea. Before he activated the armored titan ability, he first activated Mario's careless skill. The careless skill can directly increase 10 points of physical fitness, in addition to the double of the armored titan. This time, Lin Qun transformed into the armored titan, and his physical fitness was even more terrifying than before, reaching 86. Adding 10 points of attributes is equivalent to adding 20 directly. 10 points of physical fitness is a standard value of a human being, and 20 points of physical fitness is a standard value of 2 humans. This addition is not a little bit. After the armored titan was activated, Lin Qun activated Mario's strength addition. 57 points of strength were increased again. 85.5. Strength and physical fitness are both 80. Skills that increase attributes by multiples are suitable for use after the transformation of the armored titan, while skills that directly add attributes are suitable for use before the transformation. In this way, the benefits of the card ability can be maximized. Lin Qun's combat power is infinitely and extremely added and pulled up 86 points of physique, this time 0.5 points more than strength, and with his physique, plus the armor bonus of the armored titan, the bullets of these Bastions can't hurt him at all, and he rushed all the way, and killed all the Bastions without leaving a single piece of armor. Those Bastions never dreamed that they thought they were two lone humans, and they were contribution points delivered to them, but in the end, it was a terrifying monster. Instead, they became the contribution points delivered to Lin Qun. More than 20 contribution points were instantly credited. However, at this time, Lin Qun and his men had officially cut into the rear of the Bastion encirclement and suppression troops. The Bastion troops here were linked together. As soon as something happened here, the surrounding Bastions immediately alerted and all kinds of heavy firepower quickly greeted them. Because Lin Qun's current target is a bit big, 15 meters is not very high in the broad sense of giants and giant biospheres, but it is already exaggerated here. Then, with Lin Qun's appearance, it was quickly transmitted to the Bastion command center. Bastion gave the order, and a Bastion phalanx moved towards this side in an instant. The Bakatan phalanx is a military level quantifier of the Bakatan civilization, which is roughly equivalent to the organization of 2 companies of humans. Such a lineup is already very luxurious to encircle and suppress a human. In the sky, there are light attack ships interspersed at high speed to kill back. V-shaped fighters are bombing the survivor base of the 6th prison at this moment. The world is surrounded and killed, and Lin Qun instantly became the target of countless Bakatan people. The battlefield in the rear is turbulent. Bakayan's bounty order has been issued. 1,000 contribution points is enough to make many Bakatan people jealous. There must be brave men under a heavy reward. The reward of 1,000 contribution points offered by Bakayan is also an extremely considerable number for ordinary Bakatan warriors. Everyone is very excited and very confident in strangling Lin Qun. Even if this human has the ability to reach the sky, can he kill through the army? Chu Yaowei, who was standing behind, was terrified. Her physique was not low, but she was not able to withstand the machine gun without any problem. If a machine gun shell hit her, she would not be shattered, but her arms and legs would be broken. So, how could she cooperate? Chu Yaowei was at a loss for Lin Qun for a moment, but she soon understood. Maybe Lin Qun didn't need her cooperation at all. She had special abilities and strong talents, but she was not able to play a role in such a large-scale battlefield and charge hard against the enemy's attacks. Because of this, she was ob in several battles. Although she wanted to help, she didn't want to risk her life. She just stood behind and acted as a retreat, just like in the previous battlefield. Once Lin Qun was defeated and retreated, she could rush out and sweep Lin Qun away and run away quickly. At this moment, facing the countless Bakatans and dense firepower, Lin Qun was not afraid of anything else, except avoiding some large caliber missiles. He advanced triumphantly with the body of the armored titan. Conventional weapons can hardly cause substantial damage to his terrifying body. Only high-temperature armor-piercing incendiary bombs and large-caliber high-explosive bombs can pose a direct threat to him. After rushing forward for a distance, Lin Qun took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slammed the ground. The Mario jump skill was activated, and his body was ejected like a cannonball, and he crashed directly into a Bakatan light attack ship, smashing it and tearing it down from the air. Then he took off directly in the air, and jumped twice in the air. In an instant, he had completed 3 jumps. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed out almost 300 meters, and rushed to the top of the Bakatan formation that surrounded him. He was like a moving human giant cannonball, leaping on the battlefield, charging back and forth in the Bakatan battle formation. The information was quickly transmitted back to the underground headquarters of the survivor base of the 6th prison. Fu Kai was surprised. He has become stronger. Bakayan's eyes were cold. Pass the order. 1,500 contribution points. Whoever can kill this person can get 1,500 contribution points. This scene, not to mention Chu Yaowei, was stunned. Even the nearby Bakatan warriors were dumbfounded. With such a large body, can he jump like this? Didn't the intelligence say that he could jump more than 50 meters at a time? This time, how did it double directly? The bigger the body, the farther he can jump? Exclamation mark. Lin Qun transformed into an armored giant for the first time and did not show his jumping ability, so he did not allow the Bakatan people to update the data. From a practical point of view, Lin Qun's armored form, even if his height increased, could not be so light. But now it's too late, because Lin Qun leaped several times, as if he was in the killing field, and flew directly to their heads, and directly came to a celestial flower, scattering a piece of fire talisman. The armored titan was so big that these fire talismans looked extremely small, and the Bakatans didn't care. What power could a pile of paper have? Was this a deceptive tactic? Therefore, their attention was all on Lin Qun. While avoiding Lin Qun's landing point, they turned their guns and fired frantically. After all, they were the regular army of Bakatan. Although they were shocked by Lin Qun's leaping ability, they reacted in time and responded quickly. They were even preparing to activate a device that looked like a whale harpoon. It was extremely huge, far exceeding the whale harpoons on the Blue Star, and they were obviously preparing to restrict Lin Qun. Until those papers burned one after another, turning into one terrifying fireball after another, covering the sky and the earth. Behind, Chu Yaowei had already started to retreat. Seeing this scene, even she couldn't sit still. Her eyes widened. Are all his fire talismans real? Chapter 108. Their two huge sailing ships turned around. The firelight was illuminating Chu Yao's pupils. Everything that happened in front of her made her dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the talismans drawn by Lin Qun could really turn into fireballs. She was as surprised as if a cartoon character suddenly ran out of the cartoon world and became real. How could the talismans he drew become real? Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Qun no longer had time to explain anything to Chu Yao. The battlefield that Lin Qun broke into was beyond Chu Yao's reach. She knew very well that if she followed Lin Qun in, she would be shot to death. So she quickly retreated and prepared to find a place to hide. She completely understood what Lin Qun meant. Her cooperation was very simple. If Lin Qun was no longer able to do it, she would rush out and grab Lin Qun back and run away like before. For some reason, Chu Yao felt a little strange when she realized this. But on the battlefield, Lin Qun had already killed on a cloud of fire. He threw out more than 20 fire talismans in an instant, which were all he had drawn. More than 20 fire talismans, that is, more than 20 fireballs, were thrown out at once, indistinguishable from each other, and directly merged into a fire cloud in the air. Lin Qun, who was in the body of the armored titan, fell from a high altitude, as if he was stepping on the fire cloud, and fell to the ground under his feet. The Bakatans below him were all blown away by the explosion of the fireballs. The huge Bakatan whale harpoon didn't even have a chance to fire, and the whole device was blown to pieces. The fork was kicked out by Lin Qun, piercing several Bakatans who didn't have time to escape. A sea of fire and explosion. Blood splattered, and Lin Qun was like a god of war, stepping out a clearing in the center of the Bakatan square that besieged him. Countless Bakatans were killed and injured. Lin Qun's eyes moved. The surrounding Bakatans were shot in the head one after another. A Bakatan telekineticist roared and rose from the Bakatan warriors. His aura was terrifying, at least above level 15. Unfortunately, Lin Qun only looked at it once, and its head exploded. Under the horrified eyes of the Bakatans below, it lay dead on the ground. What a joke. Now Lin Qun's physique is 86, and the headshot female skill is 172. All targets below the physique can't resist his gaze. Before the Bakatans in western Zhejiang could stabilize their position, Lin Qun stomped on the ground suddenly, and his body rose up like a cannonball, jumping to the next position. On the way, he also grabbed an airship, threw it out, and smashed it directly on an abandoned building on the side, smashing a Bakatan's firepower point inside. The surrounding Bakatans were all terrified. Lin Qun was like a killing god. Not only was he extremely strong, but he was also very flexible. With one jump, he jumped out 90 meters. With two consecutive jumps, he jumped out 180 meters. If he stepped on that building, 3 consecutive jumps would be 270 meters. He alone messed up the rear of the Bakatan in this direction, and the formation was in chaos. Lin Qun was also very smart. 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. He was surrounded by Bakatan troops. He had to be in a state of high-speed movement, otherwise when the Bakatans gathered together and formed a siege, he would not be able to run away, even if he wanted to. Under the chaotic artillery, no matter how strong he could resist, he would be beaten to death. This was inevitable. Therefore, Lin Qun never stayed. He jumped up quickly as soon as he landed, with an uncertain direction. Although his target was the 2 Bakatan sailing ships and the Bakayan in them, his intention seemed to be heading for the survivors' base, swinging between 2 directions. This was Lin Qun's disguise. Moreover, the random leap in an uncertain direction could also prevent the Bakatans from forming a siege against him, and could fully exert the flexibility of his skill combination. The armored titan combined with Merio's jumping skills is a mobile engineering hammer. It can resist and fight, and I can also walk. The Bakatans in this direction were exhausted by him, and in the 2 Bakatan sailing ships, the Bakatans were also surprised. He is stronger than before, and even stronger than the second time he appeared. What is his growth rate? His direction keeps changing. It seems like he is coming towards us, but also seems like he is going to the survivor base. Is he going to the survivor base to join other humans? It would be stupid for him to come to our side. Even if he is powerful as an individual, it doesn't matter. We have such powerful firepower here. It only takes a little time to kill him. Instead, if he joins up with those human bastards, maybe he can jump around for a while longer. At this time, Bastion in front suddenly spoke. It was also staring at the terrifying human giant in the picture, who was jumping in a chain in violation of the laws of physics. Its eyes were cold and said, "No, he is coming for us. He is looking for death. Let the people behind him withdraw and prepare the missile launcher A. When he comes, we will directly intercept and kill him." The people below were very surprised, but they did not dare to doubt Bastion's judgment at all. They immediately adjusted the formation according to Bastion's instructions and prepared to intercept and kill this powerful human. Bastion's eyes were grim. "I thought you were smart, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You actually came to me. Very good. Even if you can become stronger every few hours, so what? Strength is not determined by size. In its eyes, this human is already dead. However, it is not going to take action personally. It can survive to this day, not only because of its strong strength, but also because of its extraordinary caution. Although it thinks that this human is a foolish charge to the death, it is actually worried that Lin Qun may have other tricks. After all, it has not figured out what went wrong or what was weird last time, and it is still wary of Lin Qun, so it has to fire a round of naval guns first. If there is a trick, force it out directly. If there is no trick, a round of volleys will kill him, or half of him. At that time, it can control this human at will. Last time, it let him run away from its eyes, which was a great shame, and today it will get it back. The two Bastion sailing ships slowly turned, and the layers of gun muzzles had already been extended, pointing directly at Lin Qun, who was rushing in an arc. Lin Qun also noticed this. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, the battlefield was so small and his target was so obvious. It was just that his body could withstand machine gun fire, but if it was a volley of large caliber naval guns on the front battlefield, the battle was still going on. Although Lin Qun was stirring up trouble in the rear and causing quite a stir, it was just a small fight compared to the battlefield at the survivors' base. A large number of Bastions advanced to encircle and suppress the human front, firing intensively and suppressing the human front madly. In the past few minutes, the Bastions had advanced 200 meters. The human military suffered heavy casualties here. Some of the reserve survivors had already gone up ahead of time. The flames of war were raging. Li Ji and his men didn't even know that Lin Qun had appeared and was fighting behind Bastion. They were still nervously waiting for the moment when they would join the battle. How could the soldiers on the battlefield know the overall situation? In the underground command center, Lin Qun was advancing all the way, which surprised and delighted Fu Kai. He seems to have become stronger. His target is the two sailing ships of Bastion. Does he want to take down Bastion? Lin Qun looked more brutal than a day ago. A day ago, the machine gun could still injure his body, but now, he can charge against the machine gun. This is definitely a step forward. Many people in the underground command center were also very excited. They had only seen Bastion people slaughter thousands of humans alone before. This was the first time they saw a human being do this. One person beat Bastion to the point of losing his temper. I'm afraid his strength has surpassed Kizachan. Who said that we humans have no masters? It's him. Mr. Lin is still alive. He is the number one in the East District. But Fu Kai was still a little worried. Have you contacted him? He may be able to kill two sailing ships, but Bastion is on it. Doesn't he know that Bastion is inside? Although Lin Qun performed very powerfully, there was still a huge gap between his strength and the Bastion they knew. That was an existence that had experienced a civilization war, and its level was ridiculously high. But unfortunately, the news sent back was not optimistic. We still can't contact him. He doesn't carry any electronic equipment. Mr. Lin doesn't seem to be able to wear electronic equipment in that form. Our drones can't fly out at all. The main firepower of the Bastions is still concentrated on our side, and they are actively interfering with our signals and blocking all our external information. Commander, just half a minute ago, we lost contact with the army headquarters of the survivor base of the military hospital. Commander, the two Bastion sailing ships have turned. They pointed their guns at Mr. Lin. Damn it, Fukei's eyes were heavy. Sure enough, on the screen, the two Bakutan sailing ships had changed direction, with guns everywhere, locking the direction of Lin Qun's advance. These two sailing ships were originally raiding the rear, and had not approached or fired. At this time, they could strangle Lin Qun with all their strength. And this is also the greatest attention that the Bakutans give to human individuals on this battlefield. Fukei knew that he could no longer stop it. At this moment, Lin Qun was deeply trapped in the crowd of thousands of troops, and there were only two roads in front of him. Either go forward and sink two sailing ships, or be trapped and killed by the Bakutans. The 6th prison survivor base, which was also surrounded by the Bakutan army, could not provide him with any support. Judging from the current situation and rational judgment, Lin Qun's death in battle is almost inevitable. In terms of individual strength, no one is Bakutan's opponent. In the battle of the survivor base in Xing Xing Square, it killed Kizuchuan like squeezing an ant. Although Fukei did not attend the scene in person, he knew the ridicule that Bakutan made against humans that day. Is this the number one in your region? He can't even hurt me, let alone let me shed a drop of blood. How can you, a low-level biological civilization, resist and live? Bakutan's arrogant words made many people furious, but no one could do anything to it. It was very cautious and never appeared at the forefront of a large-scale battlefield. In one-on-one and small-scale battlefields, it was invincible. Humans are at a disadvantage, which is deeply helpless. Could it be that the scene of Kizuchuan's death is really going to be repeated? However, Fukei also had some kind of expectation and hope in his heart. What if Lin Qun has a trick up his sleeve that can turn the tide? If he succeeds, no, what if he succeeds? If the two sailing ships are sunk and Bakutan dies, today's siege battle can even be reversed, from a sure defeat to a great victory. But, is such a situation possible? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. Will you bleed? On the battlefield, two Bakutan sailing ships were slowly rising in altitude, and at the same time, the dense naval guns and missile launch systems on their hulls were firing crazily. The target was Lin Qun. The Bakutan tactical system had locked all the directions of Lin Qun's advance. At the current distance, whether Lin Qun continued to rush forward, retreat, or even move in other directions, the result would not change. He would face the baptism of this wave of artillery fire. But Lin Qun did not hide. His battle cry resounded throughout the battlefield, and when the two Bakutan warships turned towards him, he had already drawn a card. Draw a card. Activate. Sanctuary Song. At that moment, the battlefield seemed to be lit up by a light that came from nowhere. The dim battlefield of fire and smoke was slightly brighter for a moment, and then all creatures within a 10-kilometer range, whether human or Bakutan, heard a melodious and ethereal song, as if it was an illusion. I don't know what language the song was in, but it had a dreamlike and refreshing feeling, as if it could make people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Then, the humans were surprised to find that their physical fitness had increased. And not just one or two people, but all people, all humans. Physical fitness increased by 2 points. For an individual, it was just a tiny 2 points, and for people whose physical fitness was already less than 10 points, there was almost no change. But looking at the entire battlefield, it was a huge change. The shaky front of the 6th prison was instantly reinforced. People looked at each other in shock. Our physical fitness has all increased by 2 points. Whose ability is this? Oh my god, how did they do this? This is incredible. Not just you and me, but the entire 6th prison survivor base. All humans. All humans. All increased by 2 points. What kind of horrible ability is this? Did you hear it? That faint singing. Am I hallucinating? This ability is too fantastic. Even the 6th prison command center was at a loss for a moment. This was not in their battle plan. The entire command center did not know that such a bonus would occur. They even instinctively looked at Fukei, thinking that this was arranged by Master Fu. But Fukei was also at a loss and surprised. Who has such a great ability? All physical fitness plus 2. This can be called an extremely terrifying battlefield amplification buff. Fukai guessed that this might be a human with hidden abilities. But Fukai knew that now was not the time to think about this matter, and there was no need to find out who this person was. He silently acquiesced to everyone's speculation, as if this matter was his arrangement, and ordered to seize the opportunity to strengthen the battlefield defense line and continue to resist the impact of the Bakatans. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, this amplification of the entire field, to consolidate the 6th prison survivors' front line and repel the Bakatans' attack this round. At this time, the news from the front line of the battlefield came quickly. Lin Qun moved. After a brief stagnation, Lin Qun jumped up again. Under the blessing of the sanctuary song, Lin Qun's physical fitness has reached 88 points. Although the bonus to himself is only 2 points, it will bless the entire battlefield. He was also worried that he and the 2 sailing ships would go to war with Bastion in a while, and there would be no time and opportunity to play the sanctuary song. It would be better to play the card now. In the mysterious song like the sound of nature, Lin Qun's body stomped on the ground directly, and the huge body of the armored titan soared into the sky like a cannonball. His choice was not to evade in any direction, but to go directly to the 2 sailing ships. Charge against their heavy artillery. The 2 Bakatan sailing ships opened fire instantly, and the terrifying roar shook the battlefield. The Bakatans and the bridge of the Bakatan sailing ship were very excited. They had fully calculated Lin Qun's combat power and jump height limit. At their current position, Lin Qun could not touch their sailing ships at all, and even their spaceships could not be touched. In their view, this human in front of them was a desperate charge in a dying struggle. The fact seemed to be true. From the visual effect, Lin Qun seemed to have crashed into it himself. And he really had no way out. Trapped in a siege, surrounded by modern armies, he could not retreat with the body of the armored titan. Killing here was already his limit. Even without the strangulation of the 2 Bakatan sailing ships, the remaining Bakatan army troops were enough to kill him. The flames of the terrifying explosion engulfed Lin Qun in an instant. His entire giant body turned into an extremely huge fireball, which fell from the sky. His forward momentum was suddenly blocked, and he was knocked to the ground by the intensive firepower of heavy artillery. There was no suspense. A round of attacks directly blew Lin Qun to the ground. This scene was directly transmitted back to the survivor base of the 6th prison, making everyone including Fukai look disappointed and even desperate, because the current situation seems very clear. Lin Qun cannot create a miracle. He has been shot down, and death is only a matter of time. Fukai let out a barely detectable sigh. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Lin Qun was the most promising human he had ever seen after Kiza-chun, and he didn't want Lin Qun to die here. But now, he couldn't do anything. The decline of the human beings in the Magic City was a foregone conclusion. Under this situation, the military was as helpless as ordinary people. Facing the war torrent of Bakatan, they could only passively accept the judgment of fate. Perhaps, the scene at the survivor base in Xing Xing Square would be staged again. The human masters died in the battle. The survivor base fell. Perhaps, the only difference was that this time they had made preparations in advance and evacuated a large number of survivors. But without the protection of the army, how long could those ordinary people hold on even if they had talents and abilities? At the back of the siege battlefield, the muzzles of the 2 Bakatan sailing ships were facing each other. Before the boiling flames and smoke had dissipated, the bridge of the Bakatan sailing ship had confirmed Lin Qun's condition. This human target is still alive, and his vital signs are still. Bastion was standing in front of the screen of the sailing ship, looking coldly at his feet. The firing had stopped. The area below the 2 sailing ships had been cleared, and the ground forces of Bakatan formed a circle at a position of about a few hundred meters, surrounding the burning fireball in the center. The muzzle of the ship's gun was also pointing downward. In the reflection of Baktion's pupils, the flesh and blood of the armored titan in the flames had been burned beyond recognition. In the explosion, it had already been bloody and fleshy, and now only a body was left. But the human inside was not dead. In the sea of fire, a figure jumped out, rushed out of the sea of fire, stumbled, and fell to the ground in front of him. It was that human. So, his body is hidden in the giant body? Bastion showed a playful look. The technician behind it reported, "Sir, although the current human target is still alive, the data seems to have dropped across the board, and the vital signs are also continuing to weaken. He should no longer have the strength to fight. According to the current situation, even if we do nothing, he will die in 5 to 10 minutes. The Bastions are full of confidence in this battle. Even if the humans in front of them show a certain degree of combat power, it will still not have any impact on the rhythm and situation of their entire war. And everything that is happening now is proof of this." Although this human had been advancing with great momentum, he could only be shot down helplessly and hopelessly in front of the two Bastion sailing ships, unable to move forward. Flesh and blood are fragile. No matter how strong a person is, he cannot fight against an army. Bastion did not need to use all his strength to stop him and kill him. This was a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "Very good. Open the hatch. I will personally put an end to him." Bastion gave an order, and then he flew out of the sailing ship at high speed, towering over the battlefield, looking down at the human under his feet. Behind it was the survivor base of the 6th prison 2 kilometers away, with billowing smoke, burning and bloody battles. Against the backdrop of the sky-high flames, this battlefield seemed to be far away from the world, but it made Bastion look even more invincible, like a god. On the ground, Lin Qun was surrounded by a siege. The remains of the armored titan behind him were dissipating as he left. There was fire all around. Under the flames, there were fully armed Bastions one after another. They held weapons, and were ready to shoot him into a sieve at any time, as if Lin Qun moved. They looked at this human with vigilance and caution, and no longer disdained to look down on him. Lin Qun used his strength to make them feel fear. But Bastion had already appeared. They stopped firing, but retreated respectfully, leaving this prey to Bastion. At this moment, Lin Qun's condition was really bad. With 88 points of physique and armor, he could not withstand the dense volley of large caliber naval guns. He was able to keep part of his body from being shot down, which was already a very strong performance, but there were still fragments that penetrated the flesh and blood of the armored titan and inserted into his back. He half knelt on the ground, blood flowing under him, and raised his head. Under the light of the two sailing ships, Bastion's figure was as always, soaring above the sky like a god. He was looking down at him with pride and confidence. But there was no fear in Lin Qun's eyes. On the contrary, he spoke first this time. His tone was playful and gradually became sharp. "Will you bleed?" He played a joke that only he could understand in this world. Bastion couldn't have known that his goal was this moment. At this moment, in the palms of his two hands, one hand held a card. It was a Superman transformation card that was glowing faintly and in the activation state. And in the other hand was a fairy's hairpin. 2 killer moves were already in his hands. Chapter 110 Superman transforms. Bastion was slightly stunned by Lin Qun's sudden words. It had been carrying a simultaneous interpretation device and could directly understand what Lin Qun said. This kind of thing is sold in the system mall, but the contribution points are precious and few humans can redeem it. But Bastion's reaction speed was extremely fast. It realized something was wrong in an instant and immediately mobilized its telekinesis to rush to Lin Qun, trying to squeeze him into a meat pie. But it was too late. Long before Bastion came down, and before Lin Qun landed, he had already started to activate the Superman transformation card. The Superman transformation card is quite special. It is a 3-time experience card. Before it is used up 3 times, this card itself will not disappear. Therefore, the card has been held in the palm of Lin Qun's hand. Therefore, when Bastion's power surged, he was surprised to find that his telekinesis could not shake this human. How is this possible? He couldn't even withstand a few conventional missiles. His physical fitness was definitely not over 100. This is impossible. And the next moment, on the ground, Lin Qun's body was slowly rising. He was feeling the wind. The cyclone flowed around him. Without wings or feathers, or telekinesis, his body slowly rose up under the pull of the wind. That was the flying ability that Superman possessed. The transformation had begun. Superman's ability, Superman's body, his attribute panel was also changing rapidly. The original attributes seemed to have been wiped away by an invisible big hand, and the original attributes were overwritten. All attributes were directly updated to Superman's data. Name, Lin Qun. Level, Superman transforming. Movie Man of Steel version. Strength 999, agility 999, constitution 999, stamina 32/32. Abilities. You will gain all the characteristics and abilities of Superman and the Man of Steel. Tip. Currently transforming. The transformation lasts for about 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Except for the stamina, all other attributes have changed drastically. 399. Such data, Lin Qun had never dared to think about before. It was too terrifying. In the Magic City, whether it is humans or Bakatans, whose panel data can reach this value? At this moment, the skills in Lin Qun's previous personal panel were temporarily covered, and they can only be restored after the Superman transformation is over. In the transformation card state, he will become Lin Qun's version of Superman. While enjoying the Superman gains, he will also lose some of his own characteristics and gains. Skills such as Headshot Girl and Giant Transformation are temporarily unavailable. There is loss, there is gain. Therefore, the physical bonus of Lin Qun's various abilities is not calculated in the time of Superman transformation. The transformation duration is only related to his basic physical attributes. However, this is enough. With just this panel attribute and Superman's ability, what other skills are needed? Who cares if you are a Bakatan? Just use violence to urge it. Isn't it done? Exclamation mark. In addition, Lin Qun's energy value did not change, which was also within Lin Qun's expectations, because energy represents Lin Qun himself. Any transformation is based on Lin Qun as the main body, his thoughts and energy, and is controlled by Lin Qun's own energy and thoughts. Therefore, the energy value will not follow this transformation, and become someone else's attribute. In that case, Lin Qun is not Lin Qun. This is the most basic attribute that defines him. But Lin Qun also understands that his energy is too low compared to Superman's body, and I'm afraid there will be problems in adaptation. In this regard, all he can do is to use a blue bottle to maximum out the energy value before the transformation. The transformation will last for 3.5 minutes. This is long and short. This is also the reason why Lin Qun activated this ability here, at the feet of the two Bakatan sailing ships. The Bakatan people thought he was looking for death, but only Lin Qun knew that he was going to kill back and turn the table to show his cards. At this moment, with the surge of the cyclone, the surrounding gravel rolled, and Lin Qun's appearance did not change much, but his body became muscular, full of powerful explosiveness. What surprised Lin Qun even more was that when the transformation card was activated, it could directly simulate a set of Superman's steel bodysuit. The fierce cape, the S logo on the chest symbolizing hope, and the tight-fitting suit outlined the figure that was chiseled by a knife, all of which were exactly the same as in the movie. As Lin Qun's body became stronger than a Superman, he almost fit perfectly with this Superman suit. At this moment, Lin Qun has not really learned how to fly like a Superman. It takes a little time for Superman to transform, and the attributes change instantly, but the real power and ability from the steel body are awakening one after another in Lin Qun's body. His previous injuries were first directly restored during the transformation. With 999 points of physical fitness, the injuries caused to him could not exist at all. But it was at this moment that Lin Qun's brows suddenly frowned. Because at this moment, all the sounds and lights in the world around him were infinitely magnified at this moment. This is Superman's super sense. Superman can observe subtle things that others cannot observe, and can hear and see extremely distant sounds. The information received by Lin Qun's 5 senses in the Superman state is thousands of times that of an ordinary human. A huge amount of information instantly poured into his brain. At that moment, he heard the sound of insects crawling in the ruins a few kilometers away. The tiny fire of a bullet flying in front of his eyes was as dazzling as a star. He could even see the wrinkles of each Bakatan's skin and everything under the skin. He only felt that his brain was about to explode with a bang, torn and burst by this massive amount of information. The tearing feeling rushed straight to the top of his head. His face was slightly distorted at that moment, and his strong body trembled slightly. The impact of super senses on him seemed to be greater than that on Superman, Zod, etc. in the movie. Because Lin Qun is not a Kryptonian at all. His brain does not have that level of processing ability. Everything has two sides. While gaining the powerful strength of Superman's Man of Steel, he must also face the negative pressure brought by the huge gap between his own strength and Superman's. Just like a child driving an engineering vehicle, he can touch the steering wheel, but cannot step on the accelerator, and can see the road, but cannot touch the gear position. Therefore, this first Superman transformation will be the stage for Lin Qun to adapt and run in. Only in the second and third transformations in the future can the true strength of the Man of Steel be brought into play. Of course, this battlefield alone. It is not necessary to use Superman's full strength. These Bastions are simply unable to stop Lin Qun. And Lin Qun also anticipated this moment. He has obtained the Superman card for some time, and he had expected this possibility. He gritted his teeth and tried to do his best to converge his senses and divert his attention so as not to lose his ability to act due to this influence. In the original movie, Zod and Fire had directly lost their combat effectiveness due to their inability to adapt. General Zod, a Kryptonian born to fight, even lost consciousness at one time and was carried away from the battlefield. It can be seen that the influence of super senses is serious and severe. Lin Qun could accept 3 minutes of intense influence, and even accept that he could only exert part of his superhuman combat power under the influence of severe load, but he must not let himself lose his combat ability or even consciousness under such influence. If so, his 3 minutes would really be wasted, and he would become a delivery man. He had to make this card play its due role this time. His brain was almost overwhelmed, but he kept repeating in his heart, "Can't stop. Can't fall asleep, move, observe the battlefield, too much information, just stare at one point, stare at my target, can't think, don't think, Superman's body is strong enough, I want to kill Bastion, I want to defeat the Bastion army of the survivor base of the 6th prison, I can't fall into a coma, I can't fall into a coma." His preparation worked, his will was working, his facial muscles trembled slightly due to discomfort, but his body was standing firm in the air little by little, and he held up his strong chest. His eyes, in the chaos, showed a crazy blood red. He resisted the first wave of influence. He did not lose his ability to move, nor did he fall into a coma. But the impact continued, and every second seemed to blow up Lin Qun's brain. But this was enough. Although he was not a Kryptonian, he did not have the adaptability of Superman and others, and he might not be able to adapt to this super sense for a long time. But that was not important. What was important was whether he could kill the Bastions with this. Could he bring these Bastions to hell? As long as he could take action and fight, even if his brain was a mess, what could it matter? During the process of Lin Qun's transformation, the surrounding Bastions had already begun to attack him. Unfortunately, the transformation had already begun, and the first thing Lin Qun obtained was a superhuman attribute, 999 points of physical fitness. Bastion's destructive telekinesis that could shatter the city streets could not shake his body. Who could stop his transformation? The Bastion bridge had already exploded. Because from their detection data, it showed that the human in front of them had not only reversed from a fatal injury in the past few seconds, but his body condition had also undergone an extremely terrifying panel, which also exceeded the upper limit of their detection and analysis. The only thing that can be confirmed is that he has definitely surpassed Bastion. But they didn't have time to send this message to Bastion, because Bastion had made the same judgment before they got the data and launched an attack in a flash. This human is becoming infinitely powerful, and he must be killed as soon as possible before he succeeds. At this moment, from the perspective of the Bastions, although Lin Qun showed a miraculous power at this moment, he didn't know why he was strangely motionless in midair. Bastion didn't know what was going on, but this was the opportunity for Bastion to take action. But unfortunately, it was still too late. Lin Qun raised his head with a tearing pain in his head and saw Bastion coming towards him at high speed. Bastion was surprised, but he didn't hesitate to attack, and his movements didn't stop at all. Since his telekinesis was not good, he was ready to use physical means to get close, holding a scimitar-like weapon in his hand, and wanted to pierce Lin Qun's chest. Bastion telekineticists have strong telekinetic power and strong bodies. They are definitely not the kind of telekineticists defined by the human world, such as fragile mages. Their weapons are exchanged for high contribution points and can penetrate even the bodies of strong men with 300 points of physical fitness. Bastion is a veteran warrior who has experienced a civilization war. He is extremely decisive. If the situation is not right, he will go all out to kill Lin Qun instantly. He must act immediately. However, Bastion has no chance to hit Lin Qun at all. At this moment, Bastion's charge towards Lin Qun seems as fast as lightning to outsiders. No one, whether Bastions or humans on the surrounding battlefield, can dodge this attack. Lin Qun can't either. But in the eyes of Lin Qun in his current superhuman form, it's too slow. Too slow. He's too slow. Superhuman ability, sublight speed vision. Bastion's attack, in front of Lin Qun, is as slow as slow motion. This seems to be passive, and Lin Qun launched it without taking the initiative. It is also possible that it was because Lin Qun's heart tightened when he saw Bastion rushing towards him just now, and he activated this skill directly. As expected of Superman, who is known as the god of the world in the DC world, these abilities are extremely terrifying. Even if Lin Qun's head was confused, as if a blade was stirring in his brain, and there was too much information pouring into his brain, he didn't notice Bastion's attack at the first time, and he had enough time to react. But at this time, Lin Qun didn't even have time to be surprised. He just opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. It was a howl of pain. The severe pain in his brain made him feel like he was torn apart. However, this sound was like a shrill war cry under the amplification of Superman's terrifying power. In the sublight speed visual state, Lin Qun's body movement speed instinctively kept up with the vision. He looked at Bastion, who was coming at him in slow motion, while sidestepping to avoid his attack, and then stretched out his hand and punched directly. That was the hand that originally held the Superman transformation card. At this moment, the Superman transformation card had been taken back by him into the Kyankan bag, just clenched into a fist. At this moment, his brain was torn apart with severe pain, and he had no time to make any other reactions. This punch was more like an instinctive reaction under the severe pain. Come here, I'll punch you directly. The super sense affected Lin Qun's brain, giving him a splitting headache and almost unable to think, but under the body of steel, he didn't need any brain. Even if it was Bastion, what could he do? It was like a child playing with a bug. A brainless punch was done. No rules or thinking were needed. Bastion's knife was still in the air, and Lin Qun's fist had already hit its face. It thought it was a full strength attack, but in front of Lin Qun in Superman form, it was as slow as a snail. This was a great irony for Bastion, who was proud of his own fighting power. And the next second, bang, Bastion was directly punched out by Lin Qun and flew nearly 100 meters away, smashing through several walls behind him before barely stopping. If Lin Qun had not been affected, he would probably have been able to exert less than 50% of his combat power, and Bastion's telekinesis had offset some of the impact for him, and Bastion would have been killed by a single punch. Smoke and dust rolled, and Bastion's face was smashed, but he still held his weapon tightly in his hand. His eyes penetrated the smoke and dust, looking at Lin Qun, who was rising like a god, and looking down at him. He was stunned for a moment, and seemed not to realize what had happened. Then he looked at Lin Qun, and his eyes gradually changed from disbelief to horror. This person, this human, not only can he ignore my abilities and see my abilities clearly, but he can even knock me away with one punch. And I, a top Bastion with 189 points of agility and 212 points of physique, couldn't even see how he punched! Exclamation mark. No, this is impossible. How is this possible? How can humans have such a strong person like you? If there is a strong person like you, how could the humans in the Demon City be beaten like this? At this moment, the surrounding Bastions were firing crazily. The Bastion ground forces and the two Bastion sailing ships poured out firepower, like they were free, roaring and firing. The dense flames almost formed a curtain of light, covering the entire area where Lin Qun was. Unfortunately, those bullets hit Lin Qun's body and couldn't even break through the defense. It felt not much stronger than raindrops. Not to mention hurting him, it couldn't even damage the Superman suit on him. A missile attacked, and was even caught by Lin Qun, who threw it to Bastion. Countless Bastion people in the sky and on the ground were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The missile exploded quickly, completely submerging the building where Bakayan was. The flames billowed into the sky, the smoke and dust boiled, and Lin Qun's screams of pain resounded throughout the battlefield, and his body had already rushed forward at high speed. He was still silently reciting those goals in his heart. Bakayan must be killed. The Bakatan army must be defeated. The amount of information was too much, and his head was in severe pain. He only needed to look at one point, to lock onto the target. Lock onto the target, with severe pain in his brain. Lin Qun's flight trajectory was a little crooked, but he accelerated too fast in an instant. Even though he had not yet completely mastered this body, he still rushed out like a flash of lightning, breaking the speed of sound. In the eyes of others, it was like thunder and light, bursting towards Bakayan. The cloak danced wildly. The piercing sonic boom resounded through the battlefield. Lin Qun turned into a flash of lightning and moved forward, holding the pharaoh's hairpin in his hand. The human brain is the benchmark of human behavior. At this moment, his brain was in severe pain like boiling water, and there was no trend of easing, as if he might faint from the pain at any time. His thoughts almost collapsed, but Lin Qun was no longer the Lin Qun before. He had experienced so many battles, and he had expected such a situation. At this moment, he simply emptied his brain, held on to the last ray of clarity, and repeated his chances in his brain. Kill Bakayan within 30 seconds. Deal with 2 capsized ships within 1 minute. Kill the 3rd sailing ship within 1 minute and 30 seconds. And completely slaughter the Bakatans within 3 minutes. And completely tear apart their siege of the survivor base of the 6th prison. As for the remaining 30 seconds, be flexible and maneuverable. Flexible and maneuverable. Hatred and the instinct to fight against the Bakatans became the final driving force of Lin Qun, whose brain was confused at this moment, and made him rush towards Bakayan frantically. He paused for half a second, and behind him, 2 Bakatan sailing ships rose rapidly, and nearby, Bakayan's 4 eyes and 4 pupils shrank rapidly. Because, at this moment, Lin Qun's arrival could not be avoided. Because the speed of this human was too fast. So fast that it could not react at all. Chapter 111. Human Star Title. Dust and smoke were rolling and boiling. Lin Qun didn't fly to Bakayan at all, but crashed into him head on. The building was completely knocked down by Lin Qun, and dust rose into the sky. The already dilapidated building shook and collapsed. Bakayan inside disappeared. This was not the effect Lin Qun wanted. He actually wanted to knock Bakayan to death directly, or stab him to death with a hammer or a hairpin. But he couldn't control his speed, and coupled with the influence of super senses, his movements were severely restricted. It became difficult to make small movements, but it was easier to cause large-scale damage. Fortunately, Lin Qun didn't forget his goal. He couldn't brake in time, so he simply changed direction, turned 90 degrees, and crashed directly into the ruins under his feet. So the scene just now appeared. Lin Qun turned into a human cannonball and completely knocked down the building. Dust and smoke engulfed the 2 surrounding streets, and many Bakatans behind were drowned, including Bakayan. But this little dust couldn't affect Lin Qun. He could see things clearly here, including Bakayan under the layers of ruins. The collapsed building did not cause any substantial damage to it. It used its telekinesis to prop up a wall, blocking all the broken bricks and tiles outside. It stood in the middle and looked up at Lin Qun. Gritting its teeth, it outputted its telekinesis frantically, forming a telekinetic light curtain that was as real as a substance. Such a light curtain could not be broken through even with intensive missiles, unless a Bakatan killer of Bakayla's level came in person. However, if it had been hit just now, it would have definitely been dead. The moment it looked at Lin Qun had already rushed over. Lin Qun was afraid that he would really faint from the pain, so he kept moving, violently and savagely hitting and destroying. Even if the chaos hit the wrong side, don't stop, vent the pain. This time he still broke through the sound barrier directly. Sonic booms rolled, and the surrounding smoke and dust shook wildly. Lin Qun was like a cannonball and directly hit the telekinetic shield gathered by Bakayan. Close range micromanipulation was still not good. Lin Qun watched helplessly as he passed by the opponent again. He even reached out his hand to Bakayan and instinctively grabbed a handful, but because of the distance and speed, he rushed past by a hair's breadth. Lin Qun Despite this, its telekinetic barrier was instantly pierced by Lin Qun's flesh and blood, and it still spurted blood and kept retreating. Lin Qun was still as uncontrollable as before. After piercing through the telekinetic shield, he passed by and flew nearly 100 meters away, hitting a building behind. Smoke waves rose up again on the ground, rolling and boiling, and the surrounding ruins and wreckage, Bastion's figure, were directly submerged. In the smoke and dust, no one could be seen, and only a rumbling sound could be heard. The Bastions behind were all dead silent. On the battlefield, this corner was almost frozen. The bridges of the two Bastion sailing ships were also dead silent. Bastion is not the most powerful warrior of the Bastion people who landed in the Magic City, but he is also a powerful person with royal blood and a very high status. Corresponding to his status is his terrifying strength outside. Therefore, he has the power to command the Bastion troops in the eastern district of the Magic City. But now, Bastion is completely suppressed. What surprised the Bastion people sitting in the bridge was the terrifying strength that the human had just shown in his two attacks. According to the evaluation data, the attribute strength of this human is likely to have exceeded 400, which is the limit that the device carried by their sailing ship can identify. Over 400, it may be 500, or it may be 600, 700 or even 900 or 1000. They can't go to war with a human survivor base and face such a human. The only thing to be thankful for is that this human seems to be unable to control himself. In the bridge, the Bastion people responded urgently, and the two sailing ships suddenly began to retreat. The human front of the survivor base of the 6th prison was surprised to find that the firepower of the Bastion front suddenly began to weaken. In a corner of the battlefield, Wang Desheng's troops were located. They were responsible for guarding the southeast corner of the survivor base. They had just been bombed by the Bastions and were fleeing in panic. Their bunkers were blown to pieces, but suddenly, the Bastions' offensive weakened. They looked up and saw an unbelievable scene. The Bastion army suddenly began to retreat. What happened? The three Bastion sailing ships and the Joint Command Center responded urgently, ending the siege of the survivor base of the 6th prison ahead of schedule, and immediately retreated to reorganize the front. They didn't know how that human suddenly became so powerful, but this did not affect their decision within a few dozen seconds. Retreat immediately and urgently ask for help. Ask for help from the Bastion Command Center in the central city, and ask for a stronger person to appear and surround and kill this human. At this time, in the middle of the smoke and dust, a figure was slowly rising. It was none other than Lin Qun. His body was extremely burly, and the red cape behind him danced wildly. In the horrified eyes of the Bastions, he lifted Bastion and rose from the ruins and debris, smoke, and flames. In front of all the Bastions, he punched Bastion's head with a bang. Its telekinesis had already dissipated completely. Lin Qun's punch this time was not the soft and hasty first punch after Superman's transformation. It could no longer resist. Time was tight, and the speed was too fast, and it wasted a lot of time. Lin Qun didn't want to waste any more time. He killed Bastion as soon as possible. Without a word of nonsense, he killed Bastion directly. Bastion, a powerful man, died in such a cowardly way. At the same time, the severe pain in his brain continued to intensify. He noticed that his energy was declining, so he looked up to the sky and howled to vent. At this moment, he roared out, shaking the battlefield, and the Bastions behind him were horrified. The 7th strongest man in the Bastion Demon City was not only slaughtered, but he couldn't even hurt this human. He let go of the other's arm and let his body fall freely. The pain of tearing his brain continued to amplify his manic mood. He roared and rushed vertically downward. The sonic boom was deafening. Lin Qun stepped on his body and fell to the ground. Impact, destruction, explosion. On the street, the road surface collapsed inch by inch, sinking down exaggeratedly, and dense cracks spread around, climbing to every corner of the street and the wall. The buildings on both sides shook and collapsed magnificently, drowning the Bastion people and their armed forces who had no time to dodge. They didn't even have time to react. Crush, this is an absolute crush. And the next second, Lin Qun had once again soared into the sky from the billowing smoke and dust. The prompt appeared in front of him. You have successfully killed an alien civilization creature and obtained +1 civilization contribution point and +20,000 experience points. If the difference between your ranking and the ranking of the target you killed is more than 100, and the difference between your contribution points and the target you killed is more than 10,000, you will receive an additional reward. You get the title of Terran Star. Title name, Terran Star. Title level 1. Title effect 1. Terran bonus. Get an additional 2 points of energy bonus. Title effect 2. Terran Star. Within 1 hour of obtaining this title, your ID will rise, ignoring the total contribution points, and the regional total ranking in the region where you obtained the title will rise to super first. This ranking does not count the contribution point bonus. Title effect 3. Dangerous challenge. Kill an enemy with a higher level, ranking and total contribution points than you, and you will receive an additional contribution point bonus, based on the difference between your two data. Special note, the effects of the above 3 effects will increase according to the increase in the level of the Terran Star title, and the above 3 effects are all passive effects. Special note, the cooldown time of this title skill. 24 hours. At the moment when the prompts rolled up like a waterfall, all these effects were activated. With the bonus of the human race, Lin Qun's energy increased again, reaching an upper limit of 34. And the star of the human race, Lin Qun's IDEing instantly crossed the distance of 100 and was highlighted and bolded in the overall ranking of the East region, surpassing the current number 1 Bastion people, and the original number 1, Bastion, has been removed from the regional ranking. This is equivalent to announcing to the entire East region that Bastion has been killed, and the one who killed him was the human native Yang. At the same time, the third effect was also quickly settled, and Lin Qun was rewarded with an additional 30 contribution points. The additional reward was not much, probably because the level of this title was only 1 level. Of course, all this information flew past Lin Qun's eyes. Lin Qun's brain was confused as it flew past, and he actually understood what these things meant about 10 seconds later. But his actions never stopped. It took nearly 30 seconds to kill Bastion just now, which was longer than he expected. This was because Lin Qun still had some trouble controlling his superhuman body, because the superhuman body was too different from his original strength. He was like a child controlling the power of an adult, so it would naturally take more time and energy. But the bigger reason was that his brain couldn't handle the huge amount of information. He could only barely ensure that he didn't faint. For the rest, he could only act semi-instinctively, which would naturally waste more time. Lin Qun was still repeating his time plan in his mind. He reminded himself over and over again. Speed up, and speed up again. He only had 3 chances to transform. Even if he had a splitting headache now, he couldn't waste this time. He had to ensure the results within these 3 minutes. He had to be worthy of himself and the dead soldiers. He found that the sublight state seemed to be unable to be used together with the supersonic state. He couldn't open the sublight time in the supersonic state. Of course, Lin Qun didn't want to open the sublight time. For him, it would be to slow down time and feel severe pain, which would only accelerate the collapse of his brain. In a flash, Lin Qun had already jumped out like lightning, crashing headfirst into a Bastion sailing ship. He was like a humanoid kinetic weapon, savagely colliding. With a loud noise, the sailing ship tilted and crashed to one side. However, he paused strangely after each collision, adjusted his posture and then descended. The speed was getting faster and faster. That was Lin Qun studying how to break through the speed of sound. He was used to accelerating with power, relying on himself and the air to accelerate. He was a little confused about the doorway, but with the attempts, it gradually worked. His limit speed went from 1 times the speed of sound to 2 times the speed of sound, and then to 3 times the speed of sound, 5 times the speed of sound. However, this is not the limit speed of Superman, but it can't be faster. For Lin Qun, no matter how fast he goes, he can't stop the car. He will fly out in the blink of an eye and have to fly back by himself. Fortunately, the sailing ship is a huge target, and Lin Qun doesn't need to aim at it when he collides at high speed. He is exploring and learning in practice, just like Clark, adapting to his abilities little by little. However, he doesn't have as much time as Clark. If he can't adapt to it for the time being, he simply doesn't study it for now and kills the Bakatans in front of him first. Lin Qun bumped into each other and later almost crashed one battleship into another. Under his feet, the Bakatans were running around in panic. Lin Qun actually wanted to use Superman's iconic skills, Red Eye Heat Ray or Ice Breath. That is the magic skill of mowing the grass, but for some reason, it seems that he has not mastered the method of using it. He just can't use it. His eyes are quite red, but they can't emit light. He can't spit out ice either. What's going on? Lin Qun didn't know that with the severe pain. His head was in chaos, becoming more and more confused. The night in front of him was as bright as day. Every explosion was like a supernova explosion to him, as if it would blind his eyes. His ears were filled with countless sounds, even the screams of children a few kilometers away. In his mind, all kinds of thoughts surged and quickly disappeared. This thought was only a flash of lightning. Only the goal he recited over and over again was firmly remembered in his heart. Under the dark night sky, Lin Qun was like a killing god. In the horrified eyes of the Bakatan people, he pushed a Bakatan sailing ship and smashed it into another sailing ship. This terrifying war weapon of the Bakatan civilization seemed to be like a huge battleship model in front of a child in front of him. If he exerted any force, it would be shattered and fall into the sky. Chapter 112. Here's Lin Qun. It was a magnificent scene. On the battlefield, Lin Qun, with his tiny flesh and blood, shook a behemoth that was nearly 100 times his size. One sailing ship was tilting with smoke and crashing into another. The distance between the two sailing ships was not far, and it was within the safety calculation, but Lin Qun's strength was too great and his speed was too fast. Every collision of Lin Qun was a force, causing them to collide with each other. The iron armor of the sailing ship could withstand intensive firepower, but under Lin Qun's strength, it was twisted and deformed like a fragile piece of paper. This terrifying power, even if Lin Qun could only exert less than 50%, was still extremely terrifying. In the two sailing ships, the remaining Bakatans had given up struggling, because they tried to fire at this human at close range, but it was meaningless, and the missiles could not hurt him at all. There was no point in accelerating to avoid it. This human seemed to have a body of steel. What kind of power is this? What kind of physique is this? How could there be such a strong person among humans? If there is, why did he appear now? What made these Bakatans collapse was actually the death of Bakayan. Bakayan was their commander on the East Front, and his death shocked everyone. That was one of the many legends of the Bakatans, and he had experienced an extremely tragic civilization war. In fact, for the Bakatan civilization, such a civilization war, even in a low-level civilization battlefield, is extremely dangerous, because their civilization, even among low-level civilizations, is not considered strong, and there are many civilizations that can easily slaughter them. They participate in the civilization war to gain contribution points and technology so that the civilization can grow explosively in a short period of time. And because of this, Bakayan, who grew up under such circumstances, is the goal pursued by many Bakatans and is the pride of the Bakatans. Its strength has exceeded that of ordinary Bakatans. Bakatans at this level are regarded as higher level Bakatan lives by Bakatans. Theoretically, based on their analysis and judgment of the indigenous civilization of the Blue Star, as long as a strong man of Bakayan's level does not foolishly rush into the human army, it is almost impossible for him to die in such a place. Moreover, as a witness of a war, Bakayan himself is very cautious. But even so, he still died. He was killed by a person who was obviously dying. They couldn't understand, let alone believe what was happening before their eyes. How could that human become so powerful all of a sudden? How could the global battlefield give humans such a terrifying talent? Unless he is not a human, or more than a human. They never dreamed that in this case, Lin Qun had not yet shown the full combat power of a Superman. Unfortunately, all these thoughts are meaningless, because they will usher in destruction in the next second. The two sailing ships collided violently. The huge ship structure twisted and deformed in midair, and shattered. A large amount of debris fell from the sky like raindrops. The mast carrying the flag of the Bakatan civilization broke directly in the middle and was submerged in the raging flames caused by the explosion of the ammunition compartments of the two warships. The Bakatan people below ran around in panic. In the two sailing ships, a large number of escape boats flew out like raindrops and fled to the surroundings. The flames were spreading along the two sailing ships. Those flames were like the fangs or tongues of some monsters, licking the entire sailing ship along the hull. The huge steel monster was burning from the inside out, and the roaring explosion was deafening. The explosion of the ammunition compartment triggered a series of terrible chain reactions. Flames exploded from every porthole, followed by the entire warship bursting section by section. In midair, it turned into two groups of fireworks that were terrifying and grand. The Bakatans who were unable to escape, whether ordinary Bakatan warriors, staff, or even the top Bakatan telekineticists in the region, were all blown to death. Several powerful Bakatan telekineticists did not have time to take the escape pod, but used their powerful telekinesis to wrap their bodies and keep the flames and explosions outside their bodies. But it was useless. Because they had become Lin Qun's target, Lin Qun punched them one by one and beat them all to death. Lin Qun's head was in a daze, and the chaos seemed to be less chaotic, but he was getting more and more painful and manic. The more this happened, the more violent and unsystematic his attacks became. If they were enemies, he would punch them to death. He didn't even know that these Bakatan telekineticists were all guarding Bakayan and fighting with Bakayan. They were among the top 10 Bakatan strongmen in the East District of the Magic City. Now they were like chickens and dogs, and were killed by Lin Qun with one punch. The difference between the strength of these Bakatan telekinetic masters and Bakayan is huge. Bakayan's telekinetic power can withstand Lin Qun's punches, but these telekinetic masters don't have that strength. With the addition of terrifying power, one punch directly shattered their telekinetic power and flesh and blood. The flying V-shaped fighter planes were directly smashed by Lin Qun passing by, or the wings of the wings were broken by a slap and fell to the ground in flames. Lin Qun rose slowly in the sea of fire. Under his feet, two Bakatan sailing ships blended with each other, turning into a huge fireball that slowly fell and hit the ground under his feet. The Bakatans under his feet fled in all directions. However, this is the back of the battlefield, and there are not many Bakatan warriors under the two sailing ships. In a short time, Lin Qun has swept the sky in front of him. If he didn't understand how to use the superhuman body, and the influence of super senses continued to intensify, the speed would be even faster. This scene was extremely shocking. Lin Qun rose into the air with a line of fire like a god. Under his feet, there were destruction and explosions. Above his head, the dark night sky was illuminated by the flames, and the whole world was roaring and banging. Lin Qun, who was high up, looked down on the battlefield like a god on earth. Under his feet, in the sea of fire and angry flames, countless Bakatans fled in panic, and they were defeated and dared not fight. What a joke. One person killed Bakayan and sank two Bakatan main sailing ships in a few seconds. What dared they fight against such humans? And these two groups of fireworks bloomed behind the Bakatan army besieging the city, and in the sky, this scene was witnessed by the entire battlefield. Many Bakatans in many positions didn't know what happened. They just looked at the scene in front of them in horror. They couldn't believe that the two sailing ships with Bakayan in charge were sunk in the back. The last sailing ship at another entrance and exit of the survivor base of the 6th prison in the Magic City began to speed up and retreat in horror. They just received the message sent by the two sailing ships before they were sunk. That human is unbeatable. Now they can only retreat desperately. Their call for help has been sent, and the Bakatan civilization is sending two other top masters to rush here. They are the second and third strongest people in the Bakatan Magic City, Bakazan and Enisheng. One is also of the Bakatan royal bloodline, and the other is a super strong man who rose from the Bakatan civilians. Bakali, the number one in the Bakatan Magic City, and known as the killing god of the Bakatan civilization, did not make a move. I don't know why. In fact, except for the accident on the first day of the advance landing, Bakali rarely made a move. The military believes that this is it training other Bakatan people and giving other Bakatan people the opportunity to improve. But at this moment, it did not fight. The two strong men who came quickly also show the importance of the Bakatan people to Lin Qun. The total contribution points of these two people add up to nearly 80,000. Everyone is more powerful than Bakayan. However, before they arrived, Lin Qun was looking down on the battlefield. The Bakatan army that was besieging the city was in chaos from the rear, and the chaos spread all the way to the front. The survivor's base was boiling. He succeeded? He actually succeeded. How did he do it? At this moment, even Fu Kai lost his composure and sent out 3 consecutive souls. He never dreamed that Lin Qun, who even the human side thought was dead just now, was not killed, but made such a big noise. And more news came like raindrops. Commander, the overall ranking of the East District has changed. Baccayan is gone, and the 2nd to 10th in the East District behind are almost all dead. The first Bakatan in the East District, who is now ranked, has only more than 1,000 contribution points. Moreover, Mr. Lin Ying is pinned to the top for some reason. Fu Kai was also shocked to see this scene. Lin Qun was able to kill Baccayan, and so quickly? How long has it been? Are you kidding? How did he do it? He reacted quickly. Baccayan came to the siege of the 6th prison survivor base this time, driving his own flagship. The several Bakatan masters in the East District were all in that flagship. Lin Qun destroyed the 2 sailing ships, and the Bakatan telekineticists inside were killed with one punch. The sailing ships fell to the ground, and the top 10 Bakatans in the East District were killed. It would be strange if the rankings didn't fluctuate. Killing like crazy. This is killing like crazy. Fu Kai was more excited than ever. Although he didn't know how Lin Qun managed to kill Baccayan, now was not the time to think about these things. He realized that the opportunity had come, and immediately issued a series of orders, preparing to turn defense into offense and counterattack the Bakatans. In fact, at this time, the 6th prison survivor base was crazy. Everyone saw that scene, and as someone discovered the drastic changes in the overall ranking of the East District, the news spread like wildfire. That shadow is a human. I can't see his face clearly, because the distance is too far, but he is definitely a human. A human sank 2 Bakatan sailing ships. No, not only that, he also killed Baccayan, and wiped out the top 10 Bakatans in the East. It's Ying. It's Ying. It's definitely him. His total contribution points just increased wildly. It was only more than 600, but now it has exceeded 1,100. My god, his contribution points are still increasing wildly. His total contribution points are already more than 800 short. We actually have such a strong man. In the crowd, and in the position, Li Xing, Li Ji, Xiao Yi, Ni Wensheng and others were shaking with excitement. Because they knew that this Ying was Lin Qun. He is Lin Qun. He is back. He is back. Oh my god, brother Lin is really back. He didn't break his promise. Li Ji's expression was a little dazed. In his eyes, there was indescribable excitement and excitement. Before they separated on the battlefield last time, Lin Qun told him to go back to the survivor base and wait for him, but then the survivor base was surrounded. Li Ji knew that Lin Qun would not come again. If he came, he would die. He and Lin Qun would not see each other again. But he did not expect that Lin Qun would come, and in such a posture. How did the big brother's combat power suddenly become so powerful? He wiped out the top 10 in the East District of Bakatan alone. Li Xing was dumbfounded. Ni Wensheng's eyes were shining, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. On the battlefield, there was no need for the military to pass down the news at this moment. They all knew that he was Lin Qun, that Lin Qun was back, and in such an invincible posture. He looked down on the battlefield and killed the Bakatan people. In the rear of the battlefield, Chu Yaoi was also dumbfounded, a little unbelievable, but more of it was uncontrollable excitement. In the Battle of Xingxing Square, she had witnessed the defeat of mankind, Qi Zichuan's humiliating death, and the brutal massacre of the survivors of Xingxing Square, and she felt indescribable. At this moment, watching this scene, although it was not her own doing, she still had a refreshing feeling of revenge. Good kill. In the corner of the battlefield, Wang Desheng stood up from the shadow of the battlefield, staring blankly at the scene in the distance, watching the 2 huge sailing ships of Bakatan crashing to the ground, watching the human figures rising in the sea of fire, watching countless Bakatans fleeing in panic at his feet, not daring to fight. Watching. Gradually tears filled his eyes. It turns out that they also have this day. Humans. There are also people who can kill them. Is it you? Lin Qun? Lao Jiang. Look, we have fulfilled our promise. We killed Bakayan. We have avenged you. Chapter 113. Counterattack. Counterattack. The sky was dark, and it was a long night. Magic City. Central District. Bakatan Forward Base. In the dim conference room with bright lights, a Bakatan in gorgeous clothes, who was obviously not a combatant, sat in the shadows. Its name did not make it to the top 100 of any ranking list, but it was one of the promoters and executors of the Magic City plan. At this moment, it was staring at the drastic changes in the rankings in the East District. In fact, there was no need for the front line of the battlefield to send back news. The Bakatans had special personnel to closely monitor the changes in the rankings in the region, because the rankings were a mirror reflecting the situation in Magic City and the changes on the battlefield. As long as the rankings suddenly changed, it would be known that something big had happened, and from the content of the changes, it could also be seen what had happened. Therefore, long before the news of the Bakatans' urgent request for help from the front line of the East District battlefield was sent back, the Bakatans in Magic City had already responded. The news came from the front line of the battlefield like raindrops. An incredibly powerful human has appeared in the East District. It has never been recorded or discovered before. He doesn't have enough contribution points. There is no information to show how he is so powerful. But some of the current information indicates that he may not be able to fully control his ability. Lord Bakazan and Lord Enisheng have set off on a supersonic shuttle and are expected to arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. In the darkness and shadows, the voice of this elegant Bakatan was transmitted to the Bakatan Central Dispatch Command Center in the Midtown District. Very good. I'm very satisfied with your response speed. Tell Bakazan and Enisheng to act cautiously. The appearance of this human is unusual. Maybe, he is not a human. It also did not believe that a weak human could be so strong. In less than a minute, it caused the top 10 earthquakes in the entire East District, and even Bakayan died in the past minute. This is definitely not a power that humans can possess. But that's all. It raised its head and looked along the glass into the distance, looking at the distant dim sky. They are a civilization. How can the power of an individual compete with a civilization? They have killed evolvers with over 1,000 attributes. This human is nothing to be afraid of. The universe is so vast. Which civilization does not have its protagonists and unique means? Perhaps, in each civilization's own fantasy story, they are always powerful and unique, but the cruel war of civilizations will make all participating civilizations understand that any civilization that is qualified to participate in the war has its own trump card. At this time, Bakajing's ears rang with Bakalai's low voice. It was Bakalai talking to it through the communication equipment. This human is interesting. Bakazan and Enisheng may not be able to take him down. Do you want me to take action? Is the first phase of the telekinetic heavy artillery completed? It will take some time. Then you'd better not move. The first phase of the telekinetic heavy artillery needs your support for construction. Once you withdraw and come back, you will have to restart part of the project, wasting at least 2 days. We must complete the first phase of the telekinetic heavy artillery as soon as possible. That is the only meaning of us building a forward base in the Magic City. After completing the first part, it will be able to fire in the Magic City. Although it can only achieve 30% of the efficiency, as long as the human's energy does not exceed 300, we can find an opportunity to kill him. Among the 4 attributes, energy is the most important and the most difficult to improve. Even if he is lucky enough to suddenly become powerful for some reason, I don't believe he has 300 energy. This is the overall situation. As for Enisheng and Bakazan, if they can fight, they can fight. If they can't fight, it doesn't matter. Anyway, they are not our people. They are sent by the parliament to keep an eye on us. Bakaging said in a grim tone. Moreover, you don't need to expose your strength in advance. Today's battle will definitely alert the parliament. If they know that your true strength is so terrifying, they will be wary of you and the rise of our orthodox royal family. That will delay a big event. Bakali's voice did not sound again, as if it had gone far away, tacitly accepting Bakaging's choice. Bakaging's eyes drooped slightly. Only they themselves knew that this time participating in the battle on Blue Star was not only a battle of the Bakatan civilization, but also a game within the Bakatan civilization. It was a game between the ancient royal power of Bastion and the parliament that now holds power. At this moment, in the eastern district of the Magic City, the survivor base of the 6th prison, the great counterattack has begun. Fukai seized the opportunity. The horn of counterattack was blown in the survivor base of the 6th prison. The position changed from defense to offense and began to attack the Bastions fiercely. However, the speed of those ordinary people could not be as fast as Lin Qun. It would take time for them to fight their way out. But in the survivor base of the 6th prison, many people were furious. When the news of the counterattack came down, they were all excited. How long has it been? They have been suppressed by the Bastions, despair and panic, and they don't know how long they have experienced. Now, the opportunity has finally come. They finally have a chance to counterattack. Everyone is eager to fight and can't wait to fly out now. At this moment, the horn of counterattack on the battlefield and the terrifying record created by Lin Qun have brought excitement to the human warriors on the entire battlefield. It is even more effective than the previous reputation song card. This kind of spiritual encouragement and excitement is more considerable than 2 points of tangible physical bonus. On the other hand, the Bastions have begun to be confused. Their fear comes not only from the counterattack of the humans in the survivor base, but also from the invincible existence like a god in the sky. Ordinary people in the survivor base of the 6th prison cannot fight out so quickly, but Lin Qun can. He was extremely fast. He could easily break through the supersonic speed when he transformed into a Superman. Lin Qun had gradually learned how to keep his course at 3 times the speed of sound. As the 2 sailing ships were sunk by him and turned into blazing blood, Lin Qun's body had risen slowly, rushing towards the last Bastion sailing ship in the distance. His body turned into a stream of light and crashed into the retreating Bastion sailing ship. Still savage, still violent. The line of fire lit up along the sailing ship that was more than 100 meters long. Penetrating through the center, Lin Qun penetrated from the front all the way and soared into the sky from the end. He was like a sharp knife, piercing the behemoth directly. Then, he made a detour in the air at high speed, and his body once again slammed into the sailing ship. This time, he did not penetrate it, but fell on its outer layer, and suddenly exerted force to push it to crash into the Bastion army line on the ground below. A terrifying wailing came from the sky. That was the wail of steel. The huge warship sank with a bang, disintegrating and dismembering in the air under Lin Qun's great force, like the Titanic broken into 2 pieces, breaking tragically. Countless fragments and wreckage fell, and flames rose from every corner of the sailing ship. At a single point, Lin Qun pushed the sailing ship to sink, and the final result could only be this. He would smash the sailing ship from one point, instead of pushing the whole ship to the ground. But this was enough. For the Bastion warriors under his feet, it was a scene of destruction. This line was originally a charge line, attacking the entrance and exit of a human survivor base, and many Bastions gathered under his feet. But now, they are all retreating in panic. Everyone is terrified, but only a few can escape. The power of force is extremely terrifying, pushing such a thing down at a very fast speed, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust. Lin Qun directly brought the last broken sailing ship to the ground. Then, an explosion sounded. The orange-red flames rushed up to a height of dozens of meters, and the shockwave swept in all directions, and the surrounding buildings collapsed like paper. Hundreds of Bastions who had no time to evade were killed or injured. At this moment, around the survivor base of the 6th prison, smoke columns rose to the sky, and the Bastion army retreated rapidly. The 3 sailing ships and the Bastion telekinetic masters led by Bastion had been annihilated and almost killed by Lin Qun. In such a fire, Lin Qun once again soared into the sky. Behind him, the entrance and exit gates of the survivor base of the 6th prison were opened, and shouts of killing shook the sky. The soldiers and survivors inside rushed out in a line. Wan Deshan was also caught up in it. He held his gun tightly, tried to raise his head in the boiling tide of soldiers, and looked at the figure in the sky. It's him. It's him. He did it. Lin Qun. He did it. He trembled with excitement. Although Lin Qun's current appearance has changed a little from what he remembered, he still recognized Lin Qun's appearance at a glance. He was uncontrollably excited. He couldn't even describe the feeling. He seemed to have an explanation for his dead compatriots, as if he had let out a sigh of relief. Those Bakatons died at Lin Qun's hands, but he was as excited and ecstatic as if he had killed them personally. Wan Desheng, like everyone else, roared and raged, tears welling up in his eyes. Kill them out, and fight these Bakatons. Counterattack. Counterattack. Damn, they have to suffer this day. The global battlefield has only been open for more than 10 days, but the battlefield in the Magic City has already carried too much blood and hatred. There is no room for the Bakaton civilization and human civilization to turn around. Who hasn't had a family member die at the hands of the Bakatons? Who hasn't had brothers, friends, and comrades die in the battle with the Bakatons? People injured all this in despair and helplessness, and were extremely angry at the arrogance of the Bakatons, but they had no way to do anything but retreat. The only way to resist seemed to be to defend the survivors' base to the death, and to fight the Bakatons desperately and pathetically. The counterattack at this moment, the great defeat of the Bakatons, is a scene that everyone dares not imagine, but wants to see in their dreams. Who is not excited? Who cannot be excited? At this time, the Bakaton front has begun to crumble, and widespread panic is boiling and spreading. At this moment, in the sky, Lin Qun briefly stopped for a second. He hit his head with a fist in a place that people can't see. The severe pain in his brain reached its peak at that moment. He couldn't help it. No one could have imagined that at this moment, the killing god Lin Qun, who was seen by Bakaton and humans together, was actually on the verge of a mental breakdown. But I don't know what happened. Is it time, a little adapted, or this punch worked? His severe pain was reduced a little, and a new idea popped up in his head, which seemed to be clear and chaotic. It was the answer to a question he had just puzzled about. Why can't the heat ray ability and ice breath be used? These are Superman's two most powerful group damage skills. Just now his mind was in chaos, without many ideas, but now he reacted suddenly. He didn't bask in the sun. Did not obtain Superman's key charge. Yes, I didn't obtain the blue star solar radiation in Man of Steel. Superman's ability is closely related to sunbathing. Superman's panel does not have any dark energy attributes, and the heat ray is obviously an energy attack. So, now it should be insufficient blue bar, so he can't use the skill. Thinking of this, Lin Qun felt that it was possible that he could not use this part of his ability. This was probably because he did not activate all of Superman's abilities. The Bakaton started the war at night, which he could not choose. The sky was dark and covered by dark clouds. Not to mention the sun, there was not even moonlight. Where could he go to sunbathe? Did he have to fly up to the sky to find the sun? That would waste a lot of time. Lin Qun felt better at this time, but his mind was still confused. He instinctively looked up at the sky, as if he wanted to rush up to sunbathe, but suddenly another idea came to his mind. Should he go to the Bakaton's nest in the central city? Fortunately, Lin Qun stopped right after this thought came up. He knew nothing about the situation in the central city, and the distance was too far. He was afraid that he would die if he went there. His physical strength was limited, and he could only transform into a Superman once in a short period of time, otherwise he might die. Without the Superman ability, wouldn't he be delivering food? Lin Qun was just sorting out his brain, and finally felt better. He saw a military drone flying out of the survivor base, approaching him quickly, and using a loudspeaker to issue an urgent reminder to him. Mr. Lin, pay attention to the rankings. The second and third Bakaton demons are rushing towards you. In fact, there was no need to remind him. Lin Qun felt it the next second. The deafening sonic boom. Two supersonic shuttles like space capsules were rushing towards him, with their swords pointing directly at Lin Qun. Chapter 114, Retreat from Bakazan. The second. The third. That was almost the most powerful master of the Bakaton civilization that descended on the Magic City. Why didn't the first one come? Lin Qun raised his head. When he heard the voice, the other party had already appeared in his field of vision. The speed of the two shuttles was close to twice the speed of sound. With the time for Bakazan and Enisheng to board the plane and start accelerating, they arrived at the battlefield at a very fast speed in less than a minute. At this moment, there was still 1 minute and 26 seconds before Lin Qun's Superman transformation ended, and the two shuttles did not slow down. They were still rushing at supersonic speed. The drones around Lin Qun quickly pulled away. On the ground, many humans and Bakatans watched this scene with fear. Lin Qun did not evade. Because at the moment, when the two Bakatan shuttles appeared, two unparalleled telekinesis instantly locked Lin Qun. Their strength is indeed stronger than Bakayan, and their aura is more terrifying. The two telekinesis complemented each other and overlapped, which made Lin Qun feel a little blocked at this moment. But it seems that this is all. Lin Qun gritted his teeth and entered sublight time, the severe pain in his head magnified, and the speed of the two supersonic shuttles, which seemed incredibly fast to the ordinary humans and Bakatan warriors below, instantly slowed down in his eyes. Approaching. Punch. Lin Qun aimed his eyes and punched. So what if it's supersonic? With a bang, the first supersonic shuttle in front was blown up by Lin Qun. But the second supersonic shuttle changed direction at the last moment, originally hitting Lin Qun, and suddenly changed direction, and crashed into the ground under his feet. At the moment of turning, its hatch suddenly bounced open, and a Bakatan wearing tight dark armor jumped out at high speed from it, punched in the air, and slammed into Lin Qun's face. Time returned to normal in the next second, and Lin Qun's body fell rapidly from mid-air. The second supersonic shuttle fell to the ground earlier than him. It streaked across the sky like a cannonball, and smashed into the survivor base of the 6th prison behind him. Amid the roar and loud noise, the flames rang out. Lin Qun did not fall to the ground. He stabilized his body in mid-air. In front of him, two Bakatans were killing together. The dark armored Bakatan in front was extremely powerful. He could catch up with Lin Qun's speed and fight with him in close combat. The one behind rose high from the sea of fire, and did not get close. Its telekinesis output was crazy. Its telekinesis strength alone was twice that of Bakayan. Although it could not completely restrict Lin Qun's actions, it could also bring him a sense of obstruction to a certain extent. These two people are worthy of being the second and third in the overall ranking of Bakatan Magic City. They are both extremely powerful. Each of them has the combat power to crush Bakayan. But there is still a gap. Lin Qun can clearly feel that even so, their strength is still not as good as his. There is still a gap, but it seems not as big as with Bakayan. The Bakatan civilization is a civilization that has experienced a civilization war. There are also strong people among them. For the universe of the DC world, humans are the protagonists and Superman is the god of the world. But looking at the universe, every civilization is glorious and shining, and every civilization must have its strong people, and the strong people who can participate in the civilization war must be as powerful as Superman. However, these two people obviously did not reach that level. Therefore, Lin Qun did not retreat at this moment. He only had 1 minute and 20 seconds left. He had to kill these two top Bakatan strongmen in the Magic City within this minute and 20 seconds. Come one kill one. If he succeeds, it will greatly shock the entire Bakatan civilization in the Magic City. Moreover, with the contribution point bonus of his own human race star title, it may not be as many as the contribution points he got from slaughtering those ordinary Bakatan people, but it will not be too little. Because when they entered the East District, their regional ranking calculation also entered the DC District from the original Midtown District, becoming the first and second in the overall ranking of the East District. Of course, with the bonus of the title, Lin Qun still topped the overall ranking of the entire Eastern region with the attitude of super first. At this moment, facing the joint attack of two Bakatan strongmen, Lin Qun did not retreat half a step, roaring and killing. He clenched his fist with one hand and directly took out Captain America's shield with the other hand, and tangled with the Bakatan in front of him, punching like thunder. He didn't know whether this Bakatan in dark armor was the second or third in that Magic City, but its combat power was far beyond that of Bakayan. Bakayan couldn't withstand even a punch from Lin Qun, but this person could. The armor on its body gave it a very terrifying bonus. It could keep up with Lin Qun's speed. The Iron Fist contained the telekinesis that crushed Bakayan, and it caught Lin Qun's punch. It even fought back and punched Lin Qun's shield. However, Lin Qun did not move at all. The Bakatan opposite was obviously shocked. He didn't expect that this person didn't move at all after he punched him. What surprised it even more was that the amplification device it bought with tens of thousands of contribution points could directly provide it with 70 to 110 points of strength bonus, but it was broken by a punch. Lin Qun's current strength attribute is 900, and he can only exert 400 to 500 strength, which is a bit lagging, but his physical fitness is as high as 999, which is passive. Does this bastion want to shake him with a punch? Dream on. However, under the influence of super senses, Lin Qun's thinking ability plummeted. He roared, forced to accelerate, and directly broke through 7 times the speed of sound. This time, the 2 bastion strongman's mental power could not suppress him. He pulled up at high speed, fell rapidly, and punched. But it was dodged. 7 times the speed of sound is too fast. Lin Qun can't stop the car. And the bastion man was very cautious, more cautious than Bastion. After a fight, he felt the horror of the person in front of him. Seeing Lin Qun accelerate, he quickly evaded. Lin Qun was infinitely urgent and manic, but he could also feel the surprise and shock of the bastion man in front of him. The bastion in front of Lin Qun was Bakazan, the second-ranked bastion in the Demon City. Just as Lin Qun judged, he was an extremely experienced warrior, a bastion telekineticist who liked bloody fights, and a bastion warrior who pursued the limit of single-soldier combat. Because of this, he spent a sky-high contribution point to exchange for an amplification device that far exceeded the technological limit of bastion civilization, which could increase his combat power by hundreds of physique and strength. In addition, his basic strength and physique reached 300, and with the increase of telekinesis, he could compete with masters with physique, strength and agility of 500. But the human in front of him made him feel incredible. The basic attributes of this human were extremely terrifying. It was enough to crush him. It was far more than 500, but he seemed not to understand it. It was like a child wearing a pair of giant shoes, unable to play. What kind of monster was this person? At this moment, facing Lin Qun's crazy collision, he could only evade. 7 times the speed of sound might not kill him, but it destroyed his expensive armor. It exchanged glances with Ernisheng, and prepared to observe first, not to confront this human head-on, but to avoid it, and see the situation, then fight, or run. Yes, Ernisheng might not want to run at this time, but Bakazan wanted to run. As a master, he has strong strength on the one hand, and he can judge the situation and run away quickly if the situation is not right on the other hand. If Ernisheng was not there, and it was ordered to come, it would have run away long ago. But these 2 bastions did not confront him head-on, and Lin Qun became more and more anxious in his heart. He didn't have much time. If the stalemate continued, the Superman transformation would end, and these 2 top bastions would not be able to squeeze him at will. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Bakazan couldn't stand it anymore. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. Damn, this human is too strong. Not to mention that these attributes are more than 500, his attributes are all more than 700, right? Moreover, his speed just now must have exceeded 8 times the speed of sound. What kind of terrifying ability is this? There was no chance to kill him, and this person was obviously adapting to his own fighting power little by little. If the stalemate continued, he would crash into them head-on. Wouldn't they be dead? Thinking of this, Bakazan could no longer care about those things. What to care about? Survival was the most important thing, and Bakane would be the end. Such a supermaster, Bakale didn't come by himself, but sent them. If they didn't run, would they die? The device on its body was quickly activated, and a row of high explosive smoke bombs flew out from behind, ready to create an opportunity to run away quickly. In fact, although Bakazan had the surname Baka, he was half of an orthodox origin, but he was not a direct descendant. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to follow Bakale and other main leaders of the battlefield in the Magic City without being of the same mind. All the discerning Bakatans knew that it was here to watch Bakaging and Bakale. How could it have an easy life? And because of this, it didn't have that much sense of honor of the Bakatan civilization. At this time, it had the idea of running away, and the more it thought about it, the more it ran towards it. Anyway, it is not one of Bakale and Bakaging's own people. It has been suppressed by the 2 people since it came to the Magic City. Now it is thrown here to open the way. Now it wants to run, so it has no more scruples. In short, Bakazan, the master of the Bakatan civilization who ranks 3rd in the Magic City, came here and his mind was full of how to run away. Seeing this, Wernasheng frowned and said in the communication channel between the two people, Bakazan, you want to run? You. Before it finished questioning, it and Bakazan were all shocked and attracted by the actions of the human being they were targeting, because Bakazan hadn't run away yet, but Lin Qun disappeared. He ran away. Bakazan was stunned for a moment, just as he saw Lin Qun retreating at high speed in the firelight, and then quickly rising up, soaring into the sky, breaking the sound barrier in an instant, and rushing into the sky like a cannonball, with such a fast and decisive speed, that it was amazing. Bakazan was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect this human to run away so quickly. Obviously, he is the stronger one. I was just about to run. What's going on? The macro missiles it just fired were intended to create an opportunity for itself to run away, but who would have thought that it would create an opportunity for others to escape? Seeing Lin Qun running away, Bakazan was happy and immediately sneered. Wernasheng, what do you mean by running or not? Why should I run? I didn't expect this human to run away. He is fast, so there is no need for us to chase him. But this is just right. Since we are here, why don't we kill all the people in this survivor base, so that Bakali will not always say that he will not let us share the contribution points and experience for the sake of some great civilization plan. Bakazan was calculating in his mind. That human was an extremely skilled master. Even if he ran away, he could never be chased. It would be better to kill all the humans here and harvest the contribution points. It was very surprised. It didn't expect that this human was stronger but more courageous. Sure enough, the more powerful people are, the more cautious they are. This time, this human ran away first, so it didn't have to run. It was considered a meritorious service when it went back, because it fulfilled its mission and completed the task. Although it did not kill the human who caused them heavy losses, it drove them away, right? This is success. However, what Bakazan did not expect was that Lin Qun was not running away. Lin Qun was confused, but he also knew that he did not have enough time. It was not a good idea to keep running around like this. Once the Superman transformation was over, it would be easy for the two Bakatan warriors to kill him. But even if he was better than at the beginning, he could not wake up. Even if he woke up, with the combat experience shown by Bakazan, he might not be able to quickly solve it. So, how can we quickly resolve the battle? There is only one answer. Cheating. For Superman, there are many ways to cheat, and the simplest and crudest one is undoubtedly sunbathing. Accept the baptism of light. Even if it is dark now, as long as you fly to a high enough position, you should be able to get sunbathing. Lin Qun's only worry is that the blockade of the magic city also blocks the sky. He can't rise to that height at all. But at this time, Superman's transformation was about to end, and he could no longer care about so much. He rushed up first to see what would happen. Even if he couldn't rush up, or the sun was useless, he could still accelerate to more than 10 or even 20 times the speed of sound at this distance. At this speed, the two Bakatans would not be able to dodge, no matter how powerful they were. As long as they were not too far off, he didn't believe that he couldn't kill one of them. As long as he killed one, everything would be fine. So now, sorry, I'll go out to sunbathe for a while and come back. Chapter 115 Sunshine. At this time, Bakazan's eyes also turned to the earth. It has made up its mind not to chase that human, but to attack these ordinary people below. This is the wise thing to do. At this time, the people in the survivor base of the 6th prison have poured out like a flood and are desperately counter-attacking the Bakatans, taking advantage of the momentum created by the forest group to drive the Bakatans away. And these humans, in Bakazan's eyes, are a group of mobile contribution points. But Wernasheng narrowed his eyes and said in the communication channel, something is wrong, chase him. This human may have other purposes, and his state is strange. Unfortunately, Bakazan did not listen to it, and said, he has already run away. We succeeded, and he ran so fast. Can you catch up? It's just a waste of time. It's better to harvest the humans here, so that you and I won't come in vain. Wernasheng's eyes flickered, and just as he was about to say something, the two of them in midair were attacked by intensive firepower from the military of the survivor base of the 6th prison. Countless missiles and rockets rushed out from the launch array in the survivors' base, attacking Bakazan and Enisheng at high speed. Although the military was not very clear about Lin Qun's current situation, Fukai judged that, since Lin Qun soared into the sky, he must have his purpose. What the military had to do was to cooperate with him to intercept these two top Bakatan masters. But the military's firepower was limited, and Bakazan was also a guy who could withstand missiles. He took on tons of firepower in midair, which had already involved most of the firepower that the military could dispatch at this moment, but this actually couldn't do anything to it. With Bakazan's strength, he could actually fight back against these attacks in an instant. But its eyes flashed, and it simply pretended to be suppressed, and even took on more firepower on its own initiative. I'm suppressed, Enisheng, why don't you chase? I'll deal with these humans below first. This Enisheng is a stubborn person, let it go, if it wants to chase. Although Enisheng was stubborn, he knew that Baka could not catch up. He did not know whether he could catch up with the human, and even if he did, he could not beat the human. After flying a distance, he hesitated, but this helped the ordinary Bakatan people below. Seeing their boss attracting firepower, they seized the opportunity, scattered like birds and beasts, and retreated frantically. The coach was dead, and 3 of the sailing ships were sunk by the enemy. Why didn't they leave quickly? Although Lin Qun seemed to have run away at this time, they could not tell the change in a flash. They only remembered the deep shock that Lin Qun had brought. After the human counterattack horn was blown, although the human army had not had time to kill, it did not affect their early escape. The human was too strong, and it was not a match for human power. No matter how brave these Bakatan warriors were, they did not want to die in vain. At this moment, Lin Qun transformed into Superman's steel body and was rising rapidly upwards, faster and faster, 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, 7 times the speed of sound, 10 times the speed of sound. This process was also an opportunity for Lin Qun to learn superhuman abilities. He was constantly breaking through the speed limit. After reaching a speed, he paused for a moment, and then quickly broke through the next speed limit. Soaring in the sky, there was a feeling of hearty enjoyment. The ability to fly and the terrifying high speed were also one of Superman's powerful abilities, but they were only learned and mastered after adulthood. Lin Qun flew higher and higher, and the dark and heavy clouds above his head rushed towards him, and in the next second, he was hit head-on by Lin Qun, and then, there was a higher sky. Lin Qun's speed was getting faster and faster. He felt that the oncoming air became very hard, and the wind was as sharp as a knife. If he was in a normal state, his body might have been torn apart at such a high speed, but with the addition of Superman's body, he was able to continue in this state, and even continue to accelerate and soar into the sky. In just a few dozen seconds, he rushed up for an unknown number of meters, passing through the troposphere and stratosphere. The air began to become thinner. Lin Qun quickly felt that his breathing became difficult, but soon, he gradually adapted in less than 5 seconds. This was the powerful bonus brought by the Superman body. Moreover, as Lin Qun reached this height, squinted his eyes to feel the light, and the world around him became quiet. He felt quiet and clear as never before, and his chaotic and painful brain seemed to wake up all of a sudden. The first Superman transformation was almost over, but only at this moment did Lin Qun clearly and accurately feel the incredible power surging in the Superman body. That was the power of the god on Earth. He was confused and under the influence of super senses for 3 minutes, and the power he used might be less than 50% of Superman's full strength. But this was enough. It was enough for it to kill Bakayan and sweep across the battlefield of the survivor base of the 6th prison. At this moment, the world under his feet has become invisible. At this position, he can even vaguely see the arc of the earth, but he has not yet reached the highest point. Time is running out. His transformation time is limited. And, at this time, he has seen the sunlight. There is more than sunlight here. His guess is correct. The blockade of the magic city is a closed loop, including the position above his head. Lin Qun is at a high altitude and can clearly see that the huge light curtain rising from all sides of the magic city extends all the way upwards and finally closes again at the altitude of tens of thousands of meters, where he is now. The entire light curtain is like an inverted deformed eggshell, covering the magic city. What kind of great power is this? But this does not hinder the regular exchange of matter. The light of the star penetrates from outside the light curtain without hindrance and falls on Lin Qun's body. He has been basking in the sun all his life, feeling the scorching heat, gentleness and warmth of the sun, but he has never felt this way. He felt the power from the sun's light. He felt as if he had become a battery, and each cell was a unit in the battery. When the sun bathed his body, those cells screamed and cheered, madly and greedily drawing power from it, filling Lin Qun's body, making him feel a more terrifying and surging energy. He felt his eye sockets become hot. Sure enough, the problem was still in the sun. But Lin Qun also felt some problems. He felt a strange staring feeling, and there was also a pain in his head. This may be because Superman's transformation is about to end, or his strength at this moment is far beyond the limit that his transformed body can withstand. The terrifying steel body is not something that everyone can have. But this is enough. Lin Qun shone the sun for 5 seconds, then readjusted his direction, and plunged into the ground under his feet. Accelerate again. It takes up to an hour for a rocket to take off and break through the first cosmic speed to enter space, but for Superman, this rocket takes about a minute to achieve a round trip between an open space, not only because Superman's speed can reach a level far beyond the first cosmic speed, but also because Superman does not need a lengthy acceleration process. Of course, this is also because Lin Qun did not reach the height reached by the rocket. And getting sunlight, even if it is only 5 seconds, is enough for Lin Qun. He will gain more powerful power and more terrifying speed than just taking off. When there are 7 seconds left before the end of the Superman transformation, Lin Qun swoops down from the sky and meets Inu Sheng, who rises from the ground. With the return to the battlefield, countless sounds and noises come again, and Lin Qun's brain instantly changes from clear to heavy. So, Lin Qun does not dodge, evade or slow down, and glares at me at high speed. His eyes began to turn red. All creatures on the earth heard the sharp roar like thunder. It was the explosion sound that tore the air. At this time, Lin Qun's speed has reached 20 times the speed of sound, and with this infinite high altitude flight, his mastery of supersonic flight ability has reached a new level. Bakassan's face changed drastically. Why did he come back? Its first reaction was instinctive, turning around and running. And this saved its life. Bakassan was in a bad position, and Lin Qun was too fast, so he had no time to turn, and had to rush towards Ernisheng. Ernisheng showed a visibly shocked expression. He knew that Lin Qun was very fast, but he didn't expect Lin Qun to be so fast. Amid the roar and sonic boom, he watched Lin Qun turn into a terrifying meteor and dive towards him at high speed, reaching the limit of speed. The unfortunate Ernisheng was not as strong as Bakassan, and he couldn't run away at all. He could only move his body immediately, and his telekinesis surged, as if he used some telekinetic method that Lin Qun had never seen before. The air in front of him seemed to materialize in an instant, turning into countless mirrors, which suddenly collapsed and presented countless images, layers of barriers, like some kind of defense. But it was meaningless. It took it a second to react, and Lin Qun only took a second to break its defense and kill it. Lin Qun's eyes suddenly became red and hot, and then instantly shot out a shocking and terrifying ray. That was the iconic ability of Superman. Heat Ray. 2 heat rays instantly tore Ernisheng's defense to pieces, pierced through the body of the telekineticist behind him, and shot 2 horrible wounds on his body. Then, Lin Qun's body, like a cannonball, fell from the sky, adjusted its direction for the last time, and directly hit its shell. At such a speed, it had no chance to react. Its body was shattered under the heavy blow, and it was completely killed in the terrifying high speed and kinetic energy. It was killed instantly, and Lin Qun's speed was slightly reduced. He was able to change direction smoothly, and hit Bakassan below. Bakassan witnessed Ernisheng being killed instantly, and his heart and gallbladder were broken. Damn it, I told you to run quickly, you big fool, but it was too late to evade. Lin Qun's speed was too fast. It could only use a surprise move to suddenly slow down and sink to avoid Lin Qun's heat ray that was shot out again, and at the same time, avoid Lin Qun's frontal collision. But the terrifying wind pressure still knocked it into the ground, and the ground under its feet was shattered, and smoke and dust were boiling. Lin Qun braked suddenly in front, and crashed into the smoke and dust behind. Like a comet hitting the earth, the ground was covered with smoke and dust. with their landing point as the center. The surrounding ground collapsed layer by layer, and the broken and shaky buildings on the battlefield also collapsed one after another. Although the people around and the Bakatans had just begun to move away from this area and cleared a large area of open space, many people were still drowned. On the battlefield, everyone looked over here instinctively, shocked and speechless. Then, two terrible heat rays roared out from the rolling smoke and the deep pits on the ground, like two spotlights rising into the sky, illuminating the world crimsonly. Then, a figure suddenly flew out from the smoke and dust. It was Bakazan. It was in a very miserable state. The amplified armor on its body was completely rotten and the collision, and one of its hands was broken. There was a faint ice chip at the position of the broken arm, but it was full of panic, without the strong pride it had just brought with Ernishing. It rushed out of the giant pit and ran away without hesitation, in a panic, terrified, and didn't even dare to stay for a moment. Bakazan was terrified. If it hadn't been decisive and exchanged its life with its hands, it might have been frozen into an ice sculpture by the terrifying cold air that the human had spewed out. This human was too powerful. If we continued to fight, we would definitely die. Definitely die. We must run now. We must run now. Fortunately, I was smart and thought about running from the beginning. Otherwise I would have died just now. What kind of tricks are these? Even the flesh and blood covered by my telekinesis and the equipment I bought with a lot of money can be frozen. Damn. Damn back alien back aging. You didn't come by yourselves and let me die. Run. We must run quickly. All the Bakatans who saw this scene were shocked. Bakazan was a famous top warrior in this trip to the Magic City. Although he had not taken action, his reputation was at least higher than Bakayan. But he was killed and fled in panic. What kind of horrible monster was that human? As Bakazan left, another figure rose in the center of the giant pit. He used a rag he found from nowhere as a battle-damaged cloak to cover his strong body that had just been exposed. He stood on a high wall of a ruin on one side and stared at Bakazan's fleeing figure. There were many Bakatans near him, but when they saw him at this moment, no one dared to shoot. All the Bakatans stumbled and ran back, as if they had seen a ghost. He lowered his head and saw that the Bakatan army under his feet was scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing at the sight of the wind. But he did not move at all, just like a stone tablet. But he stood here, a huge symbol on the battlefield. No one dared to stand in front of him. No one dared to be his enemy. His strength has shocked all the Bakatans. He killed Bakayan and Enesheng in seconds and made Bakazan run for his life. Such fighting power has exceeded the imagination of all Bakatan warriors about humans. Standing here, he is the object of admiration and fear of countless humans and Bakatans on the battlefield. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, A Defeat. The sky was still dark. For most people on the battlefield, they did almost nothing in the past 3 minutes, but they were dazzled by watching a war drama of a GD reversal. Because these 3 minutes are really not long for normal creatures. But Lin Qun and the top masters of Bakatan in the superhuman state can do a lot of things. In those 3.5 minutes, Lin Qun killed Bakayan and Enesheng, seriously injured and defeated Bakazan, and sank 3 Bakatan sailing ships. Such a record is enough to shine on the battlefield. The rhythm of the war is incredibly fast, and even every second is changing dramatically. Until this moment, Lin Qun stood on a high place, looking invincible on the battlefield, and a large number of Bakatans under his feet fled, and the rhythm of the battlefield seemed to slow down suddenly. The artillery array that had just supported Lin Qun in bombarding Bakazan was a little confused. Their round of artillery fire had not yet been poured out, and the battle was over. Everyone was trembling with fear at the powerful human figure on the battlefield. No one expected that this siege, which was destined to be lost by humans, would end so quickly. The Bakatans were defeated, but a large number of officers reacted quickly. Like the Bakatans who also reacted quickly and chose to flee, they blew the horn of attack and rushed forward fiercely on the battlefield, pursuing the victory. The 3 Bakatan sailing ships were destroyed. Bakayan was killed in the battle, and the command system on the scene was almost paralyzed. Coupled with the shock brought by Lin Qun, the remaining Bakatans reacted quickly enough and knew to run away, but they were also defeated and were chased and killed by the human military. In the underground command center of the survivor base of the 6th prison, Fukai couldn't help but slammed the table heavily, stood up from his seat, and no longer kept his composure, and loudly issued a counterattack order. This is the first time we have won a comprehensive victory in the battle between the Magic City and the Bakatan civilization. This is a pleasant surprise, and it will be a beginning. Make sure that every order is accurately conveyed, and keep as many Bakatan people as possible. The others were also excited and stepped up the pace of the war. Too many things happened in the past 3.5 minutes, and now, the balance of the war has begun to reverse. The survivor base of the 6th prison will not be razed to the ground. On the contrary, the Bakatan siege army will become a defeated army. Fukai stood in the busy and excited command center. His eyes moved, looking at Lin Qun, who was standing high in the picture, and looking down on the battlefield. His eyes couldn't help but glow, and he said generously, "Lin Qun. He will be the #1 human on the Magic City battlefield." No, that's Bakali, but does he have the combat power of Lin Qun? Exclamation mark. At this moment, Fukai's heart was also filled with an indescribable sense of pride and pride. He had been suppressed and beaten for so long, and had been shocked by the top combat power of Bakatan for so long. On their human side, there is finally someone who can kill them like this by himself. As a human being, how could he not have a feeling of revenge? On the side, his adjutant couldn't help but said, "The Bakatan telekinetic master is still afraid of modern weapons. I feel that with the strength that Mr. Lin just showed, even nuclear weapons may not threaten him. He alone is comparable to an army. He is the #1 in the Magic City." A tsunami-like sound came from the survivor base of the 6th prison. A large number of soldiers and survivors rushed out frantically. Some people actually didn't know what happened, but the news was spreading everywhere, and everyone was shouting, "Great victory! Great victory! Bakayan died in battle, and the 3rd Bakatan demon died in battle. The Bakatan army was defeated. Kill, kill, and avenge our compatriots who died tragically at the hands of the Bakatan people." Some people still didn't know what happened, and were still asking around, but no one had time to answer. The order had been quickly passed down from top to bottom, and troops at all levels were urgently mobilized. Speed was of the essence, so there was no time for nonsense. If they didn't fight their way out, all the Bakatan people would run away. If they missed the opportunity to expand their victory, it would be a loss. Most of the combat power in the East District of Bakatan was here, and although there were more terrifying Bakatan legions in the Central District, they couldn't quickly support here. The supersonic shuttles that Bakazan and Enisheng took were only a few, and could only bring part of the combat power, which was meaningless to the entire macro battlefield. Li Ji, Li Xing and others were also caught up in the crowd, their faces flushed with excitement. The higher-ups took their relationship with Lin Qun into full consideration, and asked Ni Wensheng's troops to move directly to Lin Qun's position, pick him up, and welcome him back to the survivor base of the 6th prison. At the edge of a battlefield, relatively far away from the battlefield, Xia King was also staring at this scene silently, with an indescribable complexity in her eyes, some relief, some loss, but also a feeling of joy and comfort. But in the end, her body wrapped in thick clothes slid backwards, and disappeared into the shadow of the house behind her, without a trace. At this moment, on the chaotic battlefield, there was also a figure moving at high speed. It was Chu Yaoi. This girl was as fast as lightning, traveling at high speed on a messy battlefield, heading straight for Lin Qun. The area around Lin Qun was already a no man's land around Bakatan, and those Bakatan people wanted to be as far away from him as possible, which made it easier for Chu Yaoi to rush over. She avoided the defeated Bakatans along the way, approached Lin Qun, and looked at him nervously. "Are you okay?" This woman was very perceptive. She realized that Lin Qun was not standing here to look down on the battlefield and the defeated army. It was very likely that he himself was going to die, because she knew that Lin Qun's ability might not last long. Otherwise he would not have to prepare any paper talismans in advance, and he would not have to wait for the military and the Bakatans to start fighting. They were so powerful, Couldn't they just take action directly? It could also reduce the losses of the military. Lin Qun stood on a high place, his head moved stiffly, and he glanced at Chu Yaowei without saying a word, but the expression in his eyes clearly said, something is wrong. Lin Qun was indeed in trouble. When he collided with Bakazan like a comet hitting the earth, there were less than 7 seconds left for the Superman transformation. He could not even strangle Bakazan successfully, and could only cut off one of its arms. Fortunately, Bakazan was completely frightened by Lin Qun's overwhelming momentum, and did not think that Lin Qun was just a 3-minute tough guy. He ran away in a hurry, not daring to look back. Lin Qun's Superman transformation time had ended. He could not chase him anymore, and did not dare to expose his true and false. He rolled up a piece of rag to cover his no longer burly body, disguised as a battle-damaged state, jumped to a high place, and looked down on the battlefield, which led to the scene just now. The Bakatans were frightened by Lin Qun. At this time, no one thought about why Lin Qun did not pursue the victory. They were all scared away by the amazing combat power and decisive killing he showed. Even if there were people who felt that Lin Qun was wrong, they did not dare to look back. Bakazan had already run away, which Bakatan who didn't care about his life would dare to come back? But in fact, Lin Qun was in a terrible state at the moment. Superman's power was not something Lin Qun could master at this stage. The difference in attributes between the two was too great. After the Superman transformation, although the severe pain in his head was reduced a lot, and his consciousness became clearer, more side effects came like a landslide and a tsunami. He felt that his body was like a stone, and could not move. Every muscle in his body seemed to be wailing, and he only had 1 point of energy left. The concentration technique, which had almost become a passive one, was running at high speed, but it could hardly bring much recovery effect. 1 point of energy. His head didn't hurt so much, but it was blank, as if it was not turning. Only the thought of I can't fall supported him to stand here. At that time, if a Bakatan had shot at him, he might have fallen directly. Therefore, before the Bakatans fled, Lin Qun was actually more nervous than the Bakatans. The feeling of life and death hanging by a thread made him tremble with fear and infinite tension. Fortunately, the strength he showed in the 3.5 minutes just now shocked everyone, and no Bakatan dared to come up and face him directly. At this moment, Lin Qun could no longer transform. In this state, if he tried to transform again, he would definitely fail. Lin Qun estimated that he would die like the flesh body in the fantasy novels. The card's end was still very pertinent. Lin Qun's heart was pounding, and he estimated that his heart rate was definitely too fast. Of course, this was also expected. Superman's power, how could a mortal body control it at will? He had done well enough. Towards the end of the battle, Lin Qun had even overcome it a little. He believed that the next time he transformed, and the next time he transformed, he would be able to use Superman's abilities more and better. Even in the original Man of Steel, Superman Clark spent his entire childhood to adapt to his abilities. Only natural Kryptonian warriors such as Zod could adapt very quickly. It was already amazing that Lin Qun could do this. And in this battle, Lin Qun gained a lot. His level was still level 10, but his experience value was already bursting, more than 90,000, just waiting for Lin Qun to click the plus sign to upgrade. The contribution points of those small-time Bakatans were few in experience, while Bakayan and Ernasheng brought more experience. Bakayan had 20,000, but Ernasheng gave Lin Qun nearly 40,000 experience points. With so much experience, he could at least level up to level 3 or 4. However, because the skill of the human star title was on cooldown, killing Ernasheng did not bring Lin Qun any extra contribution points, which was a bit regrettable. The total number of contribution points in Lin Qun's hands also reached an unprecedented 852 points. The total number of contribution points he obtained on the leaderboard reached more than 1,400, ranking first in the East District Human ranking, and being displayed at the top of the East District's overall ranking. And these more than 800 contribution points were very reasonable. The 3 sailing ships gained nearly 300 contribution points. There were 100 to 200 Bakatans killed in the early stage, and 300 to 400 were killed by Lin Qun after the Superman transformation. After deducting the consumption of Lin Qun's purchase of blue bottles, the remaining contribution points were just right. Moreover, this was a siege battlefield after all, and the Bakatons were not densely populated. This was Lin Qun's first Superman transformation, and under the influence of his super senses, he gradually adapted to his abilities in battle, and did not spend much time fighting. Not only that, he killed Bakayan first, and then destroyed 3 sailing ships, causing almost all the Bakatons around him to run away. Later, he fought with Enasheng Bakazan, and hardly attacked ordinary Bakatons. Those ordinary Bakatons killed by him were either affected by the explosion he caused or killed by the supersonic air raid, which made it difficult to guarantee the kill rate. Many of them were affected, but they were half dead with broken arms and legs, and they might be picked up by the warriors who came later. In this way, the total number of contribution points obtained could not be too exaggerated. This number already satisfied Lin Qun. After all, it was far more than the total number of contribution points he had obtained before. Moreover, he was also very excited because the first Superman transformation was more about adaptation and familiarity, and the second transformation could really bring out most of the Superman's combat power. The next transformation, he will surely achieve truly terrifying results. Therefore, this first transformation can have such a harvest, almost achieving all the goals that Lin Qun originally planned, which is enough. However, at this moment, although Lin Qun was thinking about his contribution points in his head, his body was actually shaky, and at the end of his strength. Except for his thoughts, he could not run. The load of the Superman body was being exerted little by little. In a short period of time, he could neither transform into a Superman nor into a giant. At this time, looking at Chu Yaoi coming over, Lin Qun just shook his head at her, indicated that she should not come up. The battle is not over yet. He scared off Bakazan, and frightened the Bakaton army to flee, because they thought he was invincible. Once Lin Qun showed a weak look here, Bakazan would turn back immediately. Bakazan is the most powerful Bakaton that Lin Qun has ever seen. Bakayan can only look up to him. Even if it breaks an arm and kills back, no one in the survivor base of the 6th prison can stop it. Therefore, he must stand here, motionless. His presence here is a deterrent to the Bakatons. The Bakatons don't know his strengths and weaknesses. His achievements today will surely resound throughout the entire Magic City. Both humans and Bakatons will know of his existence and regard him as an extremely powerful person, and dare not easily attack. Lin Qun stood here for nearly 15 minutes. Almost all the Bakatons in his sight were driven away and killed. Only then did he sway and fall down. At this time, someone behind him stepped forward and supported him. Looking back, it was Li Ji and the others. They had arrived early and had been waiting downstairs. "You knew I was going to fall?" Li Ji had a worried look on his face, but he also did not forget to tease, saying, "Brother, I still don't know you. You took off, but you are still standing here? What a master's demeanor. You should have gone down to kill the Bakaton people to earn contribution points, and you still let that Bakaton number 2 run away. You are standing still. Something must have happened." Chapter 117. Famous in the Magic City. Listening to Li Ji's words, Lin Qun forced a smile with difficulty. He wanted to say a few words, but the last sentence had already exhausted most of his strength, so he could only let Li Ji, Li Xing and others take him down quickly. Before the transformation, Lin Qun still had a lot of energy. When his energy dropped to 1, Lin Qun judged that it was probably because he had to control the superhuman body in the transformed state. With his strength, wanting to operate the superhuman body was like someone who didn't even have a driver's license trying to drive a space fighter. Every seemingly normal behavior required more energy. The impact of super senses was also a huge impact. After his energy dropped to 1, Lin Qun found that it was also difficult to recover. He exchanged a bottle of energy recovery potion and drank it, but his energy value did not move at all. His heart sank, not knowing what went wrong. He could only guess that when the energy was so low, it was difficult to recover directly by external means. For example, his concentration technique was almost useless, and he should need time to rest before he could really recover. Panel data is just panel data, and the actual situation is sometimes greater than the panel data. Therefore, the so-called recovery potion is also difficult to recover directly. At this time, it is almost difficult for him to think. The less energy, the more drowsy the brain. If his energy limit is not high, he would have fainted with 1 point of energy at this time, and he may become a vegetable directly. This also shows the huge impact of low energy value. Although these attributes are displayed in the form of data, they are not just data. They are all reflections of the real situation and ability of life. They are not just dead data in the digital sense. One attribute may contain multiple detailed directions. As his own attributes become higher, Lin Qun gradually understands more about this. But his attributes are not too high now, and he does not have enough data, so he cannot establish a more comprehensive and detailed understanding. However, the higher the attributes, the more he realizes that these attributes are not as simple superposition. The 4 attributes have deeper meanings. It's just that Lin Qun has not figured it out yet. As for his current state of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, Lin Qun is not too worried. The battle is over. The military has fought all the way on the battlefield. The Bastions have been defeated and paid a heavy price. It is necessary to re-examine the situation and be in doubt for a while. It is impossible to kill back in a short time. The battlefield is no joke, and the Bastions are not crazy enough to not be afraid of losses. It is necessary to retreat and wait and see. At this time, Ni Wensheng and Li Ji jointly put him on a stretcher and rushed him to the survivor base of the 6th prison for rescue. On the way, Li Xing's hands glowed, and the flash of healing ability enveloped Lin Qun's body warmly. For the first time, Lin Qun felt that Li Xing's ability was so useful. The energy recovery potion and the concentration technique had little effect on his current state, but when Li Xing's light enveloped him, Lin Qun felt surprisingly comfortable, and the stiffness in his body was reduced a lot. In fact, Lin Qun knew his own state. It was not very good, but he was not dying. He just needed to rest. His head became groggy and a little sleepy, but at this time, he was still thinking about, how should I spend my more than 800 contribution points? Fu Kai also heard about Lin Qun's situation. He could not be distracted and immediately dispatched a medical team to check on Lin Qun's situation. He said directly, we must not let Lin Qun get into trouble. Even if all our survivors in the base die, Lin Qun cannot get into trouble. Outside, the war was not over yet, but inside the survivors' base, many people were working rapidly around Lin Qun. The medical team was composed of military medical staff. Facing the death order of Master Fu, they did not dare to be careless. They were dispatched urgently to welcome Lin Qun back. They were also very surprised and curious, wanting to see who Mr. Lin, who single-handedly slaughtered the Bastion masters, was. Lin Qun himself could not have dreamed that he, a former ordinary citizen, who had once been sick in the overcrowded Magic City hospital, and had difficulty even getting in 4th trip, would become so important at this time, with a bunch of medical staff surrounding him. But Lin Qun's condition still surprised them. There were no obvious external injuries, but his body was as cold as a dead person, and his pupils were a little dilated, but he was alive and well, breathing evenly, and his organs had no obvious damage. The attending physician couldn't help but wonder, is this the injury of the master? It's different from that of ordinary people. Lin Qun was drowsy, and after thinking for a long time, his brain went blank, and fell into a drowsy darkness. In the end, he only saw many people surrounding him. Some were wearing white coats, some were wearing military uniforms, some were familiar like Li Ji and Li Xing, and some were faces he didn't recognize. Lin Qun's last thought, before he fell into a coma was, this time I'm considered a super boss, right? Lin Qun's idea was really true. As time went by, the battle today was spreading rapidly throughout the area. With more than 1,000 contribution points, Lin Qun ranked first in the human rankings of the East District of Magic City and topped the overall ranking of the East District. All the survivors in the East District saw it. The 6th prison survivor base is needless to say, and the remaining military hospital survivor bases had already begun to prepare for a large-scale evacuation, but they did not expect such a result. The person in charge of this base keenly realized from the ranking changes that the situation might have changed. Sure enough, they soon observed the reversal of the battlefield at the 6th prison survivor base, and the Bastions were defeated. A human who was like a god of war killed countless Bastion strongmen by himself, not to mention killing one by one, but also directly and brutally sank 3 Bastion sailing ships. The person in charge of the military hospital couldn't help but say, is he really a human? Is he the Night Shadow? Soon the news was confirmed, and the news came from the 6th prison survivor base, confirming that the person who crisscrossed the 6th prison survivor base was the previous top 10 and now the number 1 Night Shadow in the East District. As a professional in the top 10 of the East District, many people are familiar with the idea of Night Shadow, but they all know that this person is a master, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. This news gradually began to spread in the Magic City. The human survivors in other areas learned about it a little slower. After all, the information is relatively closed now. They can only see the ranking of their own area and the overall ranking of the Magic City. It is difficult for ordinary survivors in other areas to know the huge changes in the ranking of the East District. In the large area of the Magic City, there is only an overall ranking, but there is no individual ranking of human civilization in the small area ranking. Although Lin Qun has more than 1,000 contribution points, which is considered a lot among humans, looking at the Magic City, compared with the number of people killed by the bastion people, he has not yet reached the standard of entering the top 100. But this will not affect the rapid circulation of the news among the military leaders of the group army in the entire Magic City, XC District, North City District, South City District. In less than 15 minutes after the battle at the survivor base of the East District 6th prison, they all learned about this news one after another. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Magic City Army, located outside the Magic City, Li Zeng, the head of the Magic City Army, heard the news and stood up from his position. He repeatedly confirmed the authenticity of the information, and a rare excitement appeared on his face. He said 3 good words and said, "We all thought that the 6th prison survivor base would be raised by the bastions, but we didn't expect. But, this man named Lin Qun is amazing. Tell Fu Kai to save his life at all costs. He has such combat power. One man can form an army, and our Magic City battlefield may have hope." Li Zeng is the real top figure in the entire Magic City, the head of the army. From the beginning of the war with the bastions to now, he has seen a miserable defeat all the way, and even had to use a series of wrist-breaking plans, just to keep the fire as much as possible. There is helplessness under the pressure of reality, but Li Zeng feels aggrieved from the bottom of his heart. As a human being, as a federal soldier, being beaten and slaughtering his compatriots all over the city, how could he tolerate it as the highest person in charge? At this moment, seeing the DC area's comeback victory, he also felt an unprecedented sense of joy. The people around him were also very excited. This news came at the right time. We should confirm the status of Lin Qun as soon as possible. Can his combat power be exerted on a larger battlefield? Such a strong man appeared among us, and the bastions will definitely react. We must readjust our deployment as soon as possible. Someone quickly proposed. Li Zeng also nodded and said, "Connect Fu Kai immediately. I want to reward him and Lin Qun directly. Whatever resources the DC area needs, allocate them immediately. At the same time, pass on the victory of the DC area to the lower levels. I want all the soldiers in the city to know the strength of the DC area and let them know that we have such a strong man. Killing the 3rd ranked bastion in the Magic City is like killing a dog." Lin Qun's name is spreading rapidly. His amazing record in the DC area of the Magic City is also spreading rapidly throughout the Magic City. He is truly famous in the Magic City. From top to bottom, whether it is the survivors or the soldiers in the army, they are all extremely shocked by the combat power displayed by Lin Qun in the survivor base of the 6th prison. Clearing the top 10 in the overall ranking of the Eastern District, killing the 3rd ranked Magic City, and scaring the bastion army to flee. Such combat power is something they dare not even think about. Many survivors and soldiers have been fighting against the bastions for a long time. Their hatred for the bastions is deep in their bones. They almost trembled when they heard it, as if they had experienced it themselves. Great, the bastions have such a day. Good kill, good kill. We humans also have such strong people. What are those bastion masters? Can't they just flee in panic? Is it time for us to counterattack? Why didn't he stand up before? I really want to see it with my own eyes, to see how they flee in embarrassment, and how they are defeated. My family and friends were all killed by the bastions. I dream of seeing their arrogant attitude being slapped in the face. In the air raid shelter of the Ark project in the Magic City, the news was also passed here, and many people were discussing it. Zhao Wen and Qian Yingying had complicated expressions. It's him. It's really him. He not only came back, but also killed the Bakatan army. The 6th prison survivor base is defended. Qian Yingying whispered, maybe, we shouldn't leave the 6th prison survivor base. Zhao Wen raised her head and her eyes swept across the cafeteria hall of the air raid shelter, where she was hiding. Many people gathered here, all of whom were evacuated from various areas, and gathered here for dinner. A few minutes ago, the atmosphere here was still depressing and solemn. It was very quiet, and almost no one talked. The air was filled with a desperate atmosphere, but now, the situation has changed, and the people in the entire cafeteria seem to be alive again. People are talking and inspiring, as if the person who is invincible in the East District battlefield is themselves. Zhao Wen understands. That is hope. They hid here, although they were safe for a while, but their hearts were desperate and desolate. No one knew what they would face next, let alone when the Bakatans would find here, because the defeat seemed to be doomed. But now, this news brought hope. Once you win, there may be a second and third time, even to compete with the Bakatans, or even win the battle. People saw hope and naturally came alive. While humans were excited, the Bakatans in the central district were solemn and murderous. This battle also brought great shock to the Bakatans in the Magic City. The name Lin Qun became the first human name to become widely known among the Bakatan people in the Magic City. Chapter 118 Continuous Upgrades. Magic City, Midtown. The Bakatans built a strange building by the river. From a human perspective, it is not beautiful, full of the slightly wild civic style of Bakatan. At this moment, the elegant Bakatan in gorgeous clothes is in the deepest part of the building, in a completely enclosed dark conference room. Outside, the Bakatans in Midtown are also discussing the defeat in the DC area. This is the first unprecedented defeat that the Bakatan civilization has experienced since it came to Magic City, and they paid a heavy price. There are many descriptions of the invincible posture of the human strongman in the East District, which has caused panic in the hearts of many Bakatans. But here, it is dead silent. It has been waiting for a long time, until the walls on both sides light up one by one. One by one, Bakatans dressed in the clothes of Bakatan Council members arrived in the form of holographic projection. But their faces are very blurry, as if mosaics were played. The dark room was illuminated by the light of the projection. The only noble Bakatan man in the corner who appeared in physical form nodded slightly, his face flickering under the light. The parliament is the top power of Bakatan civilization and the real power institution under the Bakatan kingship. I have uploaded the information to the parliament. We miscalculated this time. Humans have hidden a top master, but the amazing combat power displayed by our expert team may not last long. However, Bakazan, who had fought with him, is now seriously injured and unconscious and cannot provide more valuable information. It spoke first and stood up from its position to make a statement to the members of the parliament present. But please rest assured, Council, we have evaluated the strength of this human. He is very powerful, but our first phase of telekinetic heavy artillery is about to be deployed successfully. If he dares to come to the central city alone, even if he has a more powerful force, we are sure to capture him. And from the current situation, although it is not completely certain, the terrifying combat power of this human does not seem to be sustainable, as short-lived as the ephemeral nature of the Blue Star world, and he does not seem to be able to exert his full strength. If the above situation is confirmed, then his threat will be far less than we imagined. And if this variable can be ruled out, the existing human power in the Magic City is far from enough to fight against our army. Of course, in order to ensure that our Magic City forward base plan is foolproof, I implore the Council to allow more troops to be given to the Magic City war zone. The Magic City is well located and rich in resources. It will be our most important stronghold on the Blue Star battlefield. Its statement ended. Then, a female Bakatan Council member with a blurred face said, Bakajing, you are the 7th son of this generation of kings, but you have brought losses to the Bakatan civilization, but you still have the confidence to ask us for more. The tone of this female Bakatan Council member showed obvious dissatisfaction. Although the Bakatan civilization still retains some remnants of the royal system, it is actually more like a constitutional monarchy, but there are also great differences. For example, the high-ranking and powerful people of the Bastion people are almost all composed of the bloodlines of the royal family. This is closely related to the characteristics of the Bastion civilization and race, and it is difficult to compare it with human ideology. Another tall Bastion council member said, "Panic is spreading among your warriors. They are talking a lot, and their worries are not entirely unreasonable. This battle should serve as a wake-up call for us. We don't understand our opponents, and you and Bakali are paying the price for your arrogance. You should be held responsible for the deaths of Bakayan and Enisheng. You know how much resources we have invested in training them, and now, they are killed so easily. Everything is still under control." The elegant Bastion man called Bakaging replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "We can still control the situation. I will give an answer to the deaths of Bakayan and Enisheng, which will be rewarded with continuous contribution points. The construction of our first phase of human breeding farms has been almost completed. We can start formal breeding as soon as the technology from the research institute arrives. As for that human, I will definitely find out what's going on with him. As I said, his ability is strange. These Blue Star natives cannot have such a powerful existence. Even if there is, it is impossible for him to appear now. The Kazan cannot come back alive. Moreover, according to our analysis of the siege of the survivor base in the DC area of the Magic City, that human may not be able to maintain the combat power he has shown for a long time. Please give me some time, I will figure it all out, and eliminate the threat to our civilization." Several counselors whispered, and after a while, the one in the middle of these counselors, an elderly and slightly hunched counselor Bastion, slowly spoke. Its status seemed to be not low. As soon as it spoke, the voices of other counselors all stopped at the same time. Its voice was old, and the language of the Bastion civilization seemed to carry an indescribable sense of majesty when spoken from its mouth. It announced to Bakaging the consensus they had reached. "What we need most now is time. I don't need to elaborate. You should all know that this civilization battlefield is a rare level 3 battlefield. The Kingdom of God has opened up a large number of advanced technology exchanges. Whether we can make our civilization go further depends on the efforts of each of us. Bakaging, the parliament will give you a chance, and you must give back to us and your civilization with results. Moreover, we will independently collect all the intelligence about that human being and the latest assessment of the situation in the Magic City area within the next 2 Blue Star days. At that time, the parliament will take the next step based on the latest assessment results and your achievements. And it's best to act cautiously in the eastern area of the Magic City and don't waste our precious resources of Bastion. Especially before we figure out the true combat power of that human. Even if there are situations pointing to his power is not pure, you are not allowed to advance rashly, and you can only cautiously test it at most. So as to confirm your guess together, yes or no, this will directly determine should we withdraw our troops and deploy weapons of mass destruction to completely destroy the Magic City and recover the cost, or implement the original plan to build a forward base. All must be decided by facts. And it's best not to make any small calculations. The meeting is over. With its last grand announcement, the surrounding parliament members nodded one after another, and their holographic projections disappeared one after another. Finally, the old man looked at Bakaging deeply, and then disappeared. With the end of the parliament projection, the place fell into darkness and silence again. Bakaging sat in his seat, lowered his head, but his 4 eyes gradually emerged with extremely fierce light. Magic City DC District. The second hour after the war, Lin Qun's title effect ended, and his ranking dropped from the top of the East Region rankings to 99th in the East Region rankings. Despite this, he was the only human in the top 100. This time the coma lasted longer than the last time, but Lin Qun's perception of time was shorter, probably because he didn't have those strange dreams this time. When he opened his eyes, Lin Qun found that he seemed to be in a place similar to a prison ward. The surrounding facilities were slightly old, and the air was mixed with some other indescribable smells in addition to disinfectant. He had a single room. This might be the preferential treatment of the strong. Lin Qun's eyes turned, and he noticed that his energy had recovered to 3. This recovery speed was as slow as a snail for him, but for the current situation, it seemed to be a good thing to be able to recover. and Lin Qun soon discovered that he not only had a single room, but also a dozing female nurse. She was very beautiful, with long eyelashes. Sitting in the corner, she was monitoring Lin Qun's physical indicators, but she fell asleep, holding her chin like a sleeping beauty. The military still treated the wounded well. Lin Qun pulled the corner of his mouth hard and woke her up rudely. The nurse was startled and stood up suddenly. It seemed that she had slept too soundly and forgot what her task was before she fell asleep. She stared at Lin Qun blankly for a few times, then suddenly came to her senses and stammered, No, that's not right. You, Mr. Lin, are you awake? Wait, I'll go call a doctor for you. She carefully looked at Lin Qun in front of her. In the past hour, she had been staring at Lin Qun. She felt that this young man in front of her, who was about her age, did not look like the strong man who was invincible on the battlefield and praised by everyone. But now she didn't dare to think so, because at this moment Lin Qun had just woken up. His eyes felt as sharp as a knife. She was a little afraid that Lin Qun would tell her about her dozing off, but she didn't dare to beg Lin Qun for mercy, so she ran out to ask for help. The conditions of the survivor base in the 6th prison are limited. It is good to have nurses, doctors and some equipment. Lin Qun actually felt okay. He was not angry with the nurse, and of course he was not interested in beautiful nurses. He was a little dazed at most. He had never been treated like this when he went to the hospital before. He called him "you" all the time and helped him find a doctor. Lin Qun felt it. Although his energy recovered slowly and his head was a little dizzy, his body had recovered almost completely at this time. He can run, jump and fight. This is how Lin Qun feels now. This is closely related to his high physique, but the impact on energy is still terrifying. Lin Qun's energy limit is only so much, and the human brain has not been strengthened to that extent. It cannot process such terrifying information in the superhuman state, so it is naturally going to explode. The superhuman transformation is a huge consumption of his own physical energy and energy. The superhuman body has super high attributes far exceeding his body. Therefore, transformation is a terrifying load, and he will have such a situation after the transformation. 3.5 minutes. 1 point more cannot be more, 1 point less cannot be less. The impact will still exist in the next transformation, but Lin Qun believes that the next time he transforms, he will undoubtedly be more adaptable and can better exert the combat power of a Superman. He has a vague understanding. Why does the Superman transformation card have 3 transformation opportunities? Perhaps this represents a round of growth process. Initial ignorance, midterm running in, and late adaptation. However, Lin Qun's feeling has obviously recovered now, and the operation of the concentration technique is not slow. His energy should be restored soon. By then, he will be really alive and well. The doctor came a little slowly, which Lin Qun could understand. After a big battle, there must be a lot of wounded. Even if he is valued, he can't just leave others alone. It will take time. He thought about it and glanced at his contribution points. He hasn't figured out how to spend more than 800 contribution points. He must draw cards quickly, but not now. Lin Qun is still thinking about going back to cooperate with the fairy's gaze to draw cards. Obviously, time does not allow him to set up a formation now and ask the fairy sister to look at him. Therefore, he simply called up his personal panel and clicked the plus sign. He killed many Bastion masters in this battle. Although according to the rules of the battlefield, killing alien civilization creatures, whether strong or weak, can only get a contribution point reward, but killing high-level strong alien civilization creatures will gain very high experience. More than 90,000 experience points were gained. Lin Qun clicked the plus sign and jumped to the next level. He went straight from level 10 to level 14. Thanks to my friend Chintao from the second class of humanities at Beijing Sport University, who pointed out the error in the calculation of experience points. It has been corrected, and the actual contribution points obtained by the protagonist are 90,000 plus. Chapter 119 Dialogue with Fukai. 3 levels in a row. In a big battle, Lin Qun jumped 3 levels. At level 14, his attribute panel has naturally undergone significant changes, and all attributes have been improved. Name, Lin Qun level 14. 8,550/35,000. Strength. 23 agility. 21 constitution. 39 stamina. 3/40 dark energy. 14/14 talent. Card drawing bonus. At this moment, all of Lin Qun's basic attributes are above 20 points. Even his usual shortcoming, agility, has been directly increased by 4 points after this upgrade, reaching twice the human standard value. As for strength, it has also reached 23 points. The improvement of basic attributes, combined with the ability of the card, will be several times the increase. And this 3-level improvement is actually very exaggerated. In the battlefield of civilization, level is an extremely critical link for most contestants. After all, except for the indigenous civilizations that will gain innate abilities, most of the contestant civilizations do not have them. For their individuals, upgrading their levels is a means to directly improve their combat power, and only when the levels are raised can they obtain more contribution points, which will increase and decrease, forming a snowball effect. But it is also very difficult to upgrade the level. This is the cruelty of the battlefield of civilization. The strong will rise, and the weak will always be weak. No one says that the levels set on the battlefield of civilization are accessible to everyone. On the contrary, only the truly strong have the opportunity to be promoted to a higher level. The War of Civilizations is not an electronic game, and there is no, and cannot be equal fairness. It encourages killing. The strong kill more for contribution points and experience, and the weak struggle desperately. Many people are destined to be the butcher's knife. The experience gained by killing creatures and strong people of different civilizations is different. Lin Qun speculates that there seems to be some kind of algorithm in it, which is related to the level and race of the target to be killed. For example, most of the ordinary Bakatens he had killed only had 50 experience points, and the same was true for humans. A Bakatan could only get 10 experience points for killing a human, and it was impossible for all the ordinary Bakatens killed by Lin Qun to have the same level. According to this rule, it is obvious that if a contestant of a civilization is killed, and the level of the contestant is lower than a certain level, the experience points gained are a fixed value. Going up, if you kill some powerful and higher level contestants, the experience will increase, but this does not seem to have much to do with the experience of killing the target, and it is another set of algorithms. Lin Qun moved his body slightly, perhaps because his attributes have been pulled up, or perhaps because he has not recovered yet. The addition of these 3 points is not very obvious in perception. But Lin Qun is still very happy. No matter how the card is added, it is based on the basic data attributes. The basic attributes are the kingly way. The higher the basic attributes, the better he is. And if the basic attribute constitution is increased by 3 points, Lin Qun's superhuman transformation ability can be directly extended by 18 seconds. However, Lin Qun was somewhat concerned that at this stage, if he upgraded again, he would need 35,000 experience points. The higher the level, the more experience points he needed, gradually reaching a point that ordinary participants could hardly reach. The strong became stronger, and the weak would undoubtedly be blocked outside the door. Weak lives may work hard all their lives, but they can never reach a high level. This is a cruel reality, which is true in the real society, and in the battlefield of civilization. This may be one of the reasons why the gap between strong and weak individuals in the Bakatan civilization is so large. As far as Lin Qun knows, after reaching level 20, the improvement of attributes will change. Each level will no longer only improve by 1 point. The improved value will change according to the characteristics of each person, and when it reaches level 30, there will be another round of changes. Starting from level 20, every time you upgrade by 10 levels, the improvement of basic attributes will change when you upgrade again. It is not that you only add 100 points when you upgrade to level 100. Higher levels require more experience and will also bring more improvements. Of course, even Lin Qun is still a certain distance away from level 20. However, according to this calculation method, perhaps those top warriors of Bakatan are far from reaching level 100. These situations are said to be exchanged by the military from the contribution point mall. In the contribution point mall, there is a special type of option that requires the officials of civilization to dispatch and exchange, such as this type of intelligence, or even simple intelligence about some personnel of the enemy civilization. This is something that Lin Qun and other guerrillas cannot exchange, but what the human military can exchange is actually very limited. After all, human officers do not have many contribution points, and strictly speaking, humans are not real contestants, but only indigenous people participating in the war. Some civilizations such as bastion have the right to circulate and concentrate contribution points, but humans do not have it. Therefore, the information that can be exchanged is very shallow, just the general content. The details still need to be explored by humans themselves. Lin Qun was thinking here, and the door was pushed open. The busy doctor finally arrived late, and there were many people following him, including Li Ji, Li Xing and others. Ni Wensheng was also among them. They all had worried expressions on their faces, and they were obviously very worried about Lin Qun's injuries. Chu Yaowei stood at the back, hugging her chest as usual, with a cold face, looking aloof and unapproachable. The doctor quickly examined Lin Qun, and the results showed that there was nothing wrong with him. Lin Qun was even surprisingly healthy. Upon hearing this news, everyone was obviously relieved. Li Ji couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin, I knew you would be fine. You are so amazing this time. How did you do it?" Li Xing, Ni Wensheng and others also looked over. They were very curious about Lin Qun's true combat power. It's not that they haven't participated in battles with Lin Qun before, and they know that Lin Qun is powerful, but they didn't know that Lin Qun is so powerful. The strength shown by Lin Qun in this battle has far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even Chu Yaowei at the back couldn't help but move her eyes and look over here. She saw Lin Qun's move with her own eyes, and she saw more or less all of Lin Qun's methods. Although she didn't tell anyone, her surprise and confusion in her heart exceeded anyone else. Especially the stack of fire talismans that Lin Qun could really use right after he drew them. This is simply outrageous. What about transforming into a giant and sweeping the bastions? Maybe it can be explained by the effect of innate skills, but that. However, before Lin Qun could answer, the door was pushed open again. A middle-aged man with grey hair on his temples walked in from outside. His eyes were like lightning, and his posture was upright. Captain Chu could only follow behind him. Behind them, there were also several soldiers from the guard squad. As soon as he came in, he looked directly at Lin Qun and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself. I'm Fu Kai, the current head of the survivor base of the 6th prison in the East District. This person is Fu Kai, the head of the survivor base." Captain Chu behind him signaled to others to leave temporarily, and even he withdrew, leaving the room to Lin Qun and Fu Kai. When Lin Qun saw him, he also wanted to sit up, but was stopped by Fu Kai. The Master Fu shook his head and said, "It's okay, no need to sit up. Your body is the top priority of the survivor base of the 6th prison. The higher-ups attach great importance to you. You should understand, right?" Lin Qun certainly understood. He made such a big fuss. How could the human military not pay attention to him, unless they were fools? Lin Qun thought that there would be big shots coming, but at that time he guessed that it would be Captain Chu at most, but he didn't expect Fu Kai to come directly. Before the doomsday, Lin Qun never thought that he, a small ordinary man, would be able to face a big official in the military directly. But Lin Qun also thought about what he was going to say, and he was no longer a real ordinary man. After Fu Kai finished speaking, he said, "Master Fu, of course I understand, but I must make it clear that I'm not that strong. My current strength can deal with ordinary bastions, but like the battle just now, I can only use the combat power of killing Bakayan and Enesheng twice at most, which will take about 6 or 7 minutes in total. You can understand it as part of my innate ability." Lin Qun knew that the military valued him very much and must have valued his combat power and wanted to use him on a larger scale or even on other battlefields. The more so, the more Lin Qun had to explain his situation clearly. Otherwise, when he really went to the battlefield, the military would not have a clear grasp of his situation and would lose their touch, and hundreds of soldiers would die because of him. That's not hiding one's incompetence, but stupidity. However, Fukai did not seem surprised when he heard this, and only said, "This is about what we guessed. You don't have to be surprised. We reviewed your entire battle from many angles, including asking Chu Yaowei, before we made this judgment. Although the Bakutan's perspective is different from ours, and 3 sailing ships were also sunk, they don't have much information about you, but it's only a matter of time before they come to this conclusion. Therefore, your identity as a strong man who made the Bakutans flee should be exposed soon, and you should be prepared." Lin Qun nodded. "I understand." Lin Qun naturally understood what Fukai said. Although he scared the Bakutans and made them flee in panic with his strong posture in this battle, the Bakutans were not fools. Lin Qun had too many loopholes in this battle. It can be seen in many places that it was not Lin Qun's absolute combat power, but temporary and limited. This was inevitable. Lin Qun's identity as an invincible strong man could not be pretended for long. Well, it's best to maximize the results of this battle and make use of this information gap before exposing it. Fukai rubbed his chin, muttered to himself, then turned his head to look at the departure, and said with appreciation, "However, it is good news that your ability can still be used. I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth and thank you for your efforts for the survivor base. The lips and teeth are cold. This is what I should do." Lin Qun nodded slightly. Fukai glanced at Lin Qun and said, "Can I ask, what exactly is your innate ability?" Lin Qun was stunned for a moment and replied slowly, "I have fully demonstrated my combat power. If the military has any plans, they can be arranged accordingly, and I will fully cooperate." His answer seemed to be irrelevant, but in fact it was already the answer. If it were an ordinary citizen in the past, how could Lin Qun dare to talk to a division commander like this? But at this moment, Fukai said nothing to Lin Qun's answer, nor did he show any dissatisfaction. He just thought about it and said, "We will discuss any plans we have with you. The combat power you showed this time is indeed surprising, and it also gives us hope. The best defense is actually offense. Of course, we still need to discuss the specific plan, and it also depends on what the Bakutans will do next. But now, the situation will become more dangerous." Lin Qun looked at him and heard some clues from Fukai's words, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe, the next time I use this ability, I can go directly to the central city. I'm confident that next time, I can destroy everything there." This is Lin Qun's idea. This time he was groping, and it was the first time that he could exert less than 50% of the Superman's combat power, but next time, he should be able to exert 60% to 70% of the Superman's combat power. Maybe, he can sweep the Bakutans in the central city, go straight to the dragon's lair and tear it apart. He knew what the Bakutans were planning in the central city. Listening to Lin Qun's words, Fukai was also a little shocked, but he was silent for a moment, but shook his head and said, "I advise you not to do anything for the time being. There are 2 reasons for this. First, I know you are very powerful, but the Bakutans must be prepared after this battle. They are a civilization, and must have seen opponents as powerful as you have shown before, or even stronger than you. In other words, they may not have no means to kill you. Even, they have existences as powerful as you, but they are also hidden. Not only that, they have participated in a civilization war. There are all kinds of things in the contribution point mall. If you rush over, you may very likely fall into a trap. It is better to wait and see when they make a move, and then we will break it with force." The second reason. The Bakutans' plan is far crazier than you think. According to limited intelligence, the Bakutans are building some kind of equipment in the central city. At present, it seems to be a weapon with a caliber of 20 meters. We guess that's why they didn't drop extinction weapons directly on the Magic City. They want to build this place as their forward base on Blue Star and set up their top equipment to deal with other powerful participating civilizations after the Magic City is unlocked. This weapon was specially set up because the global battlefield itself has a limit on the number of times civilizations can use large-scale lethal weapons, and they need other more useful weapons. The Bakutans are the same as us. Among the many civilizations on the global battlefield, they are by no means powerful. They need other powerful weapons to help them gain a foothold in the war of civilizations. We guess that perhaps this is why they didn't drop extinction weapons directly on the Magic City. But that is when the situation is controllable for them. If the situation is not favorable to them, they will definitely abandon the current plan and choose to burn the entire Magic City. And if you attack the central city now, it is very likely that the Bastions will take this action in advance, directly withdraw the troops, and destroy the Magic City. If it is too late, they may even give up the Bastions and the Magic City now, directly close the channel, and release weapons of mass destruction, which may be a cheap large-yield nuclear bomb. And once they release the extinction weapon, the battle in the Magic City will end directly, and all humans will die overnight. Even if Mr. Lin, you can kill all the Bastions in the Magic City, it will be useless. They will close the space channel and drop the extinction weapon. Everyone will die and no one will be the winner. So, for us, there are only two ways to go. Either remain weak and endure the massacre of the Bastions, or fight back until the Bastions have no chance to release weapons. Mr. Lin, please be patient. Now is not the time. Fu Kei's words made Lin Qun silent. This was something he had not expected. As invaders, the Bastions had strategic depth, but they did not. If they could not defeat the Bastions, they could run away, but no one in the Magic City could run away. Even if Lin Qun did not care about the lives of all the people left in the Magic City, it would be meaningless. If the Bastions dropped nuclear weapons, he, Superman, would not be killed. But what about when Superman's transformation ended? He could not leave the Magic City either. The long-term radiation was enough to kill him. Lin Qun's physique was obviously not at the level where he could ignore the radiation. Lin Qun also thought maybe he could kill his way through the space crack. With Superman's body being fast enough, he might be able to do it. But that was useless. He could only transform for a little over 3/4 of his life. Even if he rushed over, he would only have 2/3 of his life left. What was the point of going over there? Once the time was up, if he couldn't kill all the Bastions, he would be doomed. Moreover, it would be useless, even if he really went to the Bastions. Blue Star is a civilized battlefield. The contribution points of alien civilization creatures killed outside Blue Star were not counted. Lin Qun said, so, it's a good thing that the Bastions saw that my strength as a master could not last long. At least they wouldn't be scared to drop weapons of mass destruction such as nuclear bombs. Fu Kei nodded and said, there's no way. We are at a disadvantage. We are the ones being beaten. And they have been invincible from the beginning. Lin Qun said softly, we are the natives, and they are the contestants. Fu Kei was silent after listening to these words, and said after a while, there is one more thing I want to confirm in person. Mr. Lin, are you willing to cooperate with the military in the battle? And are you willing to fight for the survival of the human beings in Magic City, and for your own survival? Lin Qun pointed outside the window. This is my answer. Outside is a battlefield of the survivor base of the 6th prison. In this battle, he came uninvited and defeated the Bastions. Of course he is willing to join the war. Magic City is so small, and in the end he can't avoid the Bastions after hiding. In the past, he didn't have the strength and didn't act with the military. It was one thing to develop on his own. Now that he has the strength, he naturally has to cooperate with the military. What's more, Fu Kei has made these things so clear, and he is not stupid, so he can make his own choice. If the Bastions really deploy large-scale lethal weapons and Magic City is blocked again, then the end will still be a dead end. Lin Qun asked back, so, what is the military's next plan? To be honest, I don't know either. Fu Kei was silent for a moment before continuing, we are still studying. Your power has brought some changes to the war situation, but it is still too limited. It cannot determine the trend of a war, nor can it save more people from the fate of death. We are still thinking of other possible plans and available means. This will take some time. Chapter 120 Upgrading the Headshot Girl's Skill Again. The ward fell into a brief silence. Lin Qun knew that what Fu Kei said was something that other survivors could not know. If Lin Qun had not shown his strong fighting power in this battle, Fu Kei would not have come to see him, let alone tell him these things. Lin Qun also felt a heavy pressure. In this battle, the Bastions were invincible from the beginning. If they can beat humans, they will use ground forces to clean up and implement their plans. If they can't, they will directly deploy weapons of mass destruction. For humans, being able to fight them is death, and not being able to is also death. They have made a comprehensive plan to hold the entire demon city in their hands. And the demon city is blocked, and there is nowhere to run. Fighting is death, and not fighting is also death. Strong humans will die, and weak humans will also die. Lin Qun just killed several Bakatan strongmen in a row, and even killed Baka Yun. He just felt a sense of relief in his heart, but the information brought by Fu Kai made Lin Qun feel unprecedented pressure again. It was like a dark cloud hanging over his head. According to the Bakatan people's plan, it is impossible for humans to survive for 30 days. Perhaps only those under the Ark plan can survive. Are these 30 days really a dead end? Lin Qun didn't know, but he knew that he had no choice either. The humans in the Magic City have shared the same fate. Fu Kai said, "Mr. Lin, I hope that our conversation today is limited to you and me. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand." Lin Qun certainly knew that if this information was known to ordinary survivors, it would inevitably cause a larger scale panic, which would do more harm than good to the situation. Fu Kai looked at Lin Qun and said, "Of course, you don't have to worry about these things for the time being, Mr. Lin. Our military will also make judgments based on the actual situation and will communicate with you at that time. Even if you are needed to fight, we will try our best to ensure your safety. You can rest assured first. In addition, if you have any needs, you can also ask us, and we will try our best to meet you. But you also know the current situation." Lin Qun looked at Fu Kai, blinked his eyes, and said very honestly, "I don't lack supplies or anything. I lack contribution points." Lin Qun's Kyankan bag has a lot of food in stock, even fruits. Lin Qun still has a durian card that he hasn't used. He really has no shortage of supplies in this regard. What he lacks most is contribution points. Looking at Lin Qun and listening to Lin Qun's question, Fu Kai was slightly stunned. He instinctively asked back, "I see that you have a total of 1,300 contribution points. Isn't it enough to spend?" Lin Qun smiled but said nothing. Who could feel that the contribution was great? And Lin Qun didn't have many contribution points, not even enough for him to spend. Now he has more than 800 points in his hand, and he just thought about it for a long time, and he still feels that it is not enough. There will be fewer opportunities to upgrade skills and draw cards. If all the cards are drawn, there will be no skill upgrade. It's too entangled. Lin Qun didn't say anything in response, but Fu Kai seemed to understand Lin Qun's voice. He actually wanted to say, a total of more than 1,000 contribution points have been obtained, and it is still not enough to spend. How can others live? But Fu Kai also understood that this might be the trouble of the strong. He pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, Mr. Lin, if you really ask for something like supplies, I can still satisfy you and help you think of a solution. But as for the contribution points, I know that for a real contestant civilization like the Bakatan, the contribution points can be circulated, but we are not. We are just natives, and the contribution points cannot be traded or circulated. The only way to give you contribution points is to kill the Bakatan people to the point of dying, and then let you take action, but this is almost impossible in actual combat. We haven't captured any prisoners. If you give you a missile launch system or something, if you don't know how to use it, you may not be able to kill as fast as you do yourself. So let me think of a solution. However, if you need any exchange items, I can ask the soldiers to help you exchange them." Lin Qun also understood what Fu Kai said. In fact, he didn't hold out much hope. It was just that Fu Kai asked if he had any needs, so he asked directly, "What if it works?" Fu Kai's attitude was very nice to Lin Qun. As for the contribution points of the soldiers, they were earned with their lives. Lin Qun was not so shameless. Moreover, he had mastered the art of concentration and his energy limit was getting higher and higher. He was not so dependent on exchanging contribution points for blue bottles. What he needed was not exchange items, but direct contribution points, which could be used to draw cards or upgrade skills. Therefore, Lin Qun just shook his head at Fu Kai's suggestion. Then it's not necessary. However, this Commander Fu seemed a little embarrassed. when he said the previous words. Although he didn't say it fully, he was actually confident. After all, with the foundation of a survivor base, what request could Lin Qun not meet? But he really didn't expect Lin Qun to make such a request. He thought for a moment and said, Actually, our military is helpless. For a potential expert like you, we should allocate the most resources to you. But after all, the current situation in the Magic City is like this. However, if you have any other requirements, we will try our best to meet them. I will go out and give the order later." Hearing this, Lin Qun just smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Fu." Fu Kai had straightened his expression at this time, nodded to Lin Qun, and walked out. The war had just ended, and he still had a lot of things to deal with. It was a great honor for him to come to see Lin Qun in his busy schedule. However, if it weren't for Lin Qun's action, the current 6th prison survivor base would probably still be surrounded by the Bastion army, and the final result would probably be the same as the Xingxing Square survivor base. After chatting with Fu Kai for a while, Lin Qun was completely refreshed. His energy had recovered to 6 points without him noticing. The recovery speed was completely normal. At this time, Fu Kai and other military personnel left, and Li Ji and others naturally poured in again. All of them were very concerned about Lin Qun's situation. Ni Wensheng was also on the side. However, rather than saying that he cared about Lin Qun's life or death, it would be better to say that he admired Lin Qun's martial arts more. "Brother, you are so amazing. You killed strong men like Bakayan and Enesheng in seconds. Brother, do you still need a pendant? If it weren't for you this time, we might have been flattened by the Bakatons." Lin Qun looked at him with an awkward but polite smile. He seemed to see a male version of Zhao Wen. Li Xingxi turned and said, "Brother, what old Ni said is right. This time when the Bakatons attacked, the people who were left in our entire survivor base had no intention of leaving alive. They all had to fight with the Bakatons. If it weren't for you." On this point, what Ni Wensheng and Li Xing said were all true. The defeat of the Bakatons disrupted the Bakatons' layout in the DC area, but directly allowed the survivors of the military hospital and the survivor base of the 6th prison to survive. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lin Qun saved these people. However, Lin Qun did not care about these thoughts. Although he was touched by the group of people surrounding him, he also felt that it was a bit noisy. With everyone here, when can he draw cards? Upgrade skills? So, he chatted with Li Ji and others, and asked them to leave on the pretext of taking a rest. Li Ji saw that Lin Qun seemed to have something to do, so he also started to make arrangements. Li Xing was also able to read Lin Qun's expression. Hearing this, he stopped flattering, and prepared to get up, to make room for Lin Qun. Only Ni Wensheng seemed not to notice, and he was still sitting on the edge of Lin Qun's window, asking about the details of the battle. Until Li Ji on the side reached out and dragged this guy out. Ni Wensheng was more than 2 meters tall, and he looked a little cute in contrast to his current pervert look. Li Ji turned his head and winked at Lin Qun. The last one to walk out was Chu Yaowei. She didn't say anything the whole time, just standing in the corner without saying a word, and her eyes were also wandering. Sometimes she seemed to be staring at Lin Qun, and sometimes she seemed to have drifted to an unknown place. But her face was as cold as ever, as if someone owed her millions, and it was even harder to tell what she was thinking. She didn't talk to Lin Qun, including when she left. She just turned her head to look at Lin Qun and closed the door. She had a lot of doubts, but that didn't mean she was ready to ask. The relationship between Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei was a little strange. In fact, they were not even acquaintances, and there was nothing to say, but they seemed to be closer than real strangers, because of what happened before. Lin Qun didn't say anything. Everyone left, even the doctors and nurses left, and this room was left to Lin Qun alone. This was a top-notch luxury treatment in the survivor base with limited space. There was a faint roar of the wounded outside. The aftermath of the war could be faintly felt in this secluded single ward. But Lin Qun was gathering his thoughts. He made a simple plan for the use of his contribution points. Draw cards and upgrade skills. There are only 2 directions. The ability of the armored titan is sufficient for the time being, and it takes 300 contribution points to upgrade this skill. Therefore, Lin Qun plans to upgrade the headshot girl skill and Mario's carelessness for the time being. The headshot girl skill is now level 2, with an effective range of 50 meters. This is much stronger than the 10 meters at level 1, but it is still too close in terms of the current situation and the macro battlefield, especially when transformed into a giant. 50 meters is even more stretched. The headshot girl skill needs to be upgraded urgently. As for Mario's carelessness, this skill has some side effects and the level is not high, but the panel bonus is terrifying. Activating the Armored Titan skill stack can directly double it, but upgrading it only requires 50 contribution points, which is only equivalent to 1 card drawing opportunity. It is very suitable, and it is a waste not to upgrade it. 200 contribution points were deducted quickly. The headshot girl skill is upgraded first. Chapter 121, Third Time of Good Luck, The Favor of the Fairy. Skills, bang skill level, level 3, within a radius of 130 meters with the player as the center, the player can use this skill to destroy any part of the carbon-based life form by looking at the target. This skill has reached level 2, and its derivative function is to be able to carry out targeted blasting of objects with a volume of 15 cubic centimeters, the current upper limit of the target's physical fitness that can be directly blasted. 80. When this skill is used on an enemy with a physical fitness exceeding this value, the effect will decrease. Note, this skill will provide you with a 3-point physical fitness bonus and a 4-point energy bonus. Like the last upgrade, from level 2 to level 3, Lin Qun himself still felt a limited change, but the data on the skill panel has changed significantly. Last time, from level 1 to level 2, the range was increased by 40 meters. This time, when it was upgraded to level 3, the range was directly increased by 80 meters. The total range has become a full 130 meters, which is far beyond the range of most ordinary pistols. The previous 50 meters was the shooting limit of ordinary pistols. Moreover, the volume of objects exploded also increased, and the bonus of physical fitness and energy also changed. Physical fitness increased by 1 point, and energy increased by 2 points. And upgrading from the current level 3 to level 4 requires 400 contribution points. Lin Qun's panel data changed accordingly. Name, Lin Qun level 14, 8550/35,000, strength 23 agility, 21 physique, 40 energy, 4/42, dark energy, 14/14, talent, card drawing bonus ability. Physical fitness directly broke through the 40th mark. 4 times the human standard value. Lin Qun remembered that the last time he upgraded to level 2, he could only headshot those with a physical fitness of less than 46, but now he can kill instantly with a physical fitness of 80, which is a full increase of 36 points. With the gradual increase in strength, Lin Qun's improvement speed is much faster than before. However, Lin Qun had discovered the ability of this item to explode in previous tests. Although the skill description did not describe it in detail, this explosion was not omnipotent and could not blow up anything. There seemed to be hidden constraints in it, which were linked to physical fitness. Objects that were too hard or made of special materials could not be completely blown up at a glance. Of course, that kind of thing was also rare. With Lin Qun's current ability, most common items could be blown up. From 8 cubic centimeters to 15, it was almost doubled. Immediately, Lin Qun began to upgrade Mario's skills. 50 contribution points were deducted, and the upgrade was completed almost instantly. Skill, Mario, carelessness, skill level, level 2, description. Use this skill card to obtain Mario's carelessness. In this state, your IQ will drop sharply, but you will gain an additional 15 points of physical fitness bonus. Lasts for 15 minutes. Cooldown time 3 hours. Special note, this card is one of the cards in the Mario deck. Collect the Mario Jump skill card, Mario Strength skill card, Mario Speed skill card, and Mario Carelessness card. To synthesize the Super Mario character card, obtain all the abilities of Mario, and unlock the skill cartoon power. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, after upgrading this skill, the physical fitness bonus obtained by using the skill directly increased from 10 to 15. It seems that only 5 points are added, but this is not the way it is calculated. If used with the Armored Titan transformation card, then Lin Qun's use of this skill is equivalent to directly increasing 30 points of physical fitness. Using the Headshot Girl skill under the Armored Titan is equivalent to an additional 60 points. Killer Tool below 216 points. Not to mention ordinary Bakatons, even the top 10 in the Magic City, except for the most powerful Bakatons, should be able to kill them directly with headshots, right? 50 contribution points, the cost effectiveness is extremely high. Don't look at Lin Qun's panel physical fitness of only 40. If he really starts to fight, can even a master kill him directly? However, once these 250 contribution points were deducted, Lin Qun only had 602 contribution points left. Today's regional ranking rewards have not been settled yet. Lin Qun is now the first human in the East District, and it is obviously impossible for anyone to surpass him in a short period of time. In this case, he can still get 50 contribution points after settlement. Lin Qun was a little hesitant. Should he upgrade the Armored Titan skill? He thought about it, and decided to wait for a round of card drawing. Anyway, he couldn't run away with so many contribution points. However, the cooling time of Lin Qun's Fairy's Gaze card had not ended yet. Although Lin Qun had plans to draw cards, he didn't start now. After all, judging from the previous situation, if he could draw cards with the extreme luck of the Fairy's Gaze card, he could maximize the benefits of drawing cards. In that way, he could ensure that every time he drew a card, he would be able to draw the best batch of cards in the current level of the card pool, and maximize the role of these contribution points in his hands. Lin Qun took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and rested his mind, secretly operated the concentration technique, and quickly recovered his energy, while waiting for the cooling to end. Outside the window, the sky was still dim. In the dark night, smoke still billowed from the far end of the city, and the night sky was crimson. It had not been long since the Bakatons began their attack. Lin Qun's 3.5 shots completely reversed the situation, which enabled the military of the survivor base of the 6th prison to quickly counterattack and end the battle in the shortest time. Lin Qun was famous in the Magic City, but whether it was humans or Bakatons, many people had not yet completely reacted to the reversal of this battle. This was true for the Bakatons, and for many humans as well. At this moment, the military had not even finished cleaning up the battlefield, and the next plan and program was still being formulated. It was just that the news went viral in the Magic City, giving countless humans hope again. What Lin Qun didn't know was that many humans even regarded him as a savior, and regarded this battle as a turning point for humans in the battlefield of the Magic City. This was of course a bit taken for granted, but it also reflected people's desire for this hope now. After being suppressed by the Bakatons for so long, the situation had deteriorated again and again. No matter how much they thought it was different from the reality, they needed such a hope. Even in the survivor base of the 6th prison at this moment, there are many military soldiers and survivors who worship Lin Qun extremely, regard Lin Qun as hope, and want to see his style. Especially after Lin Qun's identity spread, many people matched up and knew that Lin Qun was the big guy who ate beef in the survivor base before, which made Lin Qun look even more powerful and amazing. As expected, he is a person who can fight the Bakaton army alone. Eating beef in the Doomsday is like playing. As time goes by, these things are spreading more and more, and Lin Qun's reputation has become louder than ever in the Magic City. 12 o'clock soon came, and Lin Qun undoubtedly won the reward for the first place in the region. 30 contribution points were credited, and Lin Qun's total contribution points reached 632. If all are used to draw cards, you can draw a full 12 times. The cooling time of the Fairy's Gaze has not ended yet, and Lin Qun is not in a hurry to draw cards. But he is fully recovering his own state, seizing the time to make his physical strength and energy reach the peak. During this period, the beautiful nurse also came to deliver food. There was not only meat, but also vegetables and fruits. The nutrition was balanced. The standard was the high-end work lunch before the end of the world. Now it is extremely rare. It can be said that it is a good thing that others can't even dream of enjoying. In the city, the situation between Bakaton and humans has changed because of this battle. Both sides are secretly testing each other. Here, Lin Qun is recovering rapidly. His physical strength and energy are full. He even took a nap. When he woke up, it was dawn. At this time, the cooling time of the Fairy's Gaze card finally ended. Lin Qun had already rubbed his hands and started to draw cards without hesitation. Those survivors and warriors who admired Lin Qun and imagined him as a big boss in movies and TV dramas could not have imagined that the supermaster in their minds, the hope of mankind, was setting up a formation on the mattress of his hospital bed at this time. Aromatherapy, embroidered shoes, hairpins, arranged one by one. The blood on the hairpin had long been wiped by Lin Qun. This thing is so useful. With the power of Superman and its own properties, it can ignore the physical bleeding. If you find a good angle, it will kill anyone you poke. It is clean and neat. The only drawback is that it is too short. The 3 fairy treasures are placed in place, with the golden fairy gaze card in the middle. This arrangement really feels like a small altar. Lin Qun, like a devout believer, began to chant and speed up the concentration technique. He thought that, since the fairy's gaze has come, his chanting should also be heard. So, great fairy sister, beautiful fairy sister, please have some good luck, please have some good luck. Good luck to help me get the trance card. If he can get the blessing of good luck, his contribution points for drawing cards will undoubtedly be maximized, and every time he draws a card, it will be a good card. Lin Qun was even more nagging this time than before, naturally because he had drawn good luck twice in a row. According to probability, it was very likely that this time it was bad luck, so he kept mumbling, regardless of whether the other party could really hear him or not, and just did his best to draw good luck. Lin Qun dreamed of the time when he played the card drawing RPG game, but at that time, the so-called good luck was all system algorithms, but now it is different. There really are fairies. I don't know if Lin Qun's sincere mumbling worked. Lin Qun actually drew good luck again this time. The blessing was successful, and the unknown fairy cast a special gaze on you. She glanced at you and bestowed blessings on you. You have obtained the ultimate luck. Duration, 2 minutes. Success. Lin Qun was immediately delighted. According to the description, the probability of drawing good luck and bad luck when activating the fairy gaze card is half and half. But he has drawn 3 times in a row now, and 3 good lucks, which can be said to be 100%. Could it be that the fairy favors me? However, looking at the description this time, paying special attention, glancing at it, this makes people a little concerned. It seems it's not as simple as favor. But Lin Qun didn't have time to think so much at this time. The ultimate luck only lasts 2 minutes. Even if the card drawing process is short, it will take nearly 30 seconds. The ultimate luck must be used to the fullest. Lin Qun muttered. My turn. Draw a card. Chapter 122 Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung. Lin Qun didn't waste half a minute. After getting lucky, he quickly drew cards. He charged 200 first, and drew 4 cards first. The first card was slowly emerging. That was name, universal capsule, aircraft, type, item card grade, sea level, description. Use this card to obtain a universal capsule from the Dragon Ball world, which contains a common aerial aircraft in the Dragon Ball world. Use it again to retract the aircraft into the capsule. Is it materialized? Seeing this, Lin Qun was slightly stunned. Things from the Dragon Ball world. Or is it the Universal Capsule series? The thing drawn on the card was indeed an orange-yellow aircraft that Lin Qun remembered. It was not big, could be operated by one person, and could take off and land vertically. It was a typical curved spacecraft like the aircraft in the Dragon Ball world. It was cute and pleasing. But compared with the comics, the style of its painting in the card was undoubtedly more realistic. Lin Qun tried to recall that in the Dragon Ball comics, it seemed that several main characters had driven this thing. It was small and exquisite, and very easy to use. Its flexibility was not low, which could make up for Lin Qun's lack of flying ability in the air and greatly enhance Lin Qun's ability to travel. Of course, the latter was difficult to manifest in the Magic City, and it might be used only after leaving the Magic City. Moreover, with the Universal Capsule, it did not take up any space at all, and could be stored in the Kyankan bag, or even put things into the aircraft, turning the Kyankan bag into an aircraft and the aircraft into a Kyankan bag. Although the storage space for each thing was not too large, I could nest dolls infinitely. Moreover, If I could draw out something like the aircraft in Dragon Ball, then wouldn't it be possible to draw out other things? Fighter? Space battleship? Destroyer in Star Wars? It's just... Lin Qun looked at this card and suddenly fell into deep thought. Do I have a license for flying? Ahem. I hope this thing is not difficult to drive. Lin Qun is going to find a place to take it out and practice first, so as not to be confused when it really comes to use. Killing yourself head first is too difficult. However, Lin Qun was still a little surprised. This time, he rarely drew a vehicle, and there was also a capsule technology bonus. These factors are probably the reason why this card is ranked C level. There are all kinds of cards in the card pool, and the fairy luck bonus guarantees that the best level card in the second level card pool will be drawn. This card is also C level, so naturally it was drawn. Lin Qun guessed that there are not many C level cards in the second level card pool. This is just like buying lottery tickets. The number of first prizes, second prizes and other big prizes is very small, and the probability of winning is also very low. With the blessing of the fairy, good luck, 100% winning, naturally the big prize is almost drawn. Therefore, with the good luck in the front, Lin Qun has almost drawn all the good cards. At this time, it is natural that the remaining relatively inferior C level cards. This card was quickly materialized, and a small capsule emerged. Lin Qun's thoughts were racing, and he put the capsule away lightly. At this time, the first card draw just ended, and the second card had already emerged. No time was wasted. This is a monster summoning card. Lin Qun was a little surprised. This card is another brand new type of card that he has never drawn before. Moreover, it is a card from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! Name, Cartoon Crocodile. Type, monster summoning card. Item card grade, C class. Description, activate this card to summon a crocodile type monster from the American cartoon world. It will unconditionally obey any order of the summoner and resolutely execute it. Activate this card again to recall the monster. The attributes of this monster are, attribute, water, strength. 24, agility. 16, constitution. 25. Special note, this card is a summoning card. This card is the medium to maintain the summoning. Once this card is destroyed, or the summoned creature is killed, the summoning card will become invalid. And this card has the special cartoon dimension penetrating attribute. This, isn't it just summoning a little brother? This is the card that has been fully displayed. It is a Yu-Gi-Oh card interface, with a cartoon crocodile in the style of American comics. It is ferocious and weird, but also reveals a kind of absurd cuteness. The attributes of the cartoon crocodile summoned by this card are not very high. It can be ranked C level, because it is equivalent to summoning a permanent younger brother. Of course, there is also the cartoon dimension crossing attribute. This may mean that using this card is equivalent to summoning a two-dimensional creature in the three-dimensional world. Many rules of the three-dimensional world may be invalid for it, and it can also ignore many rules of the three-dimensional world. This is the most terrifying thing about this cartoon crocodile. This seems to be the real uniqueness and power. With this ability, the high or low attributes are not so important. If I can summon this, can I summon Tom and Jerry, the real cat and mouse? These two guys are the existence of the cheating level. However, in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh, the attack of this card is 800 and the defense is 1600. Now that it has been drawn, its data has obviously changed according to reality. And this panel attribute is also considerable. Far beyond most humans and ordinary Bakatans. And, the front of this card has cartoon in the title. This also means that this may be a deck from the Cartoon World series. Then, if I can get field cards like Cartoon World and Cartoon Kingdom, Lin Qun instinctively thought of the ability of his Mario card set after synthesis, Cartoon Power. These cards may work together to form a terrifying cartoon combo punch. Cartoon World plus Cartoon Power plus Cartoon Monster. Just thinking about it makes Lin Qun's blood boil, because it will be a terrible combination that ignores the rules of the three-dimensional world once it unfolds. How can three-dimensional creatures survive in the cartoon world? They are still three-dimensional, but the world around them has become two-dimensional, and they can still drive cartoon monsters. Even, they may fall directly to death. Of course, these are just later stories. There is only one card left in the Mario set to be collected, and cartoon power has not yet been obtained. According to Lin Qun's speculation, field cards like Cartoon World and Cartoon Kingdom should not be drawn from his current card pool. Otherwise, the bottom of sea level cards should have been seen long ago. On the other hand, those cards are field cards after all. They are very powerful in the world of Yu-Gi-Oh! And they are even more terrifying in the real world. They are definitely not the level that can be drawn from this card pool. Lin Qun has been drawing cards with the attribute of bursting luck, but after so long, he has always drawn sea level cards. This shows that his current second level talent ability, the highest limit of the card pool, is sea level cards. And this cartoon monster summoning card is sea level. The heavyweight bonus field cards in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card system such as Cartoon World and Cartoon Kingdom must be at least B level. In particular, the effects of those field cards in reality are extremely terrifying, far exceeding the simple bonus in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. Lin Qun is looking forward to it. With 2000 contribution points, upgrading the third level card pool, maybe he can find out. While Lin Qun was daydreaming, the card drawing process did not end there. When Lin Qun put this summoning card away, the third card slowly emerged. It was still a sea level card. This time, when Lin Qun looked at the card, his eyes lit up, and he blurted out, Dragon Elephant Prajna. Name, Dragon Elephant Prajna. Type, Secret Skill Card, Secret Card Grade, Sea Level. Description, activate this card to obtain the martial arts secrets of Dragon Elephant Prajna. This skill comes from the world of the Return of the Condor Heroes, and is recorded in the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. It is the supreme guardian skill in Tantric Buddhism. It is divided into 13 levels. Each connected level can obtain a huge bonus. Special note, this skill is extremely difficult to practice. If you practice it recklessly, you may go crazy and die. Load. Dragon Elephant Prajna. Lin Qun almost jumped up from his bed. Although this is just a skill from the martial arts world, it is definitely one of the most powerful skills. In the original work, every time you practice a layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna, you can gain the power of a dragon and an elephant, and your body can be as solid as a rock. It's just that the practice is slow. It's easy to practice at the beginning, but the progress is slow at the end. It is said that you need to practice for 1,000 years to achieve the 13th level of Dragon Elephant Prajna. And that is almost impossible to do. In the original work, King Jinlin is extremely talented and has worked hard all his life, but he only has 10 levels of skill. Its strength is definitely not limited to sea level. It is rated as sea level because it is obviously just a secret book, not a ready-made skill, and Lin Qun needs to practice step by step. This may be the difference between the cards in the Eastern world and the cards in the Western world. The card skills in the Western world are mostly in place at one time, with a single effect. The upgrade does not change much in the skill itself, while the skills in the Eastern world pay attention to growth. They may not be very good in the early stage, but the more you enter the later stage, the stronger they will be. The so-called accumulation of strength, and then the last strike, is nothing more than this. This Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can be said to be the first serious skill from the Eastern world that Lin Qun has drawn so far. Lin Qun was excited. Huge bonus? How much can it be added? However, the first level will definitely not add too much. I just don't know if the skill can be upgraded with contribution points or experience. Of course, Lin Qun is not in a hurry to load this skill now, but hurry to draw cards. It takes about half a minute to activate the talent and draw a card. This is something Lin Qun can't rush. In 2 minutes, he wants to ensure that at least 4 cards can be drawn. This can maximize the benefits. Although Lin Qun's thoughts are flying during the card drawing process, the card drawing process has been very fast, without a moment's delay. At this time, the third card fell into the palm of his hand, and the fourth card slowly emerged. This time, it is a material card. Name, Rice, asterisk, 30 tons. Type, material card grade, sea level. Description, use this card to obtain 30 tons of high quality Chinese northern rice. Special note, please find a large enough place to use this card, so as not to be drowned by rice. Do you want to materialize? To avoid being drowned by rice, 30 tons of rice. That is very scary. 3,000 people come to eat, and each person eats 1 kilogram of rice a day, which is enough for 20 days. This sea level card is completely piled up by quantity. Lin Qun was shocked when he saw it. If he kept this card for himself, he would probably eat it until he vomited, but that was unrealistic. Lin Qun couldn't find a good place to store ice now. Once it was materialized, the problem he faced was not when to eat it all, but the problem of the rice going bad. However, this also confirmed Lin Qun's guess. He should have almost drawn all the sea level cards in the second level card pool, and these relatively bad material cards of sea level have come out. After all, the main cards in the second level card pool should still be mainly D and level. For example, before Lin Qun upgraded to the second level card pool, he did not have the blessing of fairy luck. 80% of the cards he drew were F level. He did not draw many high level cards, and the number was small. Fortunately, Lin Qun's card drawing was a talent, otherwise it was possible to thank you for your patronage. After all, these were the ones with a high probability of being drawn in theory. This is because there are not many high level cards in this card pool, such as the rare first prize in the lottery. Otherwise, if they were all high level cards, it would not be a first level or second level card pool. He can get good cards every time now, because of the fairy luck. Lin Qun pondered for a moment. This card may be used by the military. He can't use it, but 30 tons of rice is a life-saving thing for the military and the survivors of the magic city who are now short of supplies. Of course, this is also a drop in the bucket for the current total population of the magic city, but saving food may help a little. But, you need to find a suitable reason. With the deepening of extreme luck, Lin Qun can no longer draw a card like black charcoal. Even if he draws a material card, it is a rich amount of 30 tons of rice. At this moment, as this material card came into Lin Qun's hand, the effect of Lin Qun's 2 minutes of extreme luck also disappeared. 2 minutes, 4 cards. These 2 minutes of extreme luck can be regarded as the limit of use. Lin Qun is ready to wait for the remaining contribution points. His current strength has been comprehensively improved. Except for the strong man of Bakassan's level, other Bakatans, as long as they are not sailing ships or legions, it is difficult to pose any threat to Lin Qun. There is no rush to spend these contribution points. It is better to draw when there is luck, blessing and guarantee that good cards can be drawn. Of course, the most critical reason is that it is not so urgent now. In the Battle of the Survivor Base, the Bakatan army was killed and almost withdrew from the DC area. There is no direct threat to Lin Qun's life in a short time. Moreover, even if Lin Qun goes out now, he may not meet Bakatans unless he walks more than 10 kilometers. He is not so anxious to draw cards. Instead of wasting contribution points by relying on luck, it is better to keep them and cooperate with the Fairy Gaze card to produce good cards. This way, the quality is higher, and every contribution point can be used to the limit. At this moment, Lin Qun was ready to try out the Dragon Elephant Prajna. The card of the Dragon Elephant Prajna turned into light and disappeared. There was a bang in the depths of Lin Qun's mind, and a huge amount of information emerged. This cartoon crocodile has a hidden secret, but it is a bit abstract. I will make an Easter egg chapter during the day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Summoning Cartoon Crocodile. Outside the window, the sky was gradually getting brighter. After a brief period of peace, the East District seemed to be caught in a new round of war. The sound of gunfire and artillery came from far and near. Lin Qun didn't care. He was now seizing the time to improve himself. Digest the results of the previous battle. At this time, the Dragon Elephant Prajna had been loaded. This thing seemed casual in film and television dramas, but it was actually an extremely lengthy content of the art. Although this loading allowed Lin Qun to directly understand all the contents of the art secret book, it always takes time and energy for the human brain to process so much information. Unlike the Fire Talisman secret book that can be used by drawing talismans, the Dragon Elephant Prajna art needs to be practiced in a practical way. Lin Qun found that there are two ways to promote the dragon elephant prajna art. The first one is to take steady steps and practice according to the content of the dragon elephant prajna art, step by step to the top, and achieve the 13th level as the top. Taking this path requires time and hard work. The second way is to complement each other with self-cultivation and contribution point upgrades. This dragon elephant prajna technique can also be upgraded with contribution points, but unlike the skills of Headshot Girl and Mario, which can be upgraded directly by spending contribution points, it requires cultivation to assist contribution points. After practicing the dragon elephant prajna technique to a certain level, it can be upgraded directly by spending contribution points. This seems to be because this kind of skill requires a certain degree of integration. Even if the practitioner can use contribution points to upgrade by cheating, if he cannot practice, he cannot use this cheat. Even if you use cheats, you have to know what is going on and how to operate. This is like copying homework. If you don't understand anything, you don't know if you copied it wrong, and it's useless to copy it. For example, now, Lin Qun has just practiced the dragon elephant prajna technique and has not yet reached the first level. But if he practices by himself to reach the second level, it may take 10 days or even a month. But if he can master the dragon elephant prajna technique within one day, he can directly spend 50 contribution points and go from the current 0th level to the first level. It saves Lin Qun the time of practicing in the middle. The first level of dragon elephant prajna kung is the most basic. Even a person with a dull talent can learn it in 1 or 2 years. Lin Qun held his breath and prepared to try to see if he could quickly master the first level of dragon elephant prajna kung in one day. This level of dragon elephant prajna kung is naturally not very powerful, but the real temptation is the top 13th level. The higher the level, the stronger it is. With Lin Qun's other skills, it will surely play an unimaginable role. Armored Titan with dragon elephant prajna kung. Just thinking about it, isn't this a combination of magical skills? Lin Qun concentrated his mind, relaxed the Cheyenne Mu acupoint, breathed naturally, and sank the key into his lower abdomen. He practiced in this way. This is a must for practicing Eastern skills. While Lin Qun was practicing in the ward, outside the survivor base, in the Magic City, there was a storm. After a short pause, many Bakatan troops were dispatched. Instead of continuing to shrink, they stepped up their attacks on several urban areas, especially the DC area. They stationed a large number of soldiers and transferred to Bakatan sailing ships. Although they avoided the survivor base, they carried out a large-scale sweep in other urban areas outside the East District survivor base, killing the human survivors hiding in the DC area. There were wailing everywhere, and the sound of gunfire. Many hiding survivors rose up to resist, but they could only deal with the Bakatan armed personnel. In front of the regular army, only death awaited them. At the same time, in the central city, under the huge crack, Bakatan was standing in the middle of the dark conference room. It was not wearing armor, and its upper body was naked. The arm cut off by Lin Qun was also replaced by a brand new steel arm. The mechanical arm was made of unknown metal, looking strong and having a heavy sense of technology. But at this moment, it was lowering its head and looking at the two figures in the room. Bakaging was sitting behind the conference table. Bakali was located in front of the only window in the dark conference room, blocking out all the sunlight outside. Just now, they had reviewed the entire battle of the 6th prison survivor base and found many problems. Bakaging spoke slowly. This human may not be able to maintain that kind of combat power all the time. He has not appeared since the battle ended 14 hours ago, and his performance in the battle was also very strange, very manic. Moreover, he has such combat power, but he didn't use it at the beginning, and had to wait until he killed Bakayan before using it. Is this playing a trick on us? That's too stupid. This is probably some kind of limited ability, and it may even cost a certain amount of sanity. Perhaps, he can only use this ability a few times, or it can only last for a few minutes. Behind Bakaging, Bakalai also spoke slowly. Its voice was particularly hoarse to the Bakatans, like the scraping of iron sheets. It slowly turned its head, and its 4 eyes reflected the cold light outside. Modu, we must take it down, Bakazan. Your escape from the DC area is your shame, and this is also your mission. The first phase of our telekinetic heavy artillery is about to be completed. This will be an important step for Modu to advance to the base, but the premise of all this is whether humans will pose a threat here, so you must figure out the details of this human. Otherwise, you and I know that, if we go back like this, we will never be able to turn over. It was not negotiating, but directly giving orders. Bakassan's facial muscles twitched slightly. The Bakatans are a warlike nation. As the second most powerful Bakatan in the Magic City, it was beaten and fled. This is indeed a shame. Moreover, it is not one of Bakali and Bakaging's people. They want to use themselves as cannon fodder. Use Bakassan to test the strength of the enemy. Even if there is a loss, it is just a strong man who is not one of their own. Bakaging and Bakali do not know the strength of Lin Qun now, so it is impossible for them to send out a large team, or make a big noise. That may cause unnecessary losses in vain. Letting Bakassan go is the best choice. But Bakassan can see it clearly and thinks, what shame is not shameful, staying alive is the most important thing. I have to think of a way. More than 10 hours have passed, and now when it thinks of that human, it still can't help but think of the other party's strength and the overwhelming sense of oppression. That kind of existence. However, it could not disobey orders. If it did, they would even have the right to deal with it on the spot. It was not originally one of these two people, and the parliament was out of reach, so it had no choice. But according to the current analysis, there are indeed doubts about the strength of that human being. It gritted its teeth, lowered its head, and said, I request that more manpower be allocated to me. That human being. He seems to have some strange characteristics that we cannot understand. According to the information we reviewed later, before he killed Ina Sheng in seconds and gained overwhelming power, he rose into the sky and did only one thing, which was to bask in the sun. Bask in the sun. Bakaging sneered softly and interrupted Bakassan's words. Bakassan, I think you were beaten silly by him or scared silly? Sunbathing, who would do it for the sake of basking in the sun? In such a tense battlefield, he suddenly broke away, just to run up to the sky, to bask in the sun. Do you think this is a cartoon for children? You should take a look at this report. The analysis in it shows that the biggest possibility of his ascent is to gain initial velocity. That is his option to break the deadlock. Bakassan lowered his head, speechless. In fact, it has its own understanding of this matter. It was facing Lin Qun at the time. It knew very well how powerful that human was. In order to accelerate and soar into the sky, it thought that the human was going to run away, but later it was proved that this was not the case. Then, the reason is thought-provoking. Although even it itself felt that the conclusion that he ran up to the sky to bask in the sun was outrageous, but after thinking about it, it felt that this possibility was the greatest. Because after that, the human had an additional ability of heat rays in his eyes, and that terrible icy breath. Maybe. But Bakassan did not explain anything. Although its name also starts with Baka, it is a side branch that has nothing to do with it. The two people in front of it are its direct superiors, and it has no room to speak. It did not want to explain anything. Its purpose was actually to find cannon fodder. You want me to be cannon fodder? I don't want to be cannon fodder, so I have to drag others to take the blame. In short, I would rather die than let my fellow Taoists die. Bakassan thought this through very clearly. The core idea is to stay alive. But at this time, Bakali spoke up. Bakassan means that this human may not be completely human, right? Bakassan, your caution is justified. Our civilization has invested a lot to get you to this point. Ina Sheng died in battle, and Bakayan died in battle. We have suffered huge losses. I grant your request. You can try in your own way and bring us back information while ensuring your own safety as much as possible. But I want to remind you that the parliament has also sent an investigation team. Our time is limited. If we cannot give the parliament a satisfactory answer, you know what that means. Bakassan's expression froze when he heard that. He nodded in agreement. Of course, it understood what that meant. The war was coming, and this was an opportunity to make meritorious service. If they could successfully capture the Magic City, successfully establish a forward base here, and complete the deployment of the Bakatan civilization on Blue Star, that would be a glorious military achievement. but if not, they would be brought to the bastion military court and would never have a chance to turn over again. It gritted its teeth secretly. Are you still using the parliament to pressure me? Are you making me a nobody? The Kazan slowly retreated, and it already had a plan in its mind to go to the DC area again. At the same time, the human military was also making intensive preparations, and the intensive movements of the bastions were also under the control of the military. On the battlefield in the DC area, the first round of probing between humans and the bastions after the battle at the 6th Prison Survivor Base had just begun. And in the ward of the 6th Prison Survivor Base in the Magic City DC area, Lin Qun was slowly opening his eyes. It is difficult to master the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra in one go. He practiced for more than 2 hours, and felt that he had only taken the first step. There is still a long way to go before he can achieve the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. This requires time, and what Lin Qun lacks now is undoubtedly time. The cooling time of the Fairy's Gaze card has not ended yet. Lin Qun pondered for a moment and prepared to take the cartoon crocodile out to sea. This room is too small, and the aircraft will definitely be crowded if it is released. Although there are people outside, the door of this single room has no window, so there is no need to worry about being seen by others to release the crocodile here. As for whether someone will break in, with Lin Qun's current identity, whoever comes must say hello outside the door first. Lin Qun rubbed his hands, really wanting to see what the cartoon crocodile looks like when it is released. So, in the shadow corner of this single ward, a light suddenly lit up. It was like the unique lighting of cartoon characters. Then, a crocodile with an exaggerated shape crawled out of the card. That's right, it crawled out, just like Sadako, but its style was extremely strange. It was a two-dimensional thing walking in a three-dimensional world, exactly the same as the cartoon pattern drawn in the card, green all over, with a big head and a small body, and a hand axe in its body. And the most important thing is that it looks the same from any angle. It's like a two-dimensional flat animation that exists strangely in a three-dimensional world. It's exactly the same as the one drawn in the card, much smaller than an ordinary crocodile, and it's standing in a very anthropomorphic posture. But it's a living creature. The moment it appeared, Lin Qun immediately felt the subtle connection between him and it. He could give it instructions with his mind, like commanding a deep diver, but unlike the deep diver, it could give Lin Qun clear conscious feedback. Although it was just a simple word, it was very different from those crazy and brainless deep divers. For example, now he can clearly feel its feedback: hungry, sleepy. Lin Qun thought about it and gave it instructions to show its ability. Then, it didn't react, just threw a hungry to Lin Qun. Too hungry? Lin Qun's heart moved, and he took out a sausage from his arms and threw it out tentatively. One bite. Although this thing is smaller than ordinary crocodiles, it moves very fast, just like the crocodiles Lin Qun saw on TV. If it doesn't move, it's fine. Once it moves, it's like thunder. With a shake of its head, the sausage is gone. Then, still hungry, Lin Qun thought about it and threw another one. Hungry. Another one. Hungry. Lin Qun threw out a handful of food directly. Is there no food in this cartoon world? This is not a cartoon crocodile, it is a cartoon starving ghost. Lin Qun thought that this handful would be enough, and this crocodile should be able to communicate with him. But unexpectedly, it ate the sausage in one bite, and then it suddenly raised its head, blinked its big eyes, and dodged and fell into a decorative painting on one side of the room. The painting was a landscape of a tree, with a lawn under the tree, but the crocodile could enter the painting all of a sudden. In the painting, it was taller than the tree, and it ate the tree in one bite. In the landscape painting, the tree was gone, leaving only a stump with jagged broken ends. Lin Qun was stunned. Then the next second, it jumped out again, and the two rows of big teeth on its big head collided, making a crisp sound, and then it suddenly pounced forward, trying to gnaw on the legs of Lin Qun's bed. And the way it pounced was very strange. Its height was taller than the bed, but it did not squat down, but sank, and most of its body sank into the floor. But there was no damage to the ground, as if it had merged into it. The painting style suddenly became extremely strange, with only a head left, opening its mouth to bite. Lin Qun reacted this time, and quickly reactivated the summoning card and directly collected the cartoon crocodile. The process was still very smooth, and it instantly turned into light and disappeared. If it gnawed the bed leg, wouldn't it just fall to the ground? How hungry is this guy? Next time, feed a few Bakatons. Otherwise, Lin Qun is worried that it will eat the whole ward and then eat outside. Although it didn't formally show its ability, through this simple moment, Lin Qun also realized that, although the basic attributes of this cartoon crocodile are not very good, it is definitely not ordinary. Especially when Lin Qun turned his head and looked at the empty landscape painting, he confirmed this. Compared with the attributes of the cartoon crocodile, the ability of the prefix cartoon is its most critical ability, and it is also the unique reason why this card is ranked as a C level card. At this time, Lin Qun still has more than 400 contribution points left, and theoretically he can draw 8 times. He just saw the weirdness of the cartoon crocodile, and he was a little itchy. After thinking about it, he couldn't wait for the luck skill to cool down, so he was ready to just draw one first, and keep the rest to maximize the benefits. It's a good opportunity to see what cards he can draw without the ultimate luck bonus. Just one card, 50 contribution points, and a second level prize pool. Even if I don't draw any good cards, it's not a loss. Anyway, my talent doesn't have the ability to thank you for your patronage, and I can't draw a card like Black Charcoal, even if it's a useful card. The cycle is too long to wait for the Fairy's Gaze skill to cool down. Lin Qun is going to find Master Fu after this draw, and apply to go out and continue hunting the Bakatons. The inventory of 400 contribution points is an unimaginable astronomical figure for others, but for Lin Qun, it is not enough. 50 contribution points are deducted, and Lin Qun draws a card for the 5th time today. The card slowly emerges. Chapter 124. He is Lin Qun. Name, Dragon Ball. 3 stars. Type, item card grade, D class. Description, use this card to obtain a Dragon Ball from the Dragon Ball world. 3-star Dragon Ball. Special note, this card is one of the Dragon Ball World Shenlong set cards. Gather 1-star Dragon Balls, 2-star Dragon Balls, 3-star Dragon Balls, 4-star Dragon Balls, 5-star Dragon Balls, 6-star Dragon Balls, and 7-star Dragon Balls to synthesize a Shenlong summoning card, consumable card. Be careful, Shenlong may be killed by small fish. On the card screen, there is a golden Dragon Ball with 3 stars in it, which is almost exactly the same as the one in the Dragon Ball anime in Lin Qun's memory, but it is more realistic. Sure enough, without the ultimate luck bonus, the card drawn this time is a D-class card. However, this card is not too bad. Although the single card is useless, it is also a set of cards. Shenlong, that is the most buggy existence in the Dragon Ball world. He can realize any theoretically achievable wish, but he can still be killed by small fry. He is the leader in the bug world. Lin Qun put it away. At this time, Lin Qun had recovered almost everything. His attributes were amazing, so his recovery was naturally fast enough. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra was not something that could be achieved overnight. Lin Qun could not master it in one day, so there was no need to waste time here. He simply stood up and prepared to go out and kill the Bakatons. Accumulating contribution points was the most important thing. The Bakatons were likely to adopt the final plan. If this plan was launched, it would be really troublesome. His current strength was still not enough. When Lin Qun came out of the ward, he found that there were actually 2 little soldiers standing guard outside his door, armed with live ammunition, guarding the outside like door guards. Seeing Lin Qun coming out, they were nervous and excited. "Mr. Lin, what are you doing?" "I'm going to find Captain Chu." Lin Qun knew that he was now a heavyweight. He should report to the military before going out to hunt the Bakatons. He didn't need to bother with Commander Fu. He should just find Captain Chu. The 2 young soldiers looked at each other and led the way without saying anything. Outside Lin Qun's ward, there was indeed the temporary medical station in the prison. It was an expansion of the original medical area. Many wounded were here. Some were slightly injured, but some were horribly injured and lay on the temporary beds in the corridor, wailing in a low voice. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant mixed with blood. But when Lin Qun walked by here, those voices quieted down. The wounded raised their heads and looked at him one after another. Some soldiers even tried to support their bodies and saluted him. In the long corridor, there was a dead silence at this moment. Only one gaze stayed on Lin Qun. No one spoke, no one disturbed Lin Qun. This was a silent respect. Lin Qun felt his cheeks getting hot, and he quickened his pace with an indescribable feeling in his heart. When he walked out of here, one of the two young soldiers in front seemed to see Lin Qun's strange embarrassment and said, "Mr. Lin, you deserve this respect. Without you, the 6th prison survivor base would have been lost. You let us see hope. Do you think we can win?" The words of the young soldier made Lin Qun speechless. He saw the light in the other's eyes, and the look he gave him was like a child looking at a great hero with reverence. Lin Qun was embarrassed to say that he didn't know. Fortunately, the situation outside helped him out at this time. Outside the medical area is a living area, and there are quite a few people here. I don't know who said he is Lin Qun first. The people around him all stood up at once. Lin Qun raised his head. He found that these people were not soldiers or soldiers who stayed here before, but survivors. The survivors who were evacuated by the big evacuation were withdrawn in batches. They had nowhere to go, and this was the best place for them. The apocalypse was raging. Even if these people had awakened their talents, they were not that powerful, and they did not have the courage to run away. Where could they go? Not everyone could enter the Ark project. Therefore, in just a dozen hours, the survivor base changed again. Wherever Lin Qun saw, there were people everywhere. Especially in the near distance, he saw several familiar faces. Lao Wu, Huang Dafa, and even Fan Wenshun. They were crowded in the crowd, obviously not here by chance, rubbing their hands, with a cautious smile on their faces, looking at him. Fan Wenshun also seemed to have changed. He and his younger brother were more embarrassed. Under the disaster, his plan of the Doomsday Merchant seemed to have failed. He was torn to pieces by the torrent of war, but he was surprised to find that the passerby Lin Qun who had been traveling with him was actually a supermaster. When he returned to the survivor base, he heard that Lin Qun was in the medical area, so he hurried over and stayed here. Even if he could say a word to the current Lin Qun and be seen by others, it would be his capital. The skinny man Lu Hui followed behind Fan Wenshun. He thought about the sarcastic words he had said in front of or behind Lin Qun before, and looked at Lin Qun's expression with shock and fear, but he followed Fan Wenshun to apologize to Lin Qun. Fan Wenshun was a smart man. After thinking about it, he felt that the only way to have a little relationship with Lin Qun without being annoying was to apologize. At this moment, Lin Qun realized to a greater extent that he would become famous for this battle. It should be so. The Bacatens have been slaughtering humans for a long time, especially those top strong men. The countless demon city garrisons that killed thousands of Bacatens are too complicated to be remembered by people because they are too complicated. But people who shine with their own strength will always be noticed by everyone. But Fan Wenshun's calculations were wrong. Lin Qun only glanced at him and didn't give him a chance to speak. He asked the two young soldiers to lead the way in front and move forward all the way, only pausing twice in front of Huang Dafa and Lao Wu. He took out 2 sausages from his arms and gave them to the 2 people respectively. Everyone around cast envious glances. Lao Wu was flattered. He did not expect that Lin Qun, who had suddenly become a famous figure, would still be willing to pay attention to him. Huang Dafa looked at Lin Qun and nodded repeatedly, but did not dare to say a word to Lin Qun. He could see that Lin Qun was busy. Then, Lin Qun walked away, walked between the paths that the 2 young soldiers had split off, and went to find Captain Chu to prepare for the battle. But afterwards, the discussion about him never stopped. He is Lin Qun. Oh my god, his eyes are so sharp, but he doesn't look that strong. He is the one who single-handedly reversed the battlefield of the entire 6th prison survivor base. If it weren't for him, we would have no chance to come back. The soldiers here would have died long ago. He saved everyone here. He woke up. Is he going to kill the Bacatens? Can he defeat the Bacatens together with the military? Humph, what's so great about it? He's just lucky. If I had that luck, I could kill them as well, and do better than him. These ordinary survivors did not have the qualities of soldiers, and they secretly talked about it, chattering non-stop. Huang Dafa, however, held the ham sausage in his arms, enjoying the envious eyes of the people around him. He is Mr. Lin's friend. Mr. Lin gave him a ham sausage. Huang Dafa stood next to his son, who he brought to see Lin Qun on purpose. His son was only 13 years old. He asked in confusion, "Dad, is he Lin Qun? He is so powerful, but you said he is your friend. But why did he only give you a sausage? We don't lack sausages." Among the survivors, Huang Dafa was considered to be doing well. Even if most people were short of supplies, this sausage was nothing to him. But how could this be about a sausage? Huang Dafa enjoyed the envious eyes of the people around him, and explained to his child in a low voice, "Child, this is not about a sausage. Mr. Lin is a big man, but he doesn't care about anyone, but he gave us his sausage. This proves that he has a relationship with us, and recognizes our friendship. At this time, a strong man like Mr. Lin is a talisman to anyone who has a friendship with him. Others can't curry favor with Mr. Lin, so they can only make friends with us who are friends with Mr. Lin. Do you think this is as valuable as a sausage? It is more valuable than your father's official position in the survivor base." His son showed a look of confusion. Huang Dafa also raised his head and looked at the direction where Lin Qun disappeared. His expression was indescribably complicated. He used to think that Lin Qun had a relationship with Captain Chu, but now he understands that Lin Qun's relationship is not a personal connection, but the recognition and attention of the military in exchange for his all-powerful strength. It is said that Commander Fu Kai has met Mr. Lin in person. Sure enough, no matter when, strength is the greatest right to speak. And leaving these discussions behind, no one dared to block his way in front. Lin Qun had no obstacles in the survivors base and successfully met Captain Chu. He was too famous, and he made a lot of noise on the way here. Captain Chu knew Lin Qun's intention long ago, and when they met, he said, "You want to kill the Bastions? It's just right. We also want to ask you to help." The Bastions marched into the DC area on the 19th route. This time, the purpose seems to be to sweep the survivors, but their goal is very clear, which is to test your strength. Lin Qun didn't understand it when he heard this, and asked back, "Does the higher-ups have a response plan?" The situation in the Magic City changed instantly. More than 10 hours later, the Bastions began to move. It is impossible for the Magic City military to have no response plan. Captain Chu nodded slightly, indicating that the two soldiers behind Lin Qun should all go out, leaving only Lin Qun here to talk. They talked for about 15 minutes before Lin Qun pushed the door out of Captain Chu's office. No one knew what Lin Qun and Captain Chu said. Captain Chu then issued a series of orders to allocate troops for Lin Qun. It seemed that the purpose was clear, and the two had reached a consensus on a certain plan, and were about to take action. When Lin Qun came out, many people were waiting outside. They were officers or soldiers who had urgent matters to report. However, since Lin Qun was inside, they could only wait outside. This also shows how busy Captain Chu is. This also reflects that the battle situation outside is constantly changing and is becoming tense again. The brief peace of the siege of the survivor base of the 6th prison has disappeared. When they saw Lin Qun, they all nodded in response, but Lin Qun did not stop. He took 2 young soldiers and followed the troops assigned to him by Captain Chu to fight quickly. Not long after Lin Qun and others set off, Captain Chu also set off mysteriously, personally leading his guard squad, leaving the survivor base and heading in another direction. Chapter 125 Kill one by one. Lin Qun is now a hot figure in the survivor base of the 6th prison. In the past, he went out to fight with the soldiers of the military, but this time it was different. The soldiers of the military came to match him. Xiao Yi and Liui directly transformed into Lin Qun's 2 guardians and accompanied him to fight quickly. This time, Li Xing and Li Ji did not follow. Because Lin Qun was going to the border area between DC District and Midtown District, the front line of the battlefield, where the war was raging. From the suburbs to the front line, you can hear the dense gunfire gradually approaching. The city was filled with smoke, and there were still some survivors fleeing on the streets. The military's air force had almost been lost in the previous battle. Although the 6th prison turned defeat into victory in the battle, the overall situation was still difficult to reverse. Facing the multiple sweeps of the Bastions, the remaining military soldiers here could not resist, and could only fight on a small scale. Lin Qun was going to the battlefield in one of the locations at this time. There, an armored company of the military was fiercely exchanging fire with the forces of 2 phalanxes of Bastion. The survivors around had already run away, leaving only a few unlucky ones trapped in the center of the battlefield. And this small-scale battle was reversed instantly after Lin Qun arrived. This was not because of Lin Qun's actions. In fact, as soon as he appeared, the Bastions began to retreat. Lin Qun was a little surprised. He came at high speed in the military chariot. When he approached, he jumped up from the back of the battle formation with a vibranium shield in one hand and a vibranium spear in the other, like a modern vibranium Spartan warrior, and jumped directly into the battlefield with the help of Mario Jump. During this process, he was naturally concentrated by the Bastions in the air, but Lin Qun hid half of himself behind the vibranium shield, landed steadily, and threw out a stack of fire talismans directly. Suddenly, fireballs rolled on the battlefield, and half of the street was bathed in a sea of fire. But this did not kill many Bastions. As soon as Lin Qun flew up, there was a shout from the Bastion line, and they began to retreat. That's right, it was a retreat. They ran faster than the Bastion armed personnel. They glanced at Lin Qun, and turned around, and ran without hesitation. Lin Qun threw out 7 or 8 fire talismans, and appeared on the scene with great momentum. He killed 5 or 6 Bastions inside and outside, and they were still running slowly. But his scene made the human soldiers and survivors on the battlefield excited. Lin Qun fell from the sky like a god of war, under the fire of the Bastions, rubbing the fireballs with his hands, and the fierce Bastions fled. This is exactly the image of the legendary figure who single-handedly reversed the situation of the survivors of the 6th prison. The soldiers here are also soldiers from the survivor base of the military hospital. They have only heard of this influential figure from their eastern district, and now is the first time they have seen him. Lin Qun stood in the field, but did not chase the fleeing Bastions. Instead, he simply rushed up, stepped on a high-rise building on one side of the magic city, rushed all the way, and jumped multiple times, and stood directly on the top of a high-rise building dozens of meters high. He stood there, doing nothing, looking at a Bastion sailing ship that spanned the border between Midtown and DC, and sat down directly. Under his feet, Zhao Yi and others quickly dispersed and relied on this building to build a defense line. Zhao Yi negotiated with the person in charge of the unit here, asking the other party to retreat quickly with the survivors here. Lin Qun came to the battlefield and stood here, and he didn't leave. He stood on the top of the high building, announcing to the Bastions of the entire magic city that he was here. On the ground, Liu raised his head and looked at Lin Qun, who was high up, and couldn't help saying, "I thought we were here to put out fires everywhere, but did we come here to provoke the Bastions?" From Liu's point of view, their current behavior was like provoking the Bastions. "Tell them, I'm here, come on." Zhao Yi was also watching. Their equipment had been completely set up. He whispered, "This should be the order directly issued by Commander Fu. We don't need to know why we do this. Just cooperate with Mr. Lin, and make sure that Mr. Lin is fine." And Lin Qun's shining appearance here naturally attracted the attention of the Bastions at the first time. The sailing ship in the distance has slowly turned and cast its attention at the first time. At this moment, Bakazin is in this sailing ship. His eyes are cold. This human, we are just looking for him. He dares to come out by himself. On one side, the captain of the sailing ship was with Bakazin, and couldn't help saying, "My lord, this is a provocation to us. We are now 4.2 kilometers away from that human, which is completely within the coverage of our artillery fire. Our soldiers nearby have all retreated under your order. We don't have to worry about it should we open fire." After defeating the Bastions, Lin Qun appeared in such a high-profile manner, just standing in one place, which is a humiliation and provocation in the eyes of the warlike Bastions. The captain couldn't stand it, so he advocated opening fire and bombing the forest group. Seeing that Bakazin didn't answer for a while, the captain of the Bastion sailing ship handed in another report and said, "Sir, this is our preliminary analysis of this human. His bone density and the strength of his currently detectable abilities are far lower than those at the 6th prison survivor base, and he is only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. Maybe our judgment is right. The combat power he showed in the attack and defense of the 6th prison survivor base was short-lived and limited. He is not that strong at ordinary times, and he can't show that kind of power at will." Bakazin took the report, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "No, bombarding him is useless. With the ability that this human has shown before, we bomb him, and he can run away at any time. Our ship may not be able to take him down. He is provoking us, and wants us to advance rashly, and he may even want to eat up another one of our sailing ships. We don't need to invest too much in this small scale friction. We maintain a safe distance and let Kazan take the fighter plane to fight. We responded to his provocation, but what we have to do is to test his true strength. Since he has come to us, why don't we go with the flow? The worst that can happen is that we lose a few soldiers. But Kazan narrowed his 4 eyes, revealing a sharp light. He appeared here to test Lin Qun's strength. At this time, Lin Qun took the initiative to appear, so how could he miss this opportunity? But he was not stupid enough to let the sailing ship press forward, even though he knew that Lin Qun had the ability to sink the bastion sailing ship, but just sent out soldiers to test. If he can't win, he will only lose a few people, but he can find out the strength of this human. The bastion warriors ranked between 50 and 100 in the Magic City are strong and threatening to humans, but they are not worth much to the bastion people. This Kazan is the cannon fodder warrior that the Kazan applied for. He is ranked 93rd in the Magic City, with a physical fitness of 76 points and a total of nearly 6,000 contribution points. He is also a strong bastion warrior. Its data is just enough to crush the data level currently shown by this human in this report. But Kazan understood that bombing the forest was meaningless. With the ability shown by this human, they could bomb, while that human could move away in advance. What they wanted to find out was this human's background. The people of the parliament had arrived. They must give the people of the parliament an answer. This is also the reason why Kazan appeared here. Does this human really have the strength, or is he just a flash in the pan? Kazan's previous thoughts actually tended to the latter. Perhaps this human's powerful strength has some restrictions on its use. It appeared here this time to test it according to the orders of alien backaging, but it did not expect that. They haven't even come to kill this human yet, but the other party shows up on his own. This confidence makes Kazan suspicious again. It wants to see what methods this human has. It will test the human's strengths and weaknesses according to the data it has detected. And this time, it will not be foolish enough to do it itself. In Kazan's view, it is stupid for this human to take the initiative to come out now. It guessed that the human side may hope to continue to intimidate the bastions with this person's appearance, but this will also expose a human's own strengths and weaknesses. Of course, there are not many people coming from both sides, let alone the main force. A short-term small-scale friction to test each other is the best choice. Without finding out whether this human can keep before the battle of the survivor base, even if the bastions knew the movements of the forest group, they would not risk sending a large force to encircle and suppress them. Kazan's mission is not to kill, but to find out. Of course, if this human is not really strong as they guessed, it will not miss this opportunity to avenge its previous shame. The order was quickly passed down, and the bastion warrior Kazan set off from the sailing ship on the bastion light attack ship. It was also a little nervous because of the shocking rumors about the human it was going to face, but more of it was anger. It said to Kazan through the communication device, the humans in the demon city are like candles in the wind, and this human dares to provoke us so arrogantly. I will not fail my mission. The light attack ship rushed out quickly, and Kazan's eyes were cold, expecting Kazan to force out the human's trump card and strength. Kazan's panel data should have been enough to crush the opponent. In this round of attack, the opponent must show his real strength. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. When the light attack ship flew over at high speed, Lin Qun's eyes also turned cold. From a long distance away, the opponent opened fire. The machine guns of the bastion attack ship fired wildly, causing the building where Lin Qun was to explode, but Lin Qun only held up the vibranium shield and blocked all the terrifying machine gun fire. A missile flew over, and the ground under Lin Qun's feet was shattered, but Lin Qun behind the shield was still fine. At the same time, on Lin Qun's shoulder, the shoulder gun turned, and the technology from the Iron Blood warrior civilization instantly searched for the enemy, and a series of a string of plasma shells shot out at high speed from behind the vibranium shield. Lin Qun fired directly at the firepower of the bastion light attack ship. With a loud bang, the bastion light attack ship blew up in the air, turning into a blazing fireball, crashing to the ground. On the ground, Xiao Yi and others didn't even have a chance to open fire, and saw that the Bastion's attack ship was sunk head-on. Lin Qun's firepower was fierce. He exchanged fire with an attack ship, and he was fine, and the vibranium shield in his hand was not damaged at all, and the other person's attack ship fell down. But Kazan inside was not dead. It was rushing out of the sea of fire at high speed, its mental power boiling, dispersing the surrounding flames and wreckage, with a ferocious face, and it came directly to Lin Qun. But unfortunately, before it killed half of it, its head exploded with a bang, and the headless body fell to the ground. It was killed instantly! Exclamation mark. The momentum was huge, and a look at the battle record. Lin Qun stood on the roof without moving, his eyes turned, and continued to look at the huge sailing ship of Bastion. His movements, posture, and expression were a provocation. 1 contribution point and 6,500 experience points were instantly credited. Lin Qun did it on purpose. He stood here to give the Bastions a chance to test their true strength. The Bastions are not stupid. As long as they go back and review the battle of the survivor base, they can find clues to Lin Qun's ability and guess roughly if Lin Qun can maintain the combat effectiveness of the battle of the survivor base, while let the Kazan go at that time. And why should he stop? He should have rushed to the central city that day and killed the Bastions. The fact that he did not do so is the biggest loophole. In this case, Lin Qun discussed with Captain Chu, and he simply stood up and gave the Bastions a chance to test and take the initiative, reveal some of the truth to them. This may seem dangerous, but it is not. At this time, the Bastions are like frightened birds. Even if they have a plan, they are not prepared. The more radical Lin Qun is at this time, the more they will doubt their guesses about the truth. They hesitate and dare not send a large army. At most, they will send some experts to test. It is impossible to threaten Lin Qun's life. As for the truth they finally test, they will know it sooner or later. It's nothing. On the other hand, they can also secretly let Captain Chu carry out their operations. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, the most critical thing here is that Lin Qun always has to come out to hunt the Bastions to earn contribution points. He can't always be in Superman mode, so as long as he comes out to kill the Bastions will find out that he is not always so powerful. Even if he doesn't come out, not coming out is a problem in itself. The Bastions will find out sooner or later. In this case, it is better to take advantage of the previous battle to the extreme. Therefore, knowing that the Bastions were testing him, Lin Qun did not move at all. He continued to stand on his high ground, looking arrogant and unmoved, as if he was provoking the warships and the Bastions in the warships in the distance, as if he was saying, "Come over here." He still has 2 more Superman transformations. If the Bastions come in full force and are worthy of transforming into Superman, then he will directly transform into Superman and kill them again. If no masters come, he does not have to waste his Superman transformation ability and can just use the existing abilities to deal with it. With the experience of the first Superman transformation, Lin Qun's next Superman transformation must be even more powerful. He must keep it for use on the truly important battlefield and cannot easily waste this opportunity. He can attack or defend, and all the ways have been thought of. This is why Lin Qun is standing here seemingly arrogantly at this moment. Moreover, Lin Qun used the abilities he had used before. It seemed that he was exposing his true and false self. In fact, the Bastions could only know that Lin Qun could not maintain the Superman transformation all the time, and the Bastions could infer this point. As for other information about Lin Qun's background, the Bastions would not get more. Every step was just right, just as expected. The Bastions' temptation was to send heads to the door. Isn't this more efficient than running out to find Bastions to kill? And in the Bastion sailing ship. Damn, his ability can directly kill such a high-level person in seconds. Although Kazan cursed, he was very cautious in his heart. Lin Qun's current headshot ability was also recorded by them. Although it was also very powerful, it was not the strongest posture in the attack and defense of the survivor base of the 6th prison. So, this is not enough. They have not yet achieved their goal. At least we have to push him to the limit to see if there is any result. Let the 77th fight. This time, it called in a lot of strong men, all of whom were cannon fodder. It prepared to test Lin Qun's strength. It has learned its lesson. Even if it is angry, it will not go on the field itself, and let the people below try one by one. This 77th is also ranked 77th in the total ranking of the Magic City, with a physical fitness of 103 points. It doesn't believe that it can be killed in seconds. So next, Bastion, ranked 77th in the total ranking of the Magic City, rushed out at high speed, flew through the air with telekinesis, and rushed straight to Lin Qun like lightning. Xiao Yi learned the information from the rear at the first time, and reminded in the interrogation channel, "Mr. Lin, be careful, this person is ranked 77th in the total ranking of the Magic City, and his strength is strong." Then, with a bang, the head exploded like a watermelon. The headless body fell with a bang. This 77th was even prepared, and the full set of armor covered it tightly. Although the Bastion people did not know the specific effect of Lin Qun's ability, they obviously had already determined that Lin Qun was launched by sight. But it was useless. Lin Qun activated his ability, blasting the head armor with the first glance, and completed the headshot with the second glance. Of course, with his attributes, he couldn't directly headshot. He activated Mario's carelessness skill. Physical fitness increased by 15 points. Before Xiao Yi finished speaking, the 77 Bastions were gone, which made him open his mouth, but he couldn't say anything more. He was silenced. Lin Qun gained 7,600 experience points for 1 contribution point. If these experiences were given to Li Ji, Li Xing and other low-level people, they would be crazy and their levels would soar. He scratched his head. Although the Bastions gave away so many contribution points, they had a lot of experience. These ones are all experience babies, but it's possible that the rankings of these Bastions are not high enough, and they didn't trigger the title reward. Lin Qun was so excited to kill a few more, and I will directly upgrade to another level today. Today is not in vain. Although there are not many contribution points for this job in the military, the experience is large and sufficient. Seeing this scene, Bastion and the captain and the bridge of the Bastion were silent. This was not a test of the details, this was sending someone to his death. Bastion was a little dazed. Is this person really that powerful? His breath and physical signs clearly did not change at all, but he was able to kill people with a physical strength of more than 100 in a second. How did he do it? But he gritted his teeth. He could not retreat. If only Bakali and Bakaging were staring at it, it would be fine. The people from the parliament were also there, and it had to test out a result. But it did not expect that this human was really capable, and 77 could not force him to show his combat power that day. Of course, it would not go up. With his thoughts flying, Bastion was somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, I'm smart, and brought a lot of cannon fodder today. The scene of this battlefield was also transmitted to the central city area, in front of Bakaging and Bakali. It was impossible for them not to pay attention to the appearance of Lin Qun and the arrival of Bastion. They also wanted to know the depth of this human. Bakali narrowed his eyes and watched Lin Qun kill 2 Bastions in a row and said slowly, "It seems that our judgment is correct. This human cannot use the invincible posture he showed in the last round of battlefield at will. Otherwise, not to mention that Bastion couldn't escape last time. Even now, Bastion is dead, and even we are dead. The power he displayed in the battle of the survivor base was so powerful. If it was long lasting, if you and I put ourselves in his shoes, wouldn't he have come to kill us all long ago?" So, the ability he displayed last time is either limited in number of times, or it requires a certain price. And, even if it is used, there must be a time limit, and it cannot be maintained for too long. Bakaging said, "In that case, do we want to reinforce Bastion to kill him? It can also be regarded as an explanation to the parliament." "No, don't be fooled. Since he dares to appear here again, he should still have the ability to reach that invincible state. Otherwise, even if this human wants to die on his own, those people in the human civilization behind him will never agree." Bakali interrupted coldly. Bakaging narrowed his eyes. "You mean, he is not provoking us, nor is he foolishly exposing his military power. He wants to trick us into taking action. If our army approaches, he will surely show his invincibility in a second and kill all our people. Now there is only one Bakazan, and he is reluctant to use his ability. This further proves that our initial guess was correct. Bakali's eyes were cold. I have seen similar abilities. During the last civilization battlefield, there was a civilization that was as weak as a chicken and a dog, but was able to transform into a second form, increasing its strength dozens of times. However, a person can only use it a few times in his lifetime, and it can only be maintained for a few minutes each time. I guess this human is the same. Bakajing pondered for a moment, sneered, and said, so that's it. I'm not a warrior. You can see this clearly. Haha, this human wants to lure us to death. Then we don't have to do it. Let Bakazan let go and try. Just in time to see his deep dive in normal form. Bakali's eyes were cold, and he said, I'm not ready for the trap he set, and it would be a loss if I went there. If we want to kill him, we set it up ourselves, and wait for him to jump down. There's no need to jump into his trap to kill him when we are not ready. Anyway, the demon city is already in our pocket, and killing a human is not urgent. Bakajing turned his head and looked at it. Let me ask you a question. Tell me the truth. If you were facing the state shown by this human in the battle of the survivor base, would you be sure? Fully armed, I'm sure I can fight it 50 to 50, but that's a one-on-one fight. Most of the demon city is already in the pocket of my Bakatan civilization, but why should I fight him one-on-one? The first stage of the telekinetic artillery is almost finished. I'm no longer needed. It will be ready for use in 2 blue star days at the latest. Bakali's voice was cold. Upon hearing this, Bakaging looked at Bakali in surprise. It knew that Bakali's 4 basic attributes were all above 700, and even Bakazan, who is now the second in the magic city, could only look up to him. In addition, with the black technology equipment he exchanged in the contribution point mall, he could fight against opponents with attributes above 800. He was the true god of war of the Bakatan civilization. Even such a strong man could only say that he was 50 to 50 with the strongest human being, which was the highest evaluation of that human being. But as Bakali said, they are a civilization, and they have already occupied the advantage on the battlefield in the magic city. Why bother to kill a human being in a duel? No matter how many means a person has, how to fight against a civilization. How can a civilization's means be resisted by an individual? This is a battlefield of the struggle between civilizations. No matter how strong an individual is, it is meaningless if the civilization behind him cannot support him. Superman is the god of the human world in the DC world, but which civilization does not have the top powerhouses that surpass civilizations? Especially when the battlefield of civilizations is opened, with the bonus of contribution points and upgrades, anyone can become the Superman of his own civilization. Bakali is undoubtedly the god of the human world of the Bakatan civilization. Bakaging was very satisfied with this and smiled coldly. But, very good. If necessary, I can apply in advance to open our unfinished Magic City telekinetic cannon. However, it is best not to let the parliament know your details. I think the parliament should be less nervous this time. Modu is still ours. In the future, the Bakatan civilization will also be led by you and me. It slowly stood up from its position. It has got what it wanted, and it is no longer interested in how Bakazan will try to fight against this human next. It is dressed in gorgeous clothes, and walked out step by step. Bakali behind him said, we have already got what we wanted. Do we want to withdraw Bakazan? No need. Bakaging replied without looking back, let it go. What if it can kill that human? Even if it can't, it doesn't listen to you and me anymore. If it dies, it dies. Anyway, there are contribution points everywhere. It's not difficult to train a second obedient Bakazan. Bakaging walked out step by step. Behind him, the light of the screen went out, and Bakala's hideous face was hidden in the shadows. Only the 4 eyes showed greedy ambitions. They are ambitious. They want the victory of civilization as well as their own victory. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.